Hello, hello. Happy Friday. Hey, Kevin. We are gonna finish the Spirit Caller today. Going to finish the Spirit Caller today. Huff. The goal was to complete all three new adventures by the end of today, but there will still be some remaining work like balancing or filling in icons when we get the art. Yeah, which is fine. Okay. Hey, 715209. Let's write a couple of things down here. This I already recorded. I was pretty productive yesterday. My conclusion is streaming for 2 to 3 hours on Tuesday and Thursday helps kickstart the day. So I think I should keep doing it. I do want to be careful about any potential burnout. But let me say this. Let's say I did like Monday was 6 hours, Tuesday was 2 hours, and then Wednesday, I'm like, I'm not really feeling it. Doing 5 hours is fine. I still gained an hour technically. So I'll probably see how that schedule goes for a bit. If I want to make a YouTube video or something, yeah, I'll probably not stream that day. What was just on my mind there? Oh, yeah, the art request stuff. Modify art requests and fill in 10 placeholder icons. Okay, so we're going to finish up the abilities. We have 3. And then we're going to figure out the attack animation thing. Sound effects and stuff, we could maybe look into a bit. I'm not super concerned about those. Oh, and then we gotta, oh man, we have a lot to do. All right, let's get started. Spirit command. Spirits use their abilities more often. Hmm. Hmm. This could potentially affect 4 different spirits. So I gotta think of how fast this should end up being. Because this is, man, yeah, this is very, very difficult to balance. You could have up to 4 spirits, and you have to have at least one. So if it affects one, you may want it to be even better. So basically, this we got to think of this as an ability that you're probably going to get if you got at least 2 or 3 spirits, which you probably would. But there would be builds here that let you just pick one. Why does your channel have discounted gifted subs? So Twitch added a new feature, and I kind of sort of messed up a little bit. For 70 hours per year, you can set a discount on your subs. I guess a 35% discount. I didn't actually know how much it was. And I just scheduled them all yesterday because I'm like, I don't care about this. I should have waited a day and then no one would have been able to use it. Or I should have just not done it at all. But yeah, just ignore that. There's no turning it off now. Hey, Aussie, good morning. Welcome in. Happy Friday. All right, so level 1, what should this be? Because if it's 5%, I think that's too low. So 5, 10, 15 would be the absolute minimum. And I don't think this would feel good. Using something 5% sooner. So what would that even work out to be? What are the current abilities? What is this called? Spirit. Oh, I'm on the wrong branch. Like, where's all my code? Actually, I don't even want this. I want to do get checkout, add spirit caller. Yeah. Whoops. There we go. Hey, Iron Crusader. You've chosen the sidebar, same way Hype Train show. Can you hide it? I really hope you can hide it. If you can't, then I made a stupid mistake. Well, I guess it's only going to affect today's stream. Spirit bite. So bite is 1.7. Fairy heal is 1.9. Woof is dog power 4. And meow is cat dodge. 3.8. All right, so here are all the numbers. So if we were to multiply all of these by 0.95, it turns into, yeah, such a small savings. I guess you wouldn't notice, but I guess it is still helping. And if we do times 8.5, so we have 1.4, 1.6. I mean, Quick Strike ends up getting a 50% buff. So maybe we should just balance the numbers around that. Or it's like this ends up being 20. So that if you had 4 spirits, it's way better. Because right now, if you have 4 spirits, it ends up being 60% faster. Spread out over 4 different things. I'm gonna just start with this. Yeah, let's just start with this. This is what I mean. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, that's subtle enough. Yeah, let's start with this. I'm concerned this isn't gonna feel great, but I guess you'd have at least 2 spirits most of the time. Oh wait, why are there even 3 levels for this? We should just make 2 levels. Yeah. So if we only have 2 levels, then I guess what we can do is we can set this to like 7% and then 15%. Okay, let's just do that. So what is this called? Spirit command, spirit command. Your spirits use their abilities more frequently. And then we need to write a cooldown bonus or something. Let me see what I did. Man, one of the things I've been thinking about is localization. Getting all the fixtures for localization is something that we could prioritize. But then at some point, I got to figure out what languages are we localizing to, and then how are we getting the translations. And I think using AI is probably the best bet at first, so that I can just come up with a process and then have it run for everything. There are probably services for that. And then allow for human translations at some point. But even then, it's like this might take 2 weeks and we don't have very long. So yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to run .NET format, check out the UID files. Let's write this down. Sure, we ran .NET format. Sure, we run the UID tool. All right. So what increases your speed? Not that. This says cooldown. It's got to be a percentage. And I guess we'd never do something like that in the game. Yeah, we just say cooldown. Hey, Smalls, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Excuse me, how was this stream? Man. It's funny how this happened. That'll now never die. Welcome in. We're finishing up the spirit color today for the game. The spirit color is this one at the bottom left. And I'm trying to figure out how did we word the cooldown reduction on any other ability? And I think we have time reduction here. So I guess we call it cooldown reduction. Yeah, I think we call it cooldown reduction. But we otherwise never have... Yeah, we never have this written anywhere else. We do have... Oh, what's this? Okay, yeah, this is what I'm working on. We do have haste for just the cleric. Yeah, time reduction. Okay, so yeah, I think we call it cooldown reduction. Rated straight into ads. Oh man, that sucks. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome in, everyone. Silly that Twitch can Read you into ads. Cooldown reduction. Yeah, I'm not sure. The ad should be done, I think, but I'm not positive. I don't see the banner at least. All right, so shields up. Ah, there we are. Okay, yeah. How's it going? Yeah, it's a shame about that. I feel like people would probably exploit it somehow, although I'm not totally sure how, but I feel like if you raid with, let's say, at least like 3 people, then it should just say you get like ad immunity for some time. Because if it were raiding with 0 or 1 person, then yeah, you'd probably just every stream you watch, you'd raid them so that you wouldn't get ads. So there's got to be some protection they can put on that. But otherwise, I feel like it hurts interaction between streamers. Hey, Dustin. Scroll container follow focus is awesome. What is that in? What are you using that in? All right, this doesn't need taunt name. This is just going to be cooldown reduction. Messages.get cooldown header. Cooldown reduction is going to be a percentage. We put the cooldown reductions here. Public, static, read only, list, float, cooldown reductions. And what did I say? 7% and then 15%. Yeah. Going well, polishing up my demo as much as possible before we jump to Steam and the proper marketing build up on the media marketing. Yeah, okay. Are you planning on being in Next Fest? Because the next Fest is October. And I think it's very helpful. So I think you should probably consider that. And you can only be in it once, and you have to have a demo. You can't have launched yet. So if your timing roughly coincides with launching around October, I'd wait until just after Next Fest probably. Because then you get like 2 boosts for your game. Whereas normally you wouldn't. Godot, I believe. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. And hey, Zoe. I'm in Serbia or Ireland. I know what you mean because of the VPN, but still, it's funny. Yeah. So anyway, we were just in Next Fest, and I'll give you some just quick numbers. The wish list before doing that, I think we were at 1,847, and the wish list from Next Fest was like plus 420 maybe. So I'm estimating the number, but yeah, that was roughly like a plus 23% number of wish list from being in Next Fest. Currently, Devil's Live on itch. Have I checked out your game? Can you share a link? So this is not a guarantee. I will say this, but if you have some confidence that your game is good and that your marketing is a problem, Next Fest is really good to consider. And like I said, it's basically free if you're going to launch then anyway. If let's say you're targeting July to launch, yeah, you shouldn't wait till October just to be in Next Fest. That would probably be a mistake. Whoops. But yeah, I am starting to get into marketing more myself. I was talking to Brainoid Games, and they said that they reached out to a bunch of different YouTubers. So I started doing that, and my goal was email 2 YouTubers per day. And so far it is I guess technically it's day 5, but we've done 4 days of that. And I think one day I did some extra. So I think it was like 9 emails so far. I've heard back from nobody. There's been no new YouTube video of Skeleseller. I know that 9 emails is not a lot, but what I was hoping for is that I would improve my process as I go. And I probably have, but there's no insight into this. Like, people aren't going to tell me, oh, hey, I'm not playing your game because I don't like how it looks or because of whatever. They're just not going to respond to the email. They might not even be getting the emails. Who knows? The Undead Lawyer. You play as one... Oh, where'd that go? You play as one of the avatars of the Undead Phoenix. Finitier. Your job is to bring balance to the gods and their power grabs at mortal souls. As a weirdly hypermobile necromancer, you have the power to force the mortal souls back from their current afterlife into their corpses and execute them again according to the law book written by the gods themselves to decide their new fate. So it's a speedrunning game that lasts for about 5 minutes. I like the art style. And this vaguely reminds me, based on the description here, although I doubt gameplay is anything like this, of Crawl. in that I probably shouldn't show this here then. In that you would die and then you could inhabit the bodies of monsters. And this thing about killing them twice is, or I guess judging them after they died once. Smurf, thanks for the gifted subs. You've just sent a signal to Twitch that their sub gift promotion thing is working, which I just should have never enabled, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It's been presently starting on my own business. Haven't gotten many responses yet either. I feel your pain. I'm trying to remind myself beating the pavement is part of getting started process and there will be positive benefits. Yeah. The other thing is it is just kind of a numbers game with all of this stuff. It's like if I could somehow, let's say there are, I'm just gonna make up a number, like 15,430 YouTubers. At some point, if I reach out to 2,000 of them and I don't get a response, it's like that indicates that something is drastically wrong with the game. But that's almost impossible for practically anybody. If you email someone like hi 2,000 times, you're probably gonna get a response out of one of those with someone saying like hi. So yeah, I've emailed 9 people. I'm not calling it quits yet, but it is a very, very tedious process, I'll say. And I've thought of automating it somehow, but then I think if I can't do it as a human, I can't really automate it yet because I don't know what I'd be automating. But yeah, I'll see if I can check out your game. Smalls, let me write this down. Where should I even write this? I guess weekend. I might not actually get to it this weekend, but check out Smalls' game. There. They get thousands of emails, of course, depending on how large they are. Have you reached out to Glad? He likes the style. I have not. I will write that down too. So the ones I'm emailing, I'll show you the list. I made this list on stream the other day, and I've reached out to everyone on this list that has their email public somehow and has fewer than 20,000 subscribers. So for example, I reached out to this person, 500 subs. They are not getting hundreds of emails. Like same thing. This person's probably not getting hundreds of emails. This person probably isn't. It's just not at the level where they're going to get swarmed by emails so far. So if it made it to their inbox, they probably saw it, but do they want to play it? Are they like, oh, this is just straight up marketing? I don't know. Yeah, so for sure, able to catch. Well, welcome back. Time for someone to do the high email experiment. Hey, Dustin. Did you hear about the guy that used an AI to use a dating app for him instead of dates? I had not, no. But that's the kind of thing that I think is going to become more common. Right now, if you think about it in terms of like what's a gold rush right now, it's let's say there's a new platform. Let's say VR truly does become like the next big thing. There are going to be a lot of games that people just port to VR and then make money off of. So I think right now we're in this like AI gold rush of there are still humans manually doing things, and just automating those things that we previously thought were not automatable is going to provide quite a benefit. I mentioned it with even these marketing emails. So I had an idea. I guess I'll just share the idea at this point, but I actually think this is a pretty good idea where let's say you want to reach out to a YouTuber, you AI summarize their videos, then you reference them directly in your email. And that way you personalize an email that you're sending to someone that makes it feel like you've watched their videos, but you haven't. And they'd be, I think, much more likely to respond. So me as a content creator, when I get an email that says like, hey, love your content, keep it up, and then their marketing blurb, I'm like, this is nondescript. They just send this to everybody. It's not like they actually said like, oh, I really like how you program in C#. Even then it would be like, you could just take that from a tag or something. But yeah, I just discount this as disingenuous. So anyway, like I said, I am not using AI right now. I'm doing this process myself. I'm watching people's videos and like referencing them and saying, oh, hey, in this video, I heard you say this. And it is truly me hearing them say it. But I think this is a level of friction that I don't want to apply to every single person I reach out to. So I'd love to speed up this process somehow. And this is another one of those gold rush things where if this existed already, then whoever's using it could reach out to hundreds of people per minute, actually. It wouldn't probably even cost that much. All right, so let's see if we've made the tooltip well. Then we need to actually make the ability here. Remember, we have 3 abilities left. Last Friday, we started with 30 abilities we needed to make. So we've done 27 of them so far. And I think getting the last 3 is going to be pretty simple. Oh, whoops. I got rid of some code that gave me the spirit caller. We also got to mark that this is going to be closed. 967. Yeah, so copy this into here. Put the spirit caller there, and restart this. They would still know you vetted the channel instead of blindly blasting emails to everyone. But that's kind of my point. They would think that, but I didn't vet the channel, right? Oh, sorry. Maybe I didn't finish the thought there. So AI summarizes their videos, and then AI writes the email. So I'm basically not involved in the process at all at that point. I guess I could like thumbs up or thumbs down the email or add something else in. But yeah, basically like it would look like a human reviewed their content and then sent them a personalized thing. You sort of did on stream. For those people, again, maybe I'm not being clear here, but I'm saying like I reached out to what, like 9 people, and I have a list of maybe 20 more. What I'm saying is, what if I reached out to 1,000 people with this AI thing? They would all think that I had vetted it, when really it truly would be like a, nope, it was just AI, and it'll look like a human wrote the email. And why should they believe that a human didn't write the email? And then I could try variations, and that's the beauty of doing AI stuff, right? The feedback loop around this that I'm not going to do as a human. So imagine if I did send out the 1,000 emails, and I could track what were the things in common with the personalizations for the 267 people that responded. Like maybe then we could feed that in the next 1,000 and raise that number from a 26% to a 40% success rate. I think the big wall of AI can't overcome that, which will activate the self-destruct point, is that AI can't spend money. You have to have the final customer be a person or a system that can purchase or interact in the real world. I think what I'm trying to talk about here is there is still a human who is purchasing this AI good. AI goods and services. I guess mostly services, because they're not going to create stuff themselves, I guess. But in this case, it's like, suppose I made this into a product. I'd probably call it like something snappier than this, but AI emailer. And I'd say, hey, for $10 per 1,000 emails, I'll make well, it's probably more expensive than that. Let's say 100. I'll make a campaign for you that'll get a higher response and reach out to more people. So a human would eventually buy this service. I mean, the gold rush is that right now, this sort of thing is not done via AI. So the first person who does end up making this is going to have a benefit, and then they'll spread it to other people who will have this benefit, and then email will be ruined for every content creator, because it'd be like, oh, it's another one of those emails. Like I'm a subscriber, or sorry, I'm a YouTuber with 200 subs, and I'm getting an email every single day now from a new game that someone wants, just because it costs them 10 cents to email me. Hey, Green Kitty. So it doesn't reference something that didn't happen or happened in another streamer's video. The thing is, even then you'd probably be like, oh, this human just got confused, right? Oh, they must have watched another YouTuber at the same time as mine. Like, I never made a video like that. And you might be like, you might respond. It might even be controversy. I remember reading about something where there was, I don't know if this is even true. It was a story I read years ago, but there was a store called 7 Candles, and on their sign, they had 8 candles. And apparently people would go in and be like, hey, you have an extra candle? And then they're in the store. So now they could buy stuff. So it was like an intentional mistake that they made so that they could try to get people to come in. So yeah, who knows? Who knows what would actually happen with that? Mostly just referencing the AI bubble as a whole. I don't know if it's a bubble. But yeah, I get what you're saying. And Nash, thanks for resubbing. Happy 9 months. Saw someone drafting an AI to do shopping for clients so soon, probably. Wow, yeah. Already transitioning to job market with both AI rights and filters at CVs, yeah. You earned a hype chest. This is new. Open. They used to just give this to you. I guess they made it a manual action so it feels more satisfying, and so that you actually know that you got something, and that they don't have to give it out to people who don't end up clicking the button. All right, so here it says your spirits use their abilities more frequently, and we have a cooldown reduction. This is just something that needs to be applied at the beginning of battle, and every initialization thing is going to need this, because spirit command is going to get sent to this when I say is conferred to summon true. So now we go modify each of these abilities to change its cooldown. Can we do that? Quick Strike does it. Yeah, what does Quick Strike do? Get cooldown? Oh no, I gotta modify all the tooltips. Okay, that I don't really want to do, but we probably should. So here it says summons a snake spirit that will bite a single target for 8 damage every 1.7 seconds. It should probably take into account this cooldown reduction. So when you put 2 points in this ability, it would now say every 1.4 seconds or whatever it ends up being. Yeah, fine. This is going to be just a bunch of work. What is this? Spirit command? Should probably modify each of the 4 spirits tooltips so the cooldowns reflect spirit command. 15 billion spam emails are sent a day. Can't wait to see that spike up with AI emailers. Yeah, but I guess everyone still gets spam email, right? Like even as not a content creator, I would get spam from people. But how many times do you get spam that looks like it's an actual interested party or customer in a service that you have that's then personalized? That's what I think is going to be a little bit crazy here. And the thing is, it was kind of inaccessible for you to do this from a machine level until pretty recently. You have to take probably a few videos and you need to summarize them or get their transcript somehow. So now we have things that you can do this locally. I mean, I'm doing captions even on Twitch using this. And then you need to process those summaries and form an email and then send the email. I mean, the sending part is something we could always do. But yeah, processing the summaries, that would have been a little bit harder. Having the right tone and everything. Okay, this is strange. This is the cooldown reset, and this is done in initialize. Let's just get this working for the snake first, and then figure out if that's replicatable to everything else. It should be. I cannot imagine that it won't be. This is overridden. We have a get cooldown, which I don't think should be needed. We basically just want to take the base cooldown and multiply it by this thing's cooldown percent. So we're going to do public static float get cooldown reduction for entity. Get level of spirit command, return that. Yeah, that's perfect. Never open your emails again. Exactly. Don't even talk to people again. They could be AI. Don't trust anybody. Become a hermit. All right, so times this spirit command dot get for source. All right, that's not bad, but like I said, the tooltip needs to be modified, and I don't even know where the tooltip is. I guess it's in snake spirit. Bite cooldown. Where's bite cooldown? Base cooldown. Okay, that's not a thing anymore. Cooldown is going to be this times that. This isn't too bad. Okay, fine. I changed my mind. This should be fine. Hey, Toulouse, imagine if I did the opposite. I just didn't even respond to you here. I hope you don't feel bad about that. I don't, as a principle, call people out. I assume that I have gauged my target accurately. You obviously being a person who loves jokes, loves them, cannot get enough of them. All right, this is broken. It says every 0 seconds. So then the cooldown reduction should be, oh, I see how that works. So this is 1 minus this percent. So we can't just multiply it. That's fine. Okay, fine. Cooldown reduction 1 minus. Sounds good. See, there he is again, laughing at a joke. Ha ha. It's the most like, it's not really funny. Oh man, how's everything going, Toulouse? All right, 1.7 seconds. So now this goes to 1.6 and then it goes to 1.4. It's very important that that first jump actually modifies this tooltip. And this is the fastest ability. So if it modifies this one, it's going to modify all of them. And then does it work? We unfortunately can't really tell a huge difference between 15%. But if I set this to 50%, it'll be very obvious. I know I typed 55. It doesn't matter. 55% should also be obvious. Just ignoring a meeting to chat with Adam. Work is fun. Yeah, man. I was thinking about this the other day, how you ended up getting more and more meetings to the point where you said you can't really be as active in chat. And I think, I mean, from a streamer perspective, it's like I'm happy that people's careers are progressing, but it is sort of funny that there used to be this pipeline for the stream where people watched while like doing a college degree, and then over the course of my stream they graduated, and then they got jobs, and then they got busier or just busy in general. And it's like during this phase you can watch a whole lot, you can probably watch a little bit now, then you watch less and less, then you interact less and less. Literally me, yeah. So something I kind of don't like about this pipeline is that if people are mostly joining in this stage of their lives while they're getting a college degree, then my age gap to them is increasing. And I have found that I like basically don't want to interact with anyone just kind of younger than 15 at this point, which by the way is why I set my YouTube to not allow people to chat until they've been a subscriber for 20 minutes. Because I felt like I was getting like a bunch of 12-year-olds in here. And granted, I get that 12-year-olds are not going to meaningfully contribute to a programming discussion. But I think even in people who are like 17, 18, 19, I think probably on average, this is incredibly ageist, but yeah, probably on average, they're just not contributing a lot to a programming stream. And maybe I was more, I don't know, receptive to messages like that when I was closer to that age, but every year I get farther from that age. Okay, so now if we put 2 points in this, we should definitely notice a difference. Try this out. So that's roughly, what is this supposed to be? 1.7 times 0.45. It's 3/4 of a second. I don't know. That's probably correct. I guess we could just try it by taking a point out of that and then seeing what this does. Yeah, noticeably slower. And if we put 1 point in, will we notice a 7% difference? No, probably not. Yeah, I have no idea, but it's probably working. Interesting mechanic for Twitch. Writing assembler at 14. I'm not saying younger people can't code or younger people can't contribute. I'm saying on average, when I have found out someone's age and I've found out that they're whatever 14 or something and they're in my chat, on average they have not contributed. And I don't outright ban people for age unless they're younger than 13, because that's against the Twitch terms of service. That's the only time I would actually like say like you shouldn't be on Twitch. But yeah, if I find out someone's 14 and they're not causing a ruckus in chat, that's fine. Okay, so this is working for the snake. We need to get this working for everybody now. Should be pretty simple. Because all we need to do is change this. Oh wait, no. There's also... No, yeah, we just had to change this. We haven't initialized for one of these for some reason. Oh, the dog has a lower cooldown to begin with. Oh, this is dead simple. We can actually just copy paste this entire function here. Well, well, well. This time we can, but we do this, I guess. And then just fix the comment. And then there's the cat ability. And this had the same thing. So we do this and that. Oh, deleted one too many lines. And then just fix up the tooltips. So go to Fairy Spirit and get the cooldown. This is going to be Fairy Heal. Heal, cooldown, cooldown. Cool. Then do that for dog spirit. This is dog. And then do that for the cat spirit. Yeah. Okay, let's go try it out. Yeah, let's try it out. Know how to turn a computer on at 14. I didn't know what a computer was. I'd never seen a cell phone in my life. All right, so it says 1.7, 1.9, 4, 3.8. Now it's 1.6, 1.8, 3.7, 3.5. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's working. Nice. Okay, so if we get all the spirits now. Whoops, not that one. This, and this. They should all act faster in battle. The whoop and meow thing is very silly. Yeah, they're only acting 15% faster, so I guess it's a little bit hard to see. I'm kind of curious. What if you just bump this to the maximum? Spirit command. Let's make it be 50% and then 85%. This should probably make them able to take on like practically anything. I'd seen at least. I just didn't own one. Yeah. I think growing up with a computer and or any sort of computer-esque thing like a laptop, a tablet or whatever, and then also sort of in an age where you just don't have to worry about certain things, like USB is a thing. How many times have you had a peripheral now and you're like, I don't know how to connect it to my machine? But the number of different kinds of ports that used to exist, and then you maybe not having the right thing and there not being enough internet services to smooth out any differences. Like if you wanted to move a file from one machine to another and you didn't have a flash drive, like would you set up an FTP service yourself? Did you have hosting? Did you, I don't know. Those sorts of things I feel like are all way easier now. And it allows you to just focus on whatever task you have. All right, we're going to put points in all of this stuff. And then there. All right, so that you should not have this many skill points. And then we're going to go to this location. And we're going to see, can they survive? And yes, because they're unhittable. So they should be able to beat every single encounter. Yeah. I wonder if this is a problem. I wonder if like solo spirit caller is going to be too crazy because of them being able to dodge everything. They won't have this level of cooldown. But still, it's like even the power buffs are stacking so much. They were doing 55 damage at level 1. Oh, I saw a 64. Yeah, so this is going to take forever. I'm guessing, what, 2.5 minutes maybe? 1 minute? Okay, that was faster than I thought. Hey, Boomer. How'd the stream go? I saw you were doing something about AI testing, I think. 6-year-old son says hi. Got to start him off on gaming architecture and componentries. First, how to navigate a folder. Well, I don't know if your son's actually saying hi, but hi to Codex's son. Or if this is a joke based on the conversation we were having. A lot of that have been simplified and abstracted away. Yeah, and it really is nice. I mean, there are certain things you don't want to have to struggle with, right? Like can I connect a keyboard to this computer? That's not a meaningful struggle in anyone's life. Looks behind me watching my idle games on the other screen. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay, cool. Well, I think this ability's done. Looking good. Looking good. Good. Yeah. Okay, great. How do you update a motherboard? Are you talking about updating BIOS or are you talking about changing the hardware? Or are you making a joke about what I was just talking about? Because I can't tell from just that. You should have contributed. Talk about idle games. All right, so implement spirit command ability. Yeah, I think that's it. Is there anything else we need to do here? No. I wrote that correctly, didn't I? Yeah, more frequently. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Okay, 2 more abilities. Then we can get some other work done, which is going to be related to this anyway. Dual targeting is the next one. X% chance to target 2 things with Empower Spirit. I said maybe this should make it a chance for an Empowered Spirit to target 2 things. Okay, which one's more interesting? So which is more interesting? And I guess for context here, the Spirit Caller can summon up to 4 spirits. Each spirit has an ability, and the Spirit Caller can... I guess let's write it out like this. The Spirit Caller can empower a spirit to make its ability stronger for a short time. So which is more interesting? Option 1, the Spirit Caller can empower 2 spirits at once. Or option 2, an empowered spirit uses its ability twice at once. So we're doubling something. Do we double the empowering or do we double the empowered? And yeah, I could see it. Either one of these could be interesting. I just wonder which is kind of more interesting. And I guess before chat answers, let me think of what I would want here. I think this one can potentially have a little bit of a weird interaction, so that maybe I'd want this one. But you might not even have 2 spirits. Okay, then I think I'd lean toward this one. Which, yeah, I think I'd lean toward this one. No joke, asking a friend, he was notified about updating his motherboard. So updating your BIOS, I think, should just be something from most modern BIOSes, right? Update BIOS. But yeah, I think just Googling it should find it for your motherboard. You'll need to look it up based on your motherboard. I think some can actually connect to the internet though. But if not, you're going to need to probably get a flash drive or something. And if you need to find the motherboard model, does Windows report that? If you, I don't know. Anyway, you could always open up the computer and look at the computer. It should have the motherboard model number on there. Actually, don't know, does it? Windows, find motherboard model. MS Info 32. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, Googling it should find pretty much everything. Best of luck with that. Anyway, it went well. Yes, I ranted about AI and testing, then got back into game dev for the last half, trying to generate pipes, continuous pipes in Flappy Bird clone. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I'm interested in seeing. So in my mind, one of the things that's cool about that 20 games challenge is, okay, you make Flappy Bird. Like, what would you add to make it your own? And you don't have to do this. This isn't part of the challenge. But like, let's say you make Breakout or something, or Breakout with power-ups. So now you're coming up with power-ups. Like, which ones do you end up adding? Are they interesting ones that are different from the regular game? Or what twists do you add to it? And I think that is what gets the creative juices flowing, but that's more about game design at that point than game development. Okay, so an empowered spirit targets 2 things. This is universally helpful for the spirit caller. Well, mostly. But having a chance to empower 2 spirits may not do anything if you never got a second spirit. Yeah. All right, so X% chance for an empowered spirit to use its ability twice. Plan on adding a twist in unit testing. Nice, 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 nice. All right, dual targeting. Should it even be called dual targeting anymore? Does that make sense? I don't know about that. So what is this doing? We're saying an empowered spirit can use his ability twice. Maybe we just call it improved empower spirit. So what does empower spirit do right now? Increases a random spirit's power by 25%. I think dual targeting can still make sense. Yeah, let's keep it as dual targeting. Okay. All right, so let's fill this in. Empowered spirits have a chance to use their abilities twice. Yeah. So this is going to be chance to use twice, I guess. So 0 for sure. And then this is something that's always on, but you're putting points into this. So we probably want like this and this, 20 and 40%. So then we change all these things and confer it to the summon. And then we set up the description we had for this, which is going to be sort of like spirit command. So we do this. Oh, is there a space there? There is. Yeah, this is going to be get chance header. There. Chance to use twice. Yeah, looks nice. Okay, then we need each character to know that they can do this. Hey, RH1. Am I a robot? According to this clip, whoops, Robor. According to that clip, I am. They have snake bite, berry heal, dog something, and cat something. There, those 4. All right, so this has to potentially use the ability twice. Why is this done this way? Does something else ever call this? No, it doesn't. But that's pretty interesting because now we can just roll a chance and then use this another time. Although I do wonder if it should play 2 sound effects. Probably not. I'm joking. No, I know you're joking. You wouldn't actually ask a streamer without a VTuber sort of thing if they're a robot. Actually, I've never seen the AI content creators. There's some that got really popular, I guess. So I don't know how convincing they are, but apparently some of them are doing pretty well. Oh man, I just looked inside the straw. That is not something I wanted to see. I need to clean this thing. Probably shouldn't even be drinking from this. Clean the straw from my water bottle. I didn't know just a minute ago, so I shouldn't care about it now. I'm studying Python. What's your advice about coding? I mean, you already have Python that you're studying, so you already have a target for that. But that's my general advice, is in that blog post there. All right, so this is done. Now we need dual targeting to work, which probably not all of these function this way. They don't. And I don't want them to all play a sound, I think. And they all would. So I guess let's move this around a bit. And we should allow it to target the same thing more than once. So all of that should happen. And create slash should happen. But then this should only come from here. And then we say number of attacks. Num attacks equals. And we'll get this from dual targeting. public static int get num ability uses for entity. Yeah, I don't know about that. All right, so if level, get the level of dual targeting. If the level is less than or equal to 0, we don't even need to do that. We can just say return stat computations. Actually, let's get the percent chance. Percent chance. Yeah. No, I guess that's fine. Yeah. Okay, 2 or 1. That's it. So now we can put this in here. And we could just do that. Num attacks equals dual targeting. And then use it and play the sound. Looks good. And we're going to do this a bunch. Is functional program worth it to study? Yes. Except for how do you know that wasn't in my blog post? You didn't even read the blog post. What was it was in there? It was there. All right, now we got to replicate this. So we put this pretty much everywhere. Then we need the, so this use spirit snake bite. This would now be private. And this also wouldn't need to, yeah, this supposed to be private. Yes, I read it. Read pretty quickly. That's not possible, is it? Can someone read this in 1 minute? I don't think that's possible. I think you have to be a pretty fast reader for that. I'm starting to doubt this person. I don't even think they were learning Python. I read it 2 weeks ago. Oh, okay. Yeah, anyway, functional programming is worth it to learn. I wasn't kidding about that. But I think the answer is it worth learning any technology? The answer is yes. And it might not be because it's even used nowadays, but I think it's going to teach you something where you will gain value. And I always like how Scott Adams, I don't remember if he's got an S at the end of his name. He said something like, every skill you learn doubles your chance at success. I think this is a really, really powerful statement. Whether or not you totally agree with it, the spirit of it is basically you're not going to get hurt by learning new skills. So does it really double it? Is learning, 10 skills really 2 to the 10th efficacy over not learning any of them? I don't know. But yeah, with technology, it's just such a broad and deep field that you could be learning your entire life, and you probably should be redoing it. Am I using Linux? No, I'm using Mac OS. Yeah, I think as a person he's controversial, but I don't think that quote itself is very controversial. Like it's just about learning skills, so yeah. Okay. This is looking good. Let's go do all the rest of these. So we want to do this here, private void. I guess pretty much the exact same thing, right? Private void use heal. So that's where all of this is going to go. It's just going to call use heal for now. Put this here, put this up here. We're not actually filling in the sound effect yet. And we should probably rename this to num uses so that we can just copy paste it and not have to change it. Yeah. And then we just say use heal for this. Easy. Okay, we got to do that 2 more times. Shouldn't be too bad. Are you interested in learning a new keyboard layout such as graphite? Graphite. Highly optimized, well-balanced, general-purpose keyboard layout designed to accommodate the real-world needs of typists looking for great out-of-the-box experience. I'm using a modified version of Colmac already. I can't imagine this is like drastically better than what I'm using. So my keyboard layout looks like this. There. And then on this side. Yeah, and I probably shouldn't have typed these out like that. So this is my layout right now. I see some kind of similar things here, like R, T, S, N. They're all on the home row. Same thing here, R, S, T, N. They're just in a slightly different order. E and A are on the home row as well. So probably I won't end up trying this out. But it's interesting knowing these sorts of things exist. I mean, this is better. On what metric do you find it to be better for yourself? I feel like that needs an asterisk these days, where the thing you're learning should be correct and valid. It's very easy to learn the wrong info. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm assuming as part of learning the skill, it's not learning it poorly. It's sort of like if someone asks something like, "Is Python a good thing to learn?" I don't think you'd say, like, "Yeah, but make sure you're learning Python." I think it's sort of implied by the question. But yeah, I agree. There could be missteps in how you learn something. It's kind of the same with anything that involves a lot of practice, like learning violin. You can get some really bad habits playing violin to begin with. It's going to make you sound terrible and probably hurt yourself. But yeah, I think you gotta get past that for the actual learning. Well, the way you use a thumb alpha layout. Man, I wonder what it'd be like to type entirely with your thumbs on a computer keyboard, because we do that with our phones, right? But very different layout. All right. So this needs to be moved or imported. Put this here. Put this up here. And put this into a new thing. Public void use ability, I guess. Or public, what am I doing? Private. Battle system, battle. All right, how's that looking? Use ability. Cool. And one more. Let's copy this to here. This to there. Rename this to private usability. Move the whole thing. And that should do it. Okay. Let's try that out. Loss is mine because my technique was terrible. I think it's pretty easy to mess those sorts of things up. I think that's why getting lessons, if you like, I think it's worth picking something up on your own to see, are you even interested in it? And then if you find out that you are interested in it, trying to correct all the bad behaviors you might have had. Yeah. Is good on the opposite side. Use space. Not worth unlearning Colmac though. I wonder what I would even sacrifice for that, because right now my thumb keys, my left hand is basically my space thumb, and my right hand has shift, and then it has my nav, which is also space. Wait, no, it's not also space. It's just nav. What am I talking about? And then it has the symbol layer. So yeah, this stuff unlocks whole other functions. I guess shift kind of does too. So they're all sort of layer keys if you think about shift as a layer key. Is AI going to change the industry for programming? Yeah, I mean, it's already changed the industry for programming. The number of coders who are now using AI for anything, either for autocomplete, for just asking questions, for PRs, for tests, it's more than it was 2 years ago. I think maybe a better question is like, how much will it change it? And I think that's something that we all have yet to see. I have a holder press for the alpha character, so I still use it for a layer. Yeah, Yeah. Yeah, I try to minimize the number of dual function keys I have. What AI module do you use? So RH1, you should take a look at this command, the commands command. So things like YouTube, for example, type it in, you'll find my answer. Things AI, how do you learn coding? It's there. Like, yeah. So probably if you just search here first, you'll save a whole lot of chat messages. Burritos is not there. How do you find Mac OS comparing to Windows? I was actually just thinking about this recently. As far as the OS goes, like how does an OS impact you? And I was talking about it like it's window management, it's which applications do you have? It's the like the paradigms for hotkeys, I don't know, desktops, something like that. I guess also window management. So maybe I should just remove that from up here. So in general, it's like, look, I'm using VS Code on Mac. Is it really any different from Windows? No, it's the same program. The hotkeys are different, but even that you could change. So like this exact same experience is on Windows. Chrome, exact same experiences on Windows. Again, just hotkeys are different. I don't know if there's any other meaningful difference between those two programs. The terminal, effectively, it's the same. I have a tab terminal on Windows as well. This has slightly better features, I'd say. But yeah, pretty much the same experience. And then like, yeah, GIMP, same program, same experience. So in general, it doesn't really feel a lot different. The one thing I don't like about Mac is Finder versus Explorer on Windows. I just don't get Finder. Like, in order to even navigate folders, it's like, let's say I'm here, sure. And I want to go into a folder. I need to press Command down and Command up to go out of it instead of just enter, because enter is rename here. On Windows, it makes more sense to me that you find a thing, you press enter on it, you go into it, and then Alt up will go back. And there are other little usability things that I just don't really like about Finder. Like to navigate to a path is Command Shift G. But then that path tool doesn't work when you launch Finder from certain dialogues, or paste doesn't work from it. Oh, that's just a bug. Anyway, there's a lot of like little weird things, I guess. But yeah, from the developer's point of view, it's practically identical, except that I gained the ability to make programs for Mac. So in Godot, when I want to export for Mac, I just click export and click this and click export, and I'm done. But if I were on Windows, I don't think this is even possible. So that is a pretty big boost. Not that Mac gaming is huge or anything, but if I wanted to make a Mac application, I'd need a Mac in the end anyway. Hey, Orca. Good morning. What about privacy? What do you mean? What are you asking? Are you talking about AI and privacy? I'm still not sure what the question would be. Maybe Windows on ARM? Excuse me. Again, it wouldn't really change the experience drastically. I used like one of the first Windows on ARM devices. I was actually working at Microsoft at the time, and it was their like Windows RT tablet, and they just gave it to everyone in the company for free. I basically never used that thing. It was a piece of trash. But part of the reason it was a piece of trash is because you needed to use the Windows Store to get apps, and the apps just didn't exist or they weren't good. Windows on ARM has come a long way since then. Yeah. All right, chance to use their abilities twice. So let's go try this out. Let's see if we can even notice this. There's a 40% chance now that they use their ability twice. So we'll see 2 8s pop out of the enemy. Or 2 10s in that case. So yes, it is working. So that's for the snake. And it's when they're empowered. So now we need to try with the other characters. So the fairy heals. But for them to heal means that we need to be in a battle where we're taking more damage. So let's go to the volcano. And we should see 2 heals happen occasionally. But now there's a chance that we empower the snake and it gets wasted. Yeah, no, okay, there. 2 heals. Nice. Oh my god, that's super powerful. Okay, so that's working. Now let's try on the dog. So the dog will whoop twice. So it's got to be empowered though. Oh, I think this is broken then. Oh, it is broken. I know what's going on. Wait, no. Yeah, I know what's going on. I did break this. We need to check to see that the entity is actually empowered. We didn't do that. We just checked to see that they have the ability. Okay, I'm glad we tested this. I mean, Windows and Mac collect your data. So I think that's one way to look at privacy. I think another way to look at privacy is security. And there are 0-day bugs on every operating system. And if anyone ever got control over your machine, then pretty much all your privacy goes out the window. Yeah. The other thing too is you're placing your trust in somebody when you do practically anything in your entire life. Like, let's say you walk across the floor in a grocery store. You're trusting there isn't like a trap door in the floor. I know this is incredibly contrived, right? But like to a lesser extent, I remember I had a friend who grew up in Russia a while ago, and she said something like, you can trust in the US that the handrails will actually be like things you could put your weight on. And she said that there just wouldn't be maintenance done wherever she grew up, such that you might touch a handrail and it might like fall over or something. More down to earth part of this conversation though is when it comes to using an OS, you are trusting the OS itself, and you're trusting every application that you run, and then you're trusting any sort of like internet infrastructure along the way, and a whole host of other things, right? You're trusting that your peripherals don't have like a keylogger in them that are uploading via your internet connection that you're using. So like you're placing your trust in basically everything. How much did you audit any of those things? How much do you trust the assertions that the companies themselves are giving you? So for example, Apple has a privacy policy and they say, hey, here's how we're using your data. They can say, we will only use your data for X, but then use it for Y anyway. And you wouldn't necessarily know that that's the case. So yeah, I think this is a rabbit hole of a conversation, but okay, so checking to see if this thing is empowered. Empower Spirit gives them a buff, doesn't it? No, it gives them a power buff. Oh God, then we can't do things this way. We need to know specifically that it's an Empower Spirit buff. I agree with, so they collect your data. I don't think we should talk about this anymore. I feel like there's a nuance that's being lost, but yes, sure. Okay, so to know that we have Empower Spirit would be to fetch a new effect ID. Empower Spirit buff. We say empowered spirit buff. Yeah. No, I'll get rid of that. Hey, friendly creative. I think another viewpoint is how much do you want to inconvenience yourself daily to deny others information that might be useless? Yeah, I think that might be useless part is the only potentially questionable part of that, which is like you can learn a lot from just metadata. And especially when it comes to advertising, and there's money in advertising. So now any data that might seem useless might actually have a larger effect than you might think. Now, granted, it might be useless to us. I guess that's possible. So like maybe you don't care what your battery charge level is at, but maybe a phone company wants to know that information. When is your battery charge low? I don't know how you monetize that, but yeah, something along those lines. Okay, so now we need to grant that instead of this. So this is a power buff. And we do this power buff from %power. So we're just going to say this as this thing. And say this is basically just a power buff, but in such a way that we can tell when a summoned spirit has been empowered for the sake of, does it know? It doesn't know. Does it know now? Yeah. No, it still doesn't. It's dual targeting. I didn't know if it would read the descriptions of all this stuff and find out what I wanted for this. Oh, that doesn't even work. How do we find that? Abilities/passive. Abilities, passive. That worked. Can we just do a passive? No, we can't. Okay. Well, as long as we can have 12 to this thing. All right. So what do we have? Buff, duration, etc., etc. Power buff from percent power. This returns the actual buff. Ugh. Maybe this should just inherit from power buff. Oh, but then it'll return the wrong thing. Yeah, RH1, like I said, if we could just stop this conversation now. Like I said, I think there's a nuance that's being lost here that I don't think is worth polluting chat with this at this point. So I could do this. Power spirit buff. Yeah, this will work. I don't love this, but it will work. Okay, so then we use this inside of Empower Spirit. Then I guess we rename this to ESB. Okay, and then we can check for it in dual targeting. So we need them to have the buff. And I guess it's faster to check this. So this, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. All right, let's do that. It has Empowered Spirit. This is gonna be effects component dot has, does entity have effect? Yeah, nice. That's pretty much exactly what I want. What theme am I using? All right, I'm sorry, but I'm going to time you out for 5 minutes. Please do take a look at the commands command. All right, effect ID. There's that. And then get the Empowered Spirit buff that we have. Oh, this isn't there. What? Did I put that in the wrong thing? No, I didn't put that in the wrong thing. Huh. Maybe I typed it wrong. Okay, so it's this and this. All right, so get the level of dual targeting. Make sure that you have Empowered Spirit, and then attempt to roll the dice. I think we should be good now, but I did just change quite a lot, so let's try this out. So if we were to put, actually, if we put no points into anything, then the snake should still end up doing 10 damage at some point, right? It does 8, it gets empowered. Now it does 10. Good. Okay, so that's working. And then once it's empowered, we want this thing to kick in. Let's try running that again. So now the snake should have a 40% chance when empowered to do double attacks. It hasn't been empowered yet. Now it has. Now it can potentially do 2. It did. And then it didn't. And then it does. So cool. That's working. Now we need to test that with all the other ones. I'll put a point into this. And this will be a little bit harder to verify because now it is like a 20% chance overall, but only once we've taken damage. But it's got to empower the right thing and empower the wrong thing. All right, let's just skip this and go back in. Should probably just lower the cooldown on this. Okay, there we go. So now does it? It only did it once. It's not guaranteed. Oh, it did it twice there. Okay, cool. And now the healing should only work once. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, Campbell Soup. Friday stream too. Yeah, I think I'm going to try streaming a little bit more than I used to. Just because I really, really want to launch this year. Ideally in September if we can. And I think that there's so much to do that I just need to spend more time doing stuff. All right, now for the dog spirit. Let's try that out. So again, this thing needs to get empowered. Good. And then it can potentially use this on 2 things. It did. Nice. And then it died immediately, so we didn't get to see if that had the effect that I wanted, but let's try this out again. All right, so this thing's doing 12 damage. It's doing 17 now. Empower the wrong thing. I'm pretty sure this is just working at this point. It's never actually happening. Power, go on this. Good. Now double woof this thing. It did. Did 21 damage. Yeah. So it's really crazy. And then the final one is the cat spirit. And that one can make you dodge more times. So let's see if that happens. And power. Nice. Yeah. So now this thing dodged. Pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Also super, super powerful because that's a 60% chance to dodge. Well, this character needs to be balanced. But yeah, otherwise this is looking pretty good. So that would be the second to last ability. So let's go check this in. This looks fine, but why did... Oh, I never checked in the spirit command stuff? No, I did. I didn't check in this? Oh, that's not spirit command. This one is, though. I think I messed something up. Any worry of zombies and spirits spawning on each other? Not on each other, no. So the way that these two things work is the spirit caller summons every available spirit at the beginning of battle. And the witch doctor is summon a zombie every 5 seconds. So the spirit caller is guaranteed to have enough space. There's no way for it not to. The witch doctor might not, and if it doesn't, it just won't summon a zombie. And then I'm kind of leaving it to the player to realize that that's the case. Like you have 9 slots in a battle and you have 4 adventurers you can send in. So that means 5 remain. And then if you use the spirit caller, then 4 remain, but you could choose to get up to 3 more spirits. So you might have like 1 remaining space by the end of all of that. At which point you'd get upwards of 1 zombie. So yeah, if you don't want that, then either lower the number of spirits on your spirit caller or don't put the witch doctor in the battle with them. Or only, I guess, be happy with having 1 zombie, which would probably not be a good idea. But you could do it. There might even be some synergies with that somehow. So should I undo the last commit? I probably should. Undo. But how did I miss this? I don't understand how I didn't check this in. I even checked this in. Oh, I modified this some more. What? Cooldown, force set cooldown. I don't understand. I don't understand why this thing thinks this was modified. What did I do? Is it just because I put this in the middle? Oh my god, yeah, it's just because I put this in the middle. Okay, yeah, this is all fine. I got confused by that because I was like, did I forget to check this in? I hadn't. I just don't know how to read diffs. Okay, so then this is all looking good. Yeah. Yeah, we move the sounds to the right spot. Yep. We don't even have the right sounds. But at least when we do have them, they'll be only used once for this. I could see it going either way. You might want to hear this thing twice, but I think let's just have it play once. I don't want the sounds to get annoying in battle. And you're not going to pay that close attention to this either. All right, looks good. So we'll check in everything other than the town. And this I'll check in on its own of just remove. Actually, we could amend the last commit with this. Yeah. And then check in all of this stuff. Implement, what is this? Dual targeting ability. All right, that leaves us with 1 ability remaining. Improved Empower Spirit. Make it more potent and or last for longer. If we do make it last for longer, we should include a note about this stacking. Okay, so making it last for longer is optional. And wait, is it? Maybe it's not. I guess as long as it stacks, it doesn't really matter. So we could do one or both of these. What if we just made it last longer? Nothing's totally balanced yet, but the duration right now is set to 4 and the cooldown is set to 4. So it's basically always active for 1 spirit. But we could make it last for, let's say, like plus 40% duration. And then 4 will go to 5.6 seconds. So now you could have it on 2 different spirits at the same time or 1 spirit twice. But it has a little bit of a weird interaction with dual targeting. In that it's not going to make the chance to dual target go up. So I think its potency should probably increase for the sake of dual targeting. Yeah. And what does it say right now? Increases a random spirit's power by 25%. Yeah, so we could just make this do 35% or 45%. Yeah. I think that's pretty reasonable. So improves the power bonus from Empower Spirit name. Or not from, granted by. Yeah, that's probably better. And this is just improved. Got it. All right, let's close every other tab and let's go get something that modifies this. I guess Spirit Command is pretty close. So what do we right here? Power bonus? This character has a power bonus. Yeah, sounds good. And then we go include the power bonuses. Power bonuses. All right, so base is going to be 0.25, then I guess 0.35, 0.45. Again, I don't really know for sure what we want to do with that. Dot count -1, max level. And this is just for empowered spirits, so this doesn't need to go to summons. This part's fine. Then we can get this. This is our tooltip. This is going to be get power header. This is going to be the power bonuses. And the description needs to take in the Empower Spirit name, which is all abilities dot get display name. Cool. Okay. Now we just go plug this in. So Empower Spirit should not be using this at all. This shouldn't exist. So it's going to break this. So we need to get level of empower, or I guess we just call it empowered spirit level. Get ability level. Power increase is going to be that. And then we put in the same thing over here. This is power bonus, I guess. Okay, let's try it out. It's not a particularly hard ability to implement. Like we might already be done, which is pretty nice. All right, so this says 25%. If we put points into this, it changes the tooltip and it says 45%. So now let's go try it out in battle. So now the snake, instead of doing 10 damage when empowered, so it's about to be empowered. Good. Now it'll do, what, 12? Yeah. And if we lower this back down to 0 and then try that again, should just do 10, 8, 8, 10, 10, 8. No, it stays at 10 the rest of the battle. And that should impact everybody. So if we were to spawn a fairy spirit. Instead of healing for 20, it'll heal for 20, no, 30, 29? I don't know. It hasn't even been empowered, so it doesn't matter. There it is. Nice. So now it heals for 29. Yeah. Cool. It's all working. Pretty good. Improves the power bonus granted by Empower Spirit. Yeah, and that is not formatted correctly. So we need to format that. Format skill name. As long as I'm at it, let's make sure we didn't mess up any of these other ones. Nope, that's all good. Why did I block you? I made it clear why I timed you out. Your prior message before that was what theme are you using? And I gave you the commands command. This is a minor bug, but that's for a debug menu. Let's unlock the rest of these and make sure I didn't break this for anything else. Grant most things. So any ability name should be in green. Yep, nice. And same thing for the golem. Yep, cool. Cool. Hey, Hoosier. Need a little help? About to start my college studies in computer science. I have to choose between general computer science or computer science with a focus on AI and machine learning. Interested in game dev. Not sure if it's the best career path or if I should go for something more stable and future-proof. Since you're into coding, love to hear your thoughts. So welcome in. I think there are a couple of things to consider here. One is whatever you pick isn't the like end all be all of this, of your career. You will get to experiment with, do you like these courses? And I think that's worthwhile. So like if you can do a game dev thing, I would say to try a game dev class, even if you don't minor in it or major in it, just to see, do you like it? Because you might try it out and be like, well, that's way different from what I thought. And then now you don't have to do anything more. Or if you're like, whoa, this is the best thing I've ever done in my life, then you can maybe decide, okay, it might not be as stable, but do I want to do that? So as far as computer science versus computer science with a focus on AI and machine learning, I will say I think there's a lot of just general intrigue about AI and machine learning. And the more you know about it, probably the better. But it's all coming at the cost of some other class that you might be taking. So I think you just look through the curriculum. Do you like the computer science courses that would be replacing the AI and machine learning stuff? Because if so, then maybe that would make you more well-rounded. Like, I don't know, databases, networking, graphics, algorithms, programming language concepts, something like that. There's a whole bunch of other things that might be there. And you might be like, oh, well, I wouldn't have gotten a graphics course if I had gone with AI and machine learning. So basically what I'm trying to say is I don't think you can go wrong. And I think as much as you can, try to figure out what it is you want to do for a career. And then keep in mind that even if you do like the perfect degree, you do a degree in, I don't know, in AI, and then you get a job in AI, that you're still going to learn a lot more on your job than you probably did in your degree. So it'll prepare you a bit, but it's not going to like fully prepare you anyway. Hey, Flair. Yeah, we're still working on Skeleseller. We're selling. Does that mean I should take computer science? Like I said, I think you should look at the curriculum and just see what classes interest you. I mean, at the end of the day, I can't say for sure that you should take one or the other. And your university is going to dictate how good those courses are anyway. Maybe the person who's teaching AI is brand new to it and doesn't actually know as well as someone else might. And you're doing yourself a disservice by taking their classes. Like, I can't know that information. But like I said, I don't really think you can go wrong assuming there aren't any other confounding variables that I should know about. Like, oh yeah, the AI department is run by a 12-year-old or something. What I miss? Not much. I think we finished the final ability here. I'm just looking through the code one more time. This looks good. And that looks good. And I made sure that this thing gets updated, right? 45%, 25%. Yeah, nice. Should have plenty amount of time to decide. Well, it might be at that time. Might also be that they start doing them a little bit earlier. Or maybe they start teaching you different math now so that later on you can learn the AI stuff that they want to teach you. I wish I knew not to stress about things in college. That can apply at any point in your life. So think about it this way. Do you stress about things now? Do you ever feel like you're stressing about things that you shouldn't be stressing about? Because you'll probably say 10 years from now, oh man, I wish I'd known not to stress about that stuff. The real stuff finally hit me now. And then 10 years from now, you're going to be like, now that was all the baby stuff. Now we're in the real problems. Implement, improved, empowers, spirit, ability. If I knew that dropping out would make no difference in my life, I would have saved myself, man, gray hairs. Yeah, these are the things you can't know ahead of time, though. Everything along that line would be speculative, and it could have paid off, and it might not have paid off. And that's why we say hindsight is 2020. You've collapsed the reality into one path that was taken. Okay, so what I should do, just for the sake of the design document, we should copy in the characters, because I have no picture yet. And I like having the little pictures in here. So now let's get the mushroom character. And then the golem. Golem's already there. Nice. From India, faculty is just okay. I mean, probably you're not going to stop at an undergrad, right? You're probably going to go on and do some other like higher degree. If you do stop at undergrad, it's fine. If you didn't even do a degree, I think it'd be fine. But if you're going to do a higher degree anyway, it'll allow you to specialize in something a little bit more. And then maybe you end up, I don't know, going to another country's universities. All right, so we've made all of the abilities. We have not done this part yet. And we haven't done the sound effects as well. So I think what I should do is probably take a bit of a break and then work on all of this stuff. And I don't think any of this is going to be too hard except for maybe the sound effects, because we probably just don't have some sound effects that we need. Not going to community college first. Need to learn how to be a college student on my own. It's a mistake for me to go to a bigger college first. Yeah. One of the things I always kind of think about in my life is, what would someone have needed to say to me for me to like skip making a certain mistake? So this could be anything. It could be totally innocuous. Like, hey, you chose a bad dish at a restaurant or something, and someone tried to warn you, oh, they don't do that very well here, but you got it anyway. And you're like, oh, okay, that was bad. To something very serious, like, oh, I wasted 4 years of my life doing a degree that had no impact. And yeah, now that you know what happened, like, what could current boomer tester have told old boomer tester that would have actually convinced you to go to community college? Because like, you should go to community college is not a compelling enough thing. They need to know something about you personally, probably. Now, if it's time traveler you, then obviously you probably trust yourself. But it wouldn't be. That's fictional. So what advice could you have gotten? Basically, I kind of look at this in the same way that I look at the bricklaying stuff I've been talking about, which is you will continue. Well, darn it. I lost my train of thought like as I was saying it, because I think I misspoke. All right, well, ignore this. I've got to go take a break. Is where my mind really is. So I'll be back in just a bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, for those who haven't seen this, just type join in Twitch chat and you can jump. Have fun. I'll be back in a little bit. Hello again. So, hey, Captain Osa. Yeah, for those who do want to play this game, it's just join, no exclamation mark. And then you can type something like R10 to jump slightly to the right. So, like that. And R50 would be a more extreme jump to the right. Or L10 or L50 or something like that. Yeah. Anyway, close the game. Okay, so each spirit has an attack animation but no death animation. This is fine. It'll require some custom code. Right now we're using the attack animation as a death animation. Need the spirit to use its attack animation when it uses its ability. So how do we want to manifest this stuff? The spirit caller is the only one that has this particular layout. And we could just get death animations for these if we wanted to. We could lay them out sort of like what we do for the other characters, where we have their idle animation, then beneath it their death animation, then to the right of it their ability animation. And I think I'm tempted to do that. So you had a Google Doc earlier, just getting into this. How do you structure? What do you include in the planning? Welcome in, Shook. The Google Doc you saw is probably this one, or maybe it's the game design doc. So depending on what you're talking about, the first one you have access to. This is just my to-do list for the day. And well, actually it's also my backlog, but my backlog really should be in GitHub. And I'm trimming down this document over the course of many, many weeks. But yeah, it's basically like, what do I want to work on today? And today it's the spirit caller. If I were to finish that stuff, we want to do some marketing things. If I were to finish that, we want to move on to pull requests. And if I finish that, we want to move on to balancing the characters. So I try to keep this pretty organized by just a small number of things each day that I can actually tackle. The game design doc, if you happen to be talking about that, this is sort of a living document, but I don't try to keep this super up to date. It's also 50 pages long, but it contained any relevant things that I wanted to remember about the design of the game. Hey, Thomas. All right, so yeah, how do we want to do this? How do we tell if we have an ability animation right now? We do it based on if they're an adventurer. So what we could do is we could make a component that says this battler has an ability. Yeah, we could do it that way. So option 1, add components for whether we have a death animation or not. Whether we have death or idle animations. Option 2 is key off of other components, knowing how all of these things are set up. So like adventurer, then death plus ability animations. Spirit, no death. I guess we could just write it like this. An enemy would be this. I don't like this idea though. I think this is dumb. I think this is like a, hey, let's use other signals when we could just put the right signals in to begin with. Yeah, sure thing, Shook. Yeah. Using the typical project management tools. I mean, GitHub is kind of a project management tool. They have GitHub projects. I just don't tend to use that as much anymore. Well, at all, really. But yeah, there is a project management thing here. This is probably what you're used to seeing, like a task board, a Kanban board. So I could actually drag tasks here and then move them between these. It's just not really worth it. Yeah. So I kind of like this idea. What adds the corresponding corresponds to adventure? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so what adds this thing into the character? Well, how did I miss this? Oh, here it is. Create player battlers. So we could add in something that says what this thing has. And I guess for summons, we could know it too. Hmm. Hmm. So create player battlers is what adds the corresponding to adventure component. And then we have create enemy battlers. And this is overridden by the regular battle system, which is just create battler by enemy ID. I think everything calls this, though. Do we know that something is a boss? No, we don't. But we have the enemy ID, and the enemy ID could tell us if it's a boss. Also, the battle system could potentially get access to the instance. It can. So it can figure out what instance ID you're fighting in. But the boss is going to need to be manifested by the enemy, not by the instance. Because an instance may have one boss and then like 3 summons or something like that. They're not all bosses. Although maybe they all have stronger power. I'm not actually sure about that. We need to decide a lot of that stuff. Yeah, that's generally what I found. It was a lot of busy work to manage. It's a lot to just make sure, like even pulling in tasks here for today. Yeah, sure, I could put Spirit Caller on this list, but I could also just put, a link in there. That's it. It's done. So yeah, I think the workflow I have for myself is good. I think it's doing more for me than it's costing. But it's very unique to like the stream setup and everything. Even just using Google Docs for this. Like I would normally just code or I'd write things in Obsidian. But so that everyone can see this and access it, and so that it's always in my browser. Yeah. I've got it there. So I think the enemy data itself could have this. Well, this would probably turn into like some huge switch, or not even a switch, but like an if statement about this. It makes me think that when summoning the spirits, we should add these components. Although we're going to set up the battlers before then. How does summoning work? Create battler by enemy ID. And then we return the summon. And then the summon can add other things. So we would have already set up. Yeah, we would have initialized this here, which presumably sets up all of the sprites. It's technically done in ready. So actually it won't be done yet. So we could hold off on that. But what about when we add this from a not summoning thing? We add it immediately. When creating a regular enemy, it's added immediately. When creating a summon, the ability itself would be able to intervene beforehand. Course page leads to page not found when clicking on buy course. Yeah, it's a free course now. I just haven't modified my website yet, and I need to do that. So yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I haven't gotten around to it because it hasn't been very important. I'll write this down though. Yeah, so if you are looking for it, like if you had wanted to buy it, like I said, it's free and there it is. If you were just testing things out, then yeah, I just need to fix that. Think this will make you happy? Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I will have to take a look at that. Should leave a donation option. Would love to support. I appreciate it, but that is okay. I'm fine with people just benefiting from that knowledge for right now. Maybe someday I'll make another course and I'll try to sell it. But yeah, I'm happy to help for now. Okay, so basically what I was thinking here is that when we summon a spirit, like the snake, whoops, it's called snake spirit, not spirit snake. When we summon this, yeah, right here, we call summon by enemy ID. So what we could do is we could add in a component here, like to do add component to snake spirit to make it clear that it was a spirit specifically. Well, thank you, SenseBat. That's very kind of you. I really didn't want you to feel like you needed to pay for this sort of thing. Also, I'm assuming if you went to buy the course and hadn't looked at it, that you don't know it's actually been valuable to you yet. So, this might be slightly premature, but yeah, thank you for the gifted subs. All right, in this case, to make it clear that it has no death animation, but has an idle animation. And then this, we need to know which enemies have a death animation. I feel like this should just be in enemy data, probably. There's a sprite sheet path, abilities, power, fortitude, max life. So I think what we should probably do is have something like Bool has death animation and Bool has ability animation, or attack animation, I guess. And then every single enemy would need to manifest this stuff. So pretty much all of these would get set to that they have death animations, but not ability animations. And then this one would get set that it has the ability animations. Yeah, that would actually be sufficient for right now. Hey, Batman. I'm just trying to think what happens when we have an enemy that has an ability animation that has some timing requirement on it. We'd probably want to make a custom battler at that point. Or we just do timing hacks like we've done so far. Yeah, I think I'm leaning toward this way of adding this in here. But these are just enemies. I guess we also have adventurers, and we know that they have an attack animation because all adventurers do. Alternatively, what we could do is we could specify the starting vector for where their animation is, and when the vector is set to like a negative number, then it doesn't exist. Because we also have different layouts for these sprite sheets. Yeah. Okay, let me look at this one more time. I'm converging on a solution here. I just haven't finished it yet. So is elite. There should be something else here that controls where the death animation is pulled from. Huh. Strange. Death texture. We know the height of a boss is taller. Excuse me, I had to sneeze. Battler width in pixels. That's not right. We must multiply this somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah. So we do know that the height of this is bigger. And we calculate where these textures are. So the idle one is always going to be in the same spot, but the death one may or may not even exist. And it might be pulled from somewhere else. And in this case, we pull it from... Oh, one row down. I see. Okay. All right, so here's what I think I want to do. They want to put a vector 2 death animation start, or like chords in sprite sheet. This is like the longest thing. And then we want to potentially allow these things to be nullable. I mean, most... Oh, man. It's so difficult. the adventurers have their animations laid out like this. It's idle, then attack, then death. The most enemies have idle and then death. And then the spirits have idle and attack. So I guess what we could do is we could always lay them out in the same way. Yeah. We could change all the spirit ones so that the attacks are on the right side. That would work out. And then we don't need to know the positions of these. We just need to know that they have them or not. So yeah, we just have the bools again. Okay, let's try this. And let's see how it looks. Maybe I decide that this is a dumb idea. Actually, that's stupid. This is the whole point of code design, is figure out that you like it ahead of time. So far, what we're coming up as tasks are going to be lay out the spirit graphics horizontally so that the attack animations are always on the right. And then manifest booleans for each enemy. By default, they could have a death animation. Then make it so that the spirits don't have a death animation, but do have an attack animation. And then what else do we have to do? Make the spirits use their attack animation. That should be easy. Oh, and then make it so that characters without a death animation just fade out immediately. All right, it'll work. Let's do it. Yeah, we're going to write this in here, paste from Markdown. There we go. So lay out the spirit graphics horizontally. Let's go do that. This part, I mean, dead simple. There's no challenge to this. It's just open it up and rearrange. Spirit. So here they all are. So let's click all of these. Open with GIMP. All right, now unfortunately I'm using GIMP. So it's going to be a little annoying to do this. So we got to resize all of these to be 128 to begin with. I don't know if there's a faster way to do this. Could probably set a hotkey for this thing, but at least there are only 4 of these. So yeah, we make them all 128. Then we take the bottom row. So we start at pixel 20, right? My rectangle size should be 20 and it's not, which means I messed up. Hang on a second. So yeah, so we start here. Yeah, it's pixel 20. I thought I did that. All right, well, whatever. And then we just move it to, why can't I move this? Oh, because you have to drag by filled in pixels. If you try dragging by transparency, it doesn't do anything. GIMP. And now here's the difficult part. We need to line this up exactly. So like that, I guess. Which means that the snake has more space on the right side than the left side. Yeah. And then we anchor that down. Merge. And then set this back to 20. And there it is. It's now overwrite. And then we just do that 3 more times. Fun. Why does this look wrong? It shouldn't be wrong. Pixels on the right side there. Right, I couldn't have messed this up. Yeah, I couldn't have messed this up. Everything's perfect. It's always a little tough when you're working with these because I guess I should just be showing grid lines. Yeah, I guess that would make it less tough. All right, let's change the canvas size now. So this goes to 20. Oh, but you know what? We could do that a little bit more easily and bypass that dialogue. Granted, we're only doing this 2 more times, but still try to save things when we can. All right, so 20, copy all of that, paste, move up to there. And then what I was thinking we could do is we could just select all of this and go to image, crop to selection, and then export that. Because that's slightly faster. Woof. All right, now this. Oh, yeah, I see. I'm not testing whether we're putting this at the right spot. Yeah, so this actually should be 1 pixel over. I did mess everything up. Okay, well, let's export this and let's figure out what this should have been. Crop to selection. Yeah, I didn't do this correctly. So if this had 2 pixels before hitting the first filled in pixel, and we assume that it's the same way over here, then the first filled in pixel should be at 66 and it's at 64, which means I messed this up. So we just bump this to the side a little bit. Now it's at 65, now it's at 66. Saying the literal word. Oh, kids. So this has got to be the same way. This has to be at exactly 64, and it's not. Oh no, I'm so bad at this. How did I mess this up? So this one has the first pixel on the, oh man. Do I still have this in my downloads folder by any chance? I do. Okay, so I could try to see how this should have been. And in this case, yes, the leftmost pixel there. Okay, so it's this right here. So we move that 1 to the right, I believe, so that the rightmost pixel, yes, this is correct. So we move this over by 1. Now we need to make sure we did this everywhere else too. So this should be on the leftmost side, so it should be at 64, and it is, so that one looks fine. And then this one is what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that what's actually happening over here too? Because it's got to be the same. No, it's 3 pixels. Okay, so 3 pixels in. So this should be 64 is right here. So 1, 2, 3. So we need to move this over by 1. Okay, so let's make sure I did that right. 2, 3, 66. Yeah. It'll be apparent in the game if we see them shift by a pixel. All right, so that part's done. Now manifest booleans for each enemy. So let's go do that. I guess we'll put these at the end. And we'll say has death animation equals true, has attack animation equals false. And then modify every enemy. Actually, I guess we don't need to modify everyone. We just modify these and say has death animation. What am I doing? We need to modify all of these. And what did I say? Has death animation false, has attack animation true. Are these not enemy data? Why is this highlighted in red? Oh, these should be capitalized. But that's not why that's a problem. Oh, because I put this outside of the parentheses? Yeah. There we go. Okay, so that part's done. Now make it so spirits don't have it. We did that. Now we need to change battler so that we use the booleans instead of the components. This won't work. Yeah, this won't work. We don't have enemy data here. I guess we could just pass in booleans for this. Has death animation, has attack animation. Don't some of these have 2 ability animations? The warrior does. But I don't think we ever used the warrior's second one. ability 2 animation name. Taunt actually does use it. Okay, so then this is a little bit different. And when we call setup animation frames, then we need to remember this. Yeah, I don't like this. Yeah, has death animation, has attack animation. And I guess has attack 2 animation. Oh, whatever. Save these things off for now. And has attack 2 animation is going to be whether or not you're an adventurer, I guess. In fact, these things, I guess we should pass in whether it has attack 2 animation. All right, so where do we initialize battlers? 2 places? Yeah, 2 places. So this shouldn't be too bad. So this is create by enemy ID. So we now have enemy data.has death animation, enemy data.has attack animation, and false. Or has attack 2 animation. Not too bad. Now it says we're missing something here. I don't know how that's possible. String question mark? No, we have that. Bool, 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 and then a question mark. Oh, because there's a, I see. Accidentally had a comma there. Okay, so I think that should be working, such that if I just change a character here, yeah, it's no longer highlighted. And now the other one is highlighted. This is going to be, has death animation is true, true, true. Yeah, but we should probably write those all out. Has death animation. Good. Now inside of battler, we use these things down here. So what are we doing? We're adding an animation for ability 1. We're adding one for ability 2. So we don't do things this way anymore. And this is where things finally start looking a little bit better. Row index in sprite sheet 2 times character index. So this is where we need to know where we pull these things from. And this is where this gets annoying. But how do we pull the idle animations then? We get frame width times I. This is ridiculous. Yeah, this is absolutely ridiculous. What is this? Row index and sprite sheet. Okay, so this part does need to be done here. This doesn't. This is going to be done if we have as attack animation. And same thing for this. Has attack 2. Okay, same thing for death animation. Has death animation. Okay, good. So we only fill out the death texture part. Wait, I don't know why we even add this here. We only fill this out if you actually have the death texture or death animation. And then same thing for this. If has attack animation. And that. Okay. I think we're good. Oh man, I'm not a huge fan of how this is all written out, and I think we're going to need to change this entire system at some point. Set up fish animation frames. The fish know how to set themselves up, I guess. There's no death animation. Wait a second, no death animation. What? Because what? Fish animation index. Hang on one second, hang on. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember what happens when a fish dies in this game. I don't know where we even get this from. Fish. None of these. Is it an enemy? It is. Interesting. It has a special sprite sheet. Fish.png. Fish.png. What does that look like? Why can't we zoom in? How did I just do that? Oh, clicking zooms in? How do you zoom out? Alt click? Yeah, so it's just animations, no death animations. So they just have the idle one. I mean, I guess we could write that in here. Has death animation. I did the same thing I did before. Has death animation, false. Has attack animation, false. They don't even have attacks. All right, well, that's largely pointless. And that's it. We're good, right? I guess sort of. Now we need to do all the on death stuff. So should disappear on death. We call fade out. This fade out is only called after dying. Oh, we check to see if they have the death animation, and if not, we just call fade out immediately. Wow, cool. I think this will just work. Yeah, so that's done. Now do this. This should be done. And then use the attack animations. So we go into, let's go into snake bite and have this use the animation. I don't remember how we do this. So I guess let's look at fireball and see what we did for this animation. Here it is. Okay, let's try that. Let's see what happens. It won't be timed correctly, and I think that'll be okay for now. You might want to fix that in a bit. But yeah, if I just enter a battle with this character, does the snake use its animation on attack? It does. It doesn't look like a bite, but I think it's okay. In fact, maybe we shouldn't call it a bite anymore. This looks super cool. All right, let's test out their death animation now. So how do we do this? We need to add a character that's going to be more resilient than they are. Let's cram you up to level 10. And then put you both into a battle at a place that's too hard for you. And then watch the spirit caller die, and then watch the snake die. So this thing's going to die. And it should just fade out. Nice. Nice. Wow. All right, cool. That was not so bad. So now we just need to do this for all of these. Fairy, heal. Just put this anywhere. Oh, we need to import that. Cool. Then we need to do this for the dog buff. And I really want to see how these things look. Oh, we should only use this once. Oh, this shouldn't be here then. This should be where we do the sound effect. Yeah, here. And then same thing with this. Goes here. We do this in this one too. Import the right thing, and then put it in the cat one. Where's play sound? There. All right. Well, let's go take a look. I should try out bosses as well and make sure they're working correctly. So we're going to get a point into everything. That way we see all of the spirits. And then we just look at their animation. So let's start with a cat one. Yeah, look, nice, probably. Dog one. Dog one looks like it's maybe reversed. Yeah, that one's a little bit strange. So the cat looks like a normal cat, basically, and then it gets all these particles. The dog does it backwards. Dog gets the particles, and then its eye changes color. I think I think this is a I think this is a mistake. Yeah, so every other one, there are very few particles here, and then more particles, and the eye changes color. Here, same thing, very few particles, then more particles, and the eye changes color. Same thing with the cat, very few, then more particles, and the eye changes color. But then the dog starts with the particles, and then the eye changes color over here. So I think what we need to do is we need these graphics to be first, and then for the eye colors to only change in the second half. Hey, Hepta. It is not technically summer, isn't it tomorrow? When does summer start? June 20th. Oh. I guess tomorrow's the longest day of the year. Wow. How do I not know when summer starts? Today's the longest day. I thought that was tomorrow. Am I wrong on both of these things? When is the longest day of the year? June 20th. What? When did they change this on me? Wait. It's sometimes June 20th and sometimes June 21st? Okay, I didn't know that. Huh. Happy summer. Yeah, happy summer. Happy longest day. I was just thinking this yesterday. We had some friends over and we were playing the Slay the Spire board game. And it was, I don't know, 8 p.m. or something, 8:30. And it was still light outside. And I commented on it. And I'm like, oh, it's almost the longest day of the year. But I said it was in 2 days. In fact, what time is sunset right now? Sunset in Seattle. What? 7:20. Okay, I apparently don't know anything about real life. Because I thought it was... No, this says 9:11. What? I typed sunset in Seattle and it says 7:20 p.m. 3 sources. This is probably some like cached result from something. This is like the worst possible search result you can give. Can I dislike this? I want to make sure this is actually the correct answer first. Hang on, let me open this up off screen. Yeah, 9:10. Yeah, this is just wrong. Feedback. Dislike. I typed sunset in Seattle and it returned a... It said 7:20 p.m. even though it's more like 9:10 or 9:11 today. Include a screenshot. I'd like to hear back. Sure, I'd like to hear back. Neat. Yeah, what a terrible search result. Says different time zone? No, this is the time zone we're in, PDT. And even this is weird, right? It says the sunset will be at 7:20. The day length is approximately 12 hours. The sun will set at 7:34. It's actually saying 2 different results in here. It's because it's pulling it, like this is, I think, a sort of AI answer that's pulled from several different sources, not realizing that sunset is something you only care about for today if you're searching for that, right? Yeah. I get things wrong like 28 days from today. Well, that I always use Wolfram Alpha. So I would always just say it here from today. And this has always been correct. All right, so we need to change the dog sprites. I don't totally trust myself to do this. Why are they putting Argent? Why are they Argent putting... Why... Hang on, let me try to understand your message. Are you asking why aren't they putting ChatGPT into Chrome? Because ChatGPT is not owned by Google, and Google has their own AI. So at least for that, that makes sense. Right next to something in Seattle. So here's the problem. Well, actually, never mind. I'm not gonna talk about this on stream. I try not to reveal too much personal information, and I don't think there's a way to respond to that without revealing some personal information. All right, so we need to swap these 2 things, which I don't know an easy way to do. So I guess let's do it the hard way. Let's make the canvas size 40 again. And then copy this over here. And then copy this. Why did that not work? I'm on the wrong layer. Yeah. Copy this over here. And then find the layer with the dog right now, this one. Move this up here. Okay, good. So now shrink the image. And then get rid of the eye coloring. I need the eye coloring to be this color everywhere. So we need to color pick these colors. Actually, no. How we should do it first is make sure that all of these are the same, right? So what is this? How do we see what color this is? Oh wait, there's a way to do this, right? You hold shift or something. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so this is pure white. This is pure white. This is pure white. Yeah, so they're all pure white. So then that's very easy. So then we don't need to do anything too crazy here. We can just select this and get the pencil tool and set the size to nothing and then paint that in. I guess merge all of these. There. Then just keep doing that. So get this eye color. Paste this over here. Get this eye color. Paste it here and get this one. And paste it here. And then get full white, which is hopefully what's selected. Yes. And put all of those like that. Okay, cool. Hey, Bazooka. Yeah, I did not make this artwork. I'm only modifying it. Quickie Joe made the artwork. I really like it. There was just a tiny problem in that the attack animation didn't align with the other ones that we had. So now hopefully this looks fine. We're going to look at all the attack animations again. Hey, Karada. Happy drawing. It's never happy drawing when I'm the one doing it. All right, let's get all the spirits. And let's put them into a battle. All right, so let's look at the dog animation. Perfect. And we don't see any weird movement, right? No, that looks great. Snake animation. Also perfect. Fairy animation. Fairy animation looks a little bit weird because of how frequently they're using this and how it doesn't align with their animation cycle. And then let's look at the cat one too. I'd love this to be timed the same way. It's not ever going to really work that way though. But this is looking pretty nice. Yeah, pretty good. Okay, let's check that in. What is this? Add component to make it clear it has no death animation? No, we're not doing that. Yeah. It's definitely better. Okay, so let's check all this in. Use attack or like fix animations for spirits. They don't have a death animation, but do have an attack animation. They now properly use their attack animations. I had to change the sprites, the sprite layouts for this, and the dog had the wrong combination of particles and eye color. The attack animations use more particles and change the eye color, and the dog just had the wrong mix of that. Yeah. Whew. Okay, so the biggest remaining portion of work is to get sound effects for everything. And I don't want to do this. Well, we have to, so let's do it. All right, so we have a bunch of hit sounds. Do we have a hiss sound by any chance? Snake could make a hissing sound. We don't. We have a snake? No. Wait. Oh, we do. Snake attack. Oh my god. What's that sound like? Perfect. It's also snake attack too. Let's go with the first one. No, actually. I kind of like that one. Let's go with that one. Audio, sounds, battle. Okay, so sound ID, we're going to put spirit, snake, bite. I'll alphabetize these later. All sound data. Oh, I guess we can just put this in your basic attack, right? This won't ever be so annoying. Spirit, snake bite. All right, what's the name of the audio file? Snake damage 1. The pitch changing, the volume we probably don't need, minimum delay we might not need. This is going to be pretty similar to Quick Strike, I guess. Yeah. This is the same MMO game you were designing in Microsoft Word a long time ago? So this is non-MMO, and you've probably never seen me use Word. So you're probably thinking of someone else. But it is the game we've been working on for the last like 14 months or so. And I would have used a design document. But yeah, it's a single player game. Okay, so we just got to click this, and then we got to make this use this thing. So spirit, snake, bite. We have play sound, and we just swap that in. And let's hear what that sounds like. So we got to turn on the sounds for this. And then listen for the snake and see if it gets annoying or if it's not leveled correctly or something. Yeah, I think I just want to lower the sound a little bit. I think it's a touch too loud. Volume, 0 point. Let's do the same thing as Quick Strike. And then maybe we save this? Do we need to? I guess it doesn't really matter. All right, load and create. Still feels pretty loud. I guess 13% quieter isn't really all that noticeable. So maybe even a little bit quieter than that. I'm not lowering it very much each time. Also, there is some attenuation that happens from any repeated sounds in the game. Okay, that's probably good. Let's put in some other adventurers and see what it sounds like. Like once we get the mage and the archer. The battle will finish pretty quickly. I think it's still overpowering. Yeah, I think we need to lower it a little bit more. All right, let's save this again. Hey, Goose. All right, load the game. Okay, am I even controlling the right thing right now? Let's just set this to 0.15. I want to make sure I'm not messing this up. Because it still sounds like this is loud, but maybe I'm not even lowering the sound correctly. Yeah, okay, I definitely am. That's very quiet now. So I think just 65 is still a bit too loud. Let's try 55. We are changing it. it's just very subtle. All right, so this is hopefully fine now. I want to lower it a little bit more. Let's open this audio file at this point. This is nuts. How does this look compared to... Oh, yeah. It's thicker than I thought it would be. Yeah, let's try again. So you're not seeing the RNG. No, the random number thing doesn't have anything to do with the volume. Because the volume is just going to get multiplied every time. There's no randomness. The randomness would have to do with the pitch, but we're always hearing it play at a higher volume than I expect. Okay, that's much better. And now the Paladin sounds like they're too loud. Oh, unrelated. Oh, sorry. Okay. I took it to mean about the volume stuff. Although now I don't know what it was supposed to be about, but either way, we're good. Okay, so Fairy Heal. What do we have for healing in the game? Because I don't think I liked any of the other sounds. And what are we using right now? Heal 03. Okay, so we're using this one. Yeah. Now what about this? No. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like that one. And we don't have many other choices, so I'm glad that one worked. All right, so this is 01 heal 01. So we go to sound ID and do spirit fairy heal, all sound data. Go plug that in. Fairy heal, that goes to this. We probably don't even need to change the volume at first, so let's see what that sounds like. And we need to click this, of course. Oh, and then also make it play. Fairy heal sound ID. Cool, let's try it. No RNG in this combat. There are random numbers for it, and even for playing sounds, but the sound playing stuff is only for changing the pitch of it. But yeah, there are random targets that are chosen a lot of the time. There are some things that have randomness baked into them. So now we get this, and we start a battle. And we listen for the heal sound. That's pretty good. I'd probably lower the sound a tiny bit. Yeah, Showered is very fluffy. Oh, what a good dog. Good Gus. Volume, so we'll set this to maybe just a little bit lower. I'm not gonna look at that again. Let's just leave it at that. All right, so that is the fairy sound. Now we need for the cat and the dog, and I'd love it for it to be a meow and a woof. Oh, we have a meow. Sounds. I'm gonna use this. But this is probably gonna annoy everybody. Alright, so what is that one called? Cat idle meow. Sound ID. Spirit cat meow. I guess as long as we're at it, let's add spirit dog bark and all sound data. Okay, so spirit cat meow. Probably make this one lower to begin with. And let's get the bark sound, which I'm guessing has to exist here. Yeah, there it is. Which one sounds best? Let's go with that one. Dog bark 1. Did that even paste? Did I even do anything? Yeah, there it is. Dog bark 1. Is Explorer search is no bueno? I think nothing's indexed. Nothing's indexed. Is it finding anything for you? Because one of the other things I like to use sometimes, I use something called rip grep. It's grep, but it's just easier to use and it's a little faster and it doesn't search anything you can ignore. So like, let's say I was looking through these things. I'd go to my downloads folder and I guess the sound folder as well. And I'd search for something like bark here. And, oh, so what am I doing? Never mind. I'm stupid. Ignore everything I just said. Yeah, ignore everything I said. Sorry. Yeah, that sounds like a Windows problem. Yeah. I was gonna say you could probably just use the command line for this sort of thing. I think just dir/s and then your sound name could work. But yeah, I don't know beyond that. All right, rare chances to play. So we don't even have them playing at all right now. Dog, power, sound, dog, bark. Okay, good. And then cat, dodge, meow. And then click this. All right, so let's hear how annoying this is. It's probably going to be pretty annoying. And we could just make them rare chances to happen. Oh, that might make people think it's a bug. There. Okay, I'm keeping that. I think it's fine. I think the dog one might be a touch too loud. And I also think that the pitch shifting on the dog is a touch too much on the low end. So let's raise this a bit and let's lower that a bit. Yeah. In fact, let's lower it a bit more than that, because these have the possibility of becoming annoying quickly. All right, yeah, there. Do we have any other sound effects we need? Empower spirits. So wait, if I look for play sound, and I guess a parenthesis, and then open an editor, and then search for comments. So yeah, empower spirit is commented out, and that's the only one. So this is hopefully the only ability we still have left to do. I guess if we just think about it in terms of which ones were active, it was 1 per character, and we had 5 characters, and we've done 4 so far. So we have 1 left. And yeah, it's this one. So it's got to just be something that sounds like we're casting a spell, I guess. So it could be practically anything. What does this sound like? It's too much. How do you see how long these take? We had... Oh, maybe because I opened the folder to do that? Yeah. Where are the charge ones? I don't even see charge in here anymore. I'm probably just being blind. There they are. Yeah, they're all long. I don't want those. We could even use something like this. So how do these sound? No, it's got to kind of sound like a power-up. We do have a bunch of buff ones like these. I think we use that one. Buff. We use 02 and 04. Yeah, it's just too long. Like, I like this. I want it to be a little bit faster, maybe. So, okay, let's shortlist this one for now. What else do we have? None of these sound that good. I'm probably never using any of those. Do we have anything else? Special move. We could use this and just like way tone it down on volume. Any others that might be fitting? Doesn't look like it. Do we have any other in domestic animals? Oh, there are a bunch of cat. There's cat damage. Oh, it's like the cat getting damaged or the dog getting damaged. Okay. Yeah, I think we could maybe apply some changes to that sound effect. Because otherwise, I don't think any of these really work. They're just too loud. Or too long. Too long. What's your favorite Marvel superhero? I don't even know the Marvel characters. Marvel superheroes. I don't know. It's Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire, man. All right, well, that buff one was decent. If we could just speed it up a bit, I think that'd probably be fine. What did I call it? This one? All right, yeah. Let's open this in Audacity. Okay, so effect, tempo, change speed, select audio, sure. Change speed, speed multiplier, 1.3. Wait a second. Isn't there a way to change this without changing the pitch? What am I doing? Yeah, there, something like that. Yeah. Okay, so this is what I want. So I want to just make this a little bit faster. It's probably too fast. 120. Maybe it's fine as is. Now that I'm listening to it a bunch. Atypical, how you doing? Use high quality stretching. And at its base, what am I doing? Oh, this is not 20%. I'm doing 120%. I'm being dumb. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so I wanted this to just be 40. Yeah. That's not bad. So now it's 1.4 seconds if we made it 60%. Yeah, I think that's what I want. So we have changes, 60% tempo has been increased. So sound effects, sound.md. Yeah, here. All right, so this one increased tempo by 60% in Audacity. So let's apply that and then export that as, sure, that's fine. Oh, wait, no, with modified at the end. Modified. I think that's what we've been doing. Yeah. Modified. The Audacity. Okay, now we go over to downloads. Downloads. And then go find that. Put that into battle. Copy that. Make a new sound ID that is going to be Empower Spirit. And then while we're at it, let's alphabetize all of these. Then in sound data, we're going to make one of those. I think this one's pretty loud. Whoops, that goes there. That goes there. So let's lower it to like that much. The rest of this is probably fine. And then play this sound when we do this. Sound ID dot empower spirit. Okay, let's go try it out. I want to hear if this is leveled compared to the other ones, if it's fitting. I think it should be fitting. Yeah, it's pretty good. Boing. All right, so the pitch should not go up so high. But volume level, I think, was fine. So that sounds for all the abilities that we've added. Yeah. Yeah, maybe make that a touch louder. I'm not even gonna test that. We're just gonna say that's better. Never open Godot. Yeah, a lot of what I do is through code. So we've added all the sound effects. Yeah. Add sound effects for Spirit Caller. There are 5 new sound effects. A hiss, a meow, a bark, a buff sound, and a heal. Yeah. And that's it. That should be all the changes, right? So this looks fine, 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 fine. Good, good. Yeah, good. It's all very straightforward. Yeah, nice. Okay, wow. Well, consider making them immune to damage. I'm not going to do that now because it has no impact right now, but probably eventually we should consider that because if they die, then that's it. The Spirit Caller is just wasted. Yeah, I think we should do this. Although maybe we put this in boss damage stuff. Yeah, I'll put this down here. It doesn't matter yet. If a boss can target anything, then we may need the Spirit Caller's spirits to be immune to damage, not just untargetable. Okay, so 10 placeholder icons. Let's go do that. Yeah, we're just kind of wrapping this up now. This is pretty good. So I accomplished the goal I wanted to accomplish, and we have 3 hours to spare. Although the reason it's like we cut it so close is because I knew we only had the 3 abilities to code today. So if I knew we had like 6 or 7, I would have worked more yesterday on them. But instead I did some other stuff. So the icons, we go to all adventurer data. We get the, who is this? Spirit Caller? Who's on the phone? And then get all of their abilities. And then make these kebab case. Actually, before I do that, I guess let's just get both. All right, then we got to form a copy command for this. So game assets, icons, ability icons. Where's Apple Core? There it is. All right, so git cd. So we're going to copy this Apple Core SVG to just /this.svg. Yeah, that should do it. Let's run that. And let's open up Godot so that it imports them. Then we need to manifest all those icons. There we go. Commas. Actually, fun fact about that apple. when I echo something, for example, it prints a green apple. If I ever have a command that fails, so let's say I guess I search for something that doesn't exist. Whoops, that was stupid. Okay, let's cut that out. All right, let's try that again. Well, let's do that in a folder that will not cause that to happen. Game source abilities. The apple turns red, which I almost never look at, but every once in a while I do see, and I'm like, oh, that was an error then. So yeah, if I search for something that exists here, like I search for base, then it's green. The apple is semi-functional. It's a load-bearing apple. All right, so let's go type in all the other abilities, which are now no longer on my clipboard. So icon ID dot this equals res assets icons. Did it type them all in? No, it didn't. Oh, nice. Then it fixed them. All right, sure, whatever. Let's see if that worked because I'm not reading any of that right now. I did read it all. All right, so now we just grant the new character and we should see an apple for everything, and we don't because I forgot to manifest the right icon IDs. We'll do that in just a second. Oh, that shouldn't happen. Man. There. So now we need to get all of these. Not too shabby. So we open this, we search for none, we replace it. And we just do that a million times. And then we're finished. Yeah. At least it doesn't take very long. And one more. All right, there. So now we should see all the Apple icons. Excuse me. I'm dying over here. Yep, there they are. Cool. And that is our full character that we have. Make placeholder icons for the spirit caller. There. Yeah, that's fine. That's a good commit message. And I shouldn't really need to look through the diff here, but I guess we will anyway. We can ignore all of the graphics and the imports for those graphics because they're all the same. Yep. We're just making sure these match. I should look through them really quickly. Cat spirit, dog spirit. It'll be very obvious if we did something wrong because the icons won't look correct eventually. But for now, they're all placeholders, so they're all going to look like the Apple core. Yeah, nice. Commit. Okay, now modify art requests. Last modified today. Mushy, Golem, and Spirit Caller. There are 10 abilities each. You can see if you unlock all adventurers. They all have the Apple core icon. Yeah, easy peasy. Okay, done with that. Now run the UID tool. And while that's running, we can go run the .NET format tool. I18NMD. Really just make a snippet for this or something. Okay, and let's see. So it did actually add a new one. Great. Add missing UID file plus commit. And did this find anything? Looks like no. Yep, cool. And that is it. We have added 3 new adventures. It took a week. We have not balanced the adventures. That's going to take a little longer. Add the spirit caller. icons are temporary and the spirit color hasn't been balanced yet. I was actually thinking about an idea. So we have all these different adventures in the game, and the relative unlock order is this: Witch Doctor, and then everyone else. So what if we change the max levels and the amount of sludge needed to level them up based on when you get them? So the rogue, for example, might have a max level of 30, and maybe the requirements are, I'm just going to make up numbers, 10, 50, 100, so on and so forth. But then maybe by the time you finally get the spirit collar, maybe their max level is 10 and their requirements are, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. One of the nice things about doing things this way is that the new adventurers you get won't necessarily be as easy to level up. One of the bad things about this is if you like those adventurers, then it'll be harder to level them up. So we need to make sure we're not incentivizing you skipping adventures, I guess. And in a game where you're supposed to turn your brain off, I think consistency is important. So I think that's another thing that's a problem with this system. But we could do it. All right, create pull request. Yeah, wow, pretty good. Oh, I forgot to say that it closes 967. And that's the spirit caller one, right? Yeah. Wow. All right, let's merge this. And then pull. And we mark this done. Whew. Well, I'm already feeling pretty good. And we're not even done with the workday. So one of the risks of streaming on Tuesdays and Thursdays is that by the time Friday rolls around, that I'm like, all right, I'm done for the week. And I'm sort of kind of feeling that way. But we have some work that I can do that shouldn't be too bad. So yeah, I think we can do some of this. The PRs, we've got some. Yeah, I've still got to look through this. And then balancing the characters. The other thing we need to do is plan localization at some point. And we can do some of these tasks as well. So it's 11:20 right now. I'm going to take another break. The problem approached different ways depending on the RPG. Yeah. Yeah, and all this is kind of like how it is for almost every RPG has some concept of like skills, some concept of progression, some concept of typically equipment or something. And how all of them do this is like a mix and match of 40 different systems for each of these that you could do. So I don't think there needs to be standardization compared to other games, but at least within this game, things should be consistent. So yeah, I think I'll take a break for right now. And then I think we'll do some of the influencer stuff because I'm still trying to reach out to different people every day. And it's super boring work, but it needs to be done. We could also find people on Twitch. I haven't been doing any of that. I don't know how much harder that would be. The other thing is, I think we're going to market at people that emailing is natural. I reached out to one person on Discord and I felt like I was violating their privacy. I mean, they have their Discord public and then they accept DMs. So I DM'd them. They never responded. I don't ever think they're going to respond. But still, it just felt a little bit slimier than if I just emailed somebody. So with Twitch streamers, I think it's less likely they expose their email address. Whereas with YouTube, like 90% of the people I looked into have an email address on there. Because YouTube has a way of adding like an email widget automatically. Whereas on Twitch, you have to put it in your about panels. So I think it'll be harder to reach out to them and sound more natural. You can also whisper people on Twitch. There's a 500 character maximum on that. Also, people don't always check their whispers. I whispered someone the other day and I don't think they've responded yet. Oh, that wasn't even about marketing. That was just to thank them for something. Yeah. All right, let's take a break. Is it jump time? It's jump time. again. Hey, Ronak. If you're curious about how to play this, just type join in chat, no exclamation mark. And then it's just J and a number. So J0 is straight up. And then a positive number, so like 45 is going to make me jump at a 45-degree angle from up. So I'm going to jump that way. And a negative angle, so negative, let's say 10, will make me jump slightly to the left. I should have said we need to add join. It said on the screen that you need to add it. And every once in a while, I'll actually vocalize that, but I don't always say it. So yeah. And then there are a bunch of shortcuts and everything. So if you want to look at the full commands, you can take a look at them there. Oh, but yeah, so 90 is going to be 90 degrees from up. So it's like straight to the right or straight to the left. So you typically want something that's just slight. So maybe like a J5 or a J10 or something. It's so much fun. Yeah, I think it's a cool idea. I think it's nice when enough people participate that it feels like there's a bit of a competition going. Anyway, close the game. So influencer stuff. Yeah, let's do this. I know this isn't the most interesting thing to watch, but we got to do it. So here are all the people we looked up last time. I wonder if I should just make an archive list or something. Yeah, I think I kind of want to do that. Can we duplicate this? Yes, we can. You can say archived already copied to private spreadsheet. All right, and then just delete all the ones from here. Nice. Okay, so games I looked up were these. There are other games that I should look up that I didn't write, but Loot of Ball is one of them. Hey, TJ. Yeah, I have a corn keyboard. So I'm going to drink my lunch today, apparently. All right, Next Fest creators, indie game players, click tags on Steam and try to find similar ones. Let's look up Loot of Ball players. So let's just type Adam Learns for right now so I can mute this first so I don't mess anything up. Except I don't know what buttons to assign to the thumbs. You could take a look at my key map there for some inspiration. Okay, we're going to type Loot of Ball. And we're going to try to find some people who played it that I have not already seen. I guess this is where knowing the archive list is important because I might have already gotten some of these people. This person is a Bobo. I don't have them on this list, right? No, I don't. Okay, so let's go take a look at their channel. I'm gonna pull them open individually. Game trailers. I don't think I reached out to them, but I don't think this is just trailers, right? Yeah. Oh, hey, Billy played that game too. Side quest. Did I get them? Side. Nope. I guess that's gonna be another problem. I'll probably want some like automatic finder for this. All right. First review and gameplay. Let's get this person. Who is this? Gamer Sky Games. This is 43 seconds. Is this the creators of the game? Is it Gamer Sky? Did that even... This didn't even go to... What? That's super weird. What's going on right now? It doesn't even go to the page. Bing. Oh, they took the game offline. Oh. It's not Bing's fault. Wow. Yeah, they were having some problems with their servers. And I guess they needed to just take the game off. Okay, hang on. I'm actually kind of curious about this. What if we just do this and then click news? Oh, man. It's really a shame for them. They were getting a bunch of mixed reviews and maybe it was just going more and more negative to the point where they felt they needed to take it offline. This is one that got hacked, yeah. Wow. Well, that's rough. I was gonna try to figure out if they were the creators of this game. They might be. Well, then I guess we can't find too many videos about this, huh? That's too bad. Videos. Because I want to find all the other stuff that's showing up here. Okay, this person, LFP, has many stolen assets from Diablo 2. I don't know. It's a totally different art style. I'd be surprised if they stole any assets directly, unless it's sound effects or something. But LFP Gaming. So do they even do reviews? I guess let's just open up the channel. Simple Spec Games is a trailer. Can we just do minus trailer here? Does that actually work on YouTube directly? Yeah, it's a pretty good idea. No, it doesn't work. Oh, this is just people also watched. Okay. All right, so LFP Gaming, game reviewer, variety gamer, over 400 plus. Oh wow, they have a lot of subscribers. So LFP Gaming, they're not already on the list. LFP Gaming, followers and subs, 110. Last video produced 23 hours ago. Search query, loot of ball. We're gonna get a couple of these. I'll just put that there. We'll get their thing like that. Done. Okay, next is Abobo. I like the name. 7,040 subscribers. Last video uploaded 4 hours ago. Link to their channel is here. Oh, wait, what do they do? I didn't actually look at that. Play a wide array of games. Yeah, sounds good. All right, side quest. Let's stop that video because I don't know what that's all about. My name is Zelxios, and the side quest channel is all about Let's Play videos. Yeah, sounds good. Cool. When did they last make a video? 23 hours ago. They don't have very many subscribers. This is the kind of thing where even if they make a video, who knows how this will do. They've got, what, 88? They're called side quest. Oh, that didn't paste correctly. And what did I say 23 hours ago? And then this person, hey everybody, I hope you enjoy my content. I mostly do gameplay videos, some drone videos. We're trying out new games, old games, and everything in between. Just a normal guy trying to make my way on YouTube. Okay. Let's copy this. Whoops. You have 785. You last made a video 2 days ago. And your channel is here. Okay, so games I looked up, we can now mark that that one's done. Loot of ball. And I guess some notes on this. The game appears to have been taken offline, possibly, or off Steam, possibly due to the hacking reasons they were experiencing at first. It may be worth searching for this again later. Well, in the future, just later. Okay, so any other similar games to Skeleseller that I have written down? No, but we have some particular creators I should reach out to. Yeah, Rollins. SteamDB still has some data. Says the dev is Gleamer Studio. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Gleamer Studio. I wonder if they've posted anything about this stuff. Presley.com. What is that? Could not be found. That doesn't sound good. Oh, they have other games? Oh, even these got mixed? What? Why? Okay, they're for actual reasons about this game, it looks like. As opposed to, hey, we're going to review bomb this because of how something else did. And that's the only game that's there. Okay. Well. Yeah, that's too bad. Okay, so let's look up these people. GriffyBit. And GriffyBit TV. Clips and VODs from Twitch. Okay, so this channel, I guess. What's going on? Give you Eidolon and eventually other pixel art gaming content. So are they doing other stuff besides Eidolon? Cranium cooking. Is that a game? Cranium cooking. Or is that something in Eidolon? Oh, it's an Eidolon. So they're only doing Eidolon videos. Yes, so far. Except for this, maybe. But this is just another competitor. I mean, I could reach out to them anyway. Might as well write them down. Okay. So YouTubers, this. Search query NA for a coffee suggested them. Right? Yeah. We'll just copy this over to here then in notes. And how many subs do they have? 295. And when did they last make a video? 13 days ago. Right, so not super active, it seems like. DMCA issue. Oh, so it was something about Diablo and stolen assets. Man, that's crazy. Dear players, due to a DMCA complaint, Loot of Ball has been taken down from Steam as part of the process. We're currently actively trying to communicate and handle the situation. Players who purchase the game will not be affected. Wow. You convinced them to make Skeleseller their new main. All right, well, I should probably write this down here. Game was taken off Steam due to a DMCA complaint. Wow, that's a shame. Thanks for sharing that, Zoids. Oh, by the way, sorry, Nitrana. The key map is here. I only just saw that you tried typing key map. It's in the keyboard command. I should probably just alias that, huh? Key map, keyboard. Okay, so we have typed in that. Good. Now this. Legends of Eidolon and Idle Skiller count as idle game tag if helpful. Idle Skiller? Steam? Is that a game? Idle Skilling? Idle Skilling is the ultimate idle game with years of content. Years of content. Man. I always kind of wonder who is looking for a game like that right now. Yeah. Meant to be played for 5 to 10 minutes a day. Gradually unlock new skills like mining, fishing, pet breeding, crusading, potion making, lab research, construction, and more. All right, released in 2022. So anyone who made videos on this might not have actually... might not still be around. Became the world's strongest man. Okay, so we have them written down. We're seeing a lot of the same kinds of creators here. Moto Games, I don't think I've seen. Army Veteran Gamer. Boring Flaws. The Thai Webinar. This is not what I want. Random flower name. I think this is the person whose email I couldn't find. They don't have it in, they don't have it in the about. Most YouTubers under more info have a little thing saying like, click this to prove you're a human, and then you can see their email address. And if you don't have that, it probably means you don't want to be contacted. So I don't know how to reach out to this person. And I'm not saying that people should try to find out how to reach out. That's totally fine. I just won't reach out to them. But like, maybe they would have liked this game. And yeah, I don't know how to reach out to them now. Oh, this person's a dev for the game. Wow. Wait, and they cover other games? Is that what's happening here? Kind of interesting. I'm a developer, Eidolon, and Idle Skilling. Oh, are they made by the same people? Or is it just this dev is the same? Lava Flame 2. Have they made Idle Skiller? They did Idle Skilling. I'm kind of impressed they have 2 different idle games. I would have expected if you were going to make a second game, you would make a totally different kind of game. Yes, please no e-stalking. All right, well, we're probably not going to reach out to this person then. I'm guessing they're just trying to push their own game, which makes sense. Anything else here? Green marble. Hey, look, Skeleseller. But this is just because it's been previously watched. All right, so that was not actually too helpful, but this is Idle Skilling, which is probably the same kinds of people who play Eidolon. Idle Skilling. All right, so Moto Games. Welcome to my channel. I'll be making videos based on game content. For now, I'll be focusing on Legends of Eidolon. The people who tend to make Eidolon content tend to only make Eidolon content. And yes, that does seem like that's what this person's doing. Do I have them written down already? I feel like I've found them already. Moto, no, I didn't. Huh, okay. Well, Moto Games. You have 2.15K subs. Your last content was 1 month ago. So you're not even super active, I guess. And your link to your channel is here. Okay, Army veteran gamer, Canadian Army veteran, passionate about video games, gamer for more than 35 years, channel represent a wide variety of games, idle incremental clicker games. Okay, I mean, this sounds perfect. Have they been making videos? They have been. They're making a bunch on Leaf Blower Revolution. Like episode 77, they're actually getting some decent views on this too. It's pretty good. Eidolon is apparently pretty big. And it makes sense that if you are branding yourself as a streamer, you're a content creator, you might want to stick to one game. Finally started porting my project from Godot to Game Maker. Never been more happy. I hate looking at hundreds of different nodes. So much more user-friendly. To each their own. I mean, if Game Maker is working for you and it allows you to make your game, then by all means go that route. How hard would it be to do a crossover with one of these bigger idle games? Probably tough. The way I kind of look at this is I only have so much experience, I only have so much time, and I only have so much kind of money I want to pour into this. Although even this is kind of questionable at first. I kind of just want to use the time and experience at first. So what would it take to get a collaboration with another idle game? And would that help? I think it'd be tough. So the way I always kind of look at this is, what do I have to offer them? And you could say money and maybe like some amount of Twitch reach. And it's very little, to be honest. So from their point of view, it's probably like, who are you? How do we even trust your game? Why would we want to do a collaboration? And then what does a collaboration look like? It's not just, okay, they've agreed, so now I click a button and we're done. We'd probably need to either make some marketing materials, have some crossover in the games themselves. Maybe we're sharing assets or something, we're planning. And at the end of all of that, is that paying off more than just reaching out to another like 10 YouTubers? I don't know. So if we had more time, we could just dedicate one person to this, one person to Reddit, one person to YouTube, one person to whatever else. Or people, I guess. But yeah, I don't think it's probably worth pursuing that stuff because it's sort of questionable value. And I just don't have the vision around that right now. This is Army Veteran Gamer. And they have 36.3 thousand, 36.3, and they did this 13 days ago. Yeah. That'd be such a pain. I think if you've got a very clear vision of what you want to do, like Dead Cells did a Castlevania crossover. Actually, so did Vampire Survivors. Both were, I think, a great fit thematically. And then there were all of the Final Fantasy VII crossovers. There's a Magic the Gathering one right now. There was the Pressure Washer Simulator had this. And probably a bunch of other games too. So it's like, well, this is not a clear win, but for these other ones, it's like, yeah, Magic, Final Fantasy cards, that's pretty cool, right? I don't even know what Skeleseller would do best to have in it. I guess maybe a Terraria thing or a Stardew thing just for the sort of similarity in graphics to some extent, but it's not a very strong one, I guess. Hey, Core. How's Skeleseller going? It's going well. We just got done. We added 3 new adventurers in the last week. So now we have 10 total, which is the number we want for launch. So that's it for adventurers for a long time. Possibly ever. I mean, crossover. You're both most likely running on different tile sets, so it'll look different. I don't think the tile sets or the assets are the problem. Like I said, I think the problem is figuring out just the general direction, getting people on board, and then spending the time and energy just planning how it'll all look. So one way to do a crossover is having, yeah, characters in the game or sharing assets or something. But even just getting to the point where they've agreed to do that, even that's just tough. Yeah, Skeleseller and Magic the Gathering. I think that'd be pretty neat. I don't think anyone would buy those cards. Okay, so cool about that. Boring flaws. More about this channel. Nothing. No email address, so let's not even write this down. They do make some videos, but I have no way of contacting them. Also, I gotta say, I know my point here is not to critique other people's channels, but if you are making this many videos, just fill out your about section, right? Say like, hey, you can expect gaming content. I make a video every, whatever, 2 weeks. I see that their last videos were 2 years ago, so I think they've given up on YouTube. But I can't help but wonder, did they not hit the level of success they wanted because they weren't sort of branding this as well as they maybe could have? They also don't have a trailer on their channel. But anyway, point wasn't to critique. And then I started critiquing. This person hasn't made videos in a while. So that's it for idle skilling, I guess. Oh, you know what we should have been looking at is the topics for these things, right? So if I do idle skilling, where's the topic? How do you find that? How do you find that? How to find YouTube topics. There's one for Skeleseller. Like if I just search for this, and if I type something afterward that doesn't fit, like Terraria maybe? I think, no, that doesn't work. Maybe I type something like gameplay. There's a way to find the topic. I just type topic. Oh, there we go. All right, so there's a channel here. Is there any way to figure out what this should be based on? No, I don't think so. Okay, so if we do idle skilling topic, does that find it? 15 subscribers. All right, what's in here? Does it even know? It finds some videos. Yeah, this is not bad. Although we don't want popular, we want recent. And there, I guess, is nothing that's all that recent. Okay, so ways to find creators. I should probably make a section called learnings here. So to find YouTube topics, search for game name topic on YouTube, and you should see it. From there, you can see recent videos to find creators. So we should probably look through all the games I already looked through. It was just after this game that I realized I should be looking for topics on YouTube. So let's see how that would have worked. Let's search for Cauldron topic. Idle game topic. God, it's just impossible to find this stuff, isn't it? How are you supposed to do this? All right, let's do this. Cauldron idle game topic site youtube.com. This did not work. Well, just Cauldron topic. I mean, it does find topics. I guess if we're gonna do this anyway, we don't even need a topic. We can just search on YouTube like this, and then see the creator name show up over here. And we've got, I think all of them written down. Is Sharky there? No, I have not found Sharky's channel, I guess. No, I don't want to watch their video. I want to just go to their thing. What do they do? Welcome to Cozy Gaming Channel, a safe place where I play and showcase all kinds of wholesome, cozy games, stream daily and engage with my awesome, generous community. Okay. Yeah, by the way, this is the email thing I'm talking about. This is just, obviously the streamer just, or the content creator just types in their email address, and then YouTube makes this widget for them, which shows you a brief CAPTCHA, and then you just look at their email address. So like people who want to be reached out to, we'll put that there. All right, Sharky Games. What do we search for this? Because I looked up another game. I guess Cauldron technically. Yeah. Sharky Games. Number of subs, 154K. Last video made probably pretty recently, 2 hours ago. Very recently. Can we come back from our brutal error? Stardew Valley co-op. Can you really make such a bad error in Stardew Valley? Higher Plane Games. Yeah, I found them already. Kingpin Gamer. Nope, have not found them. Let's load up their channel. Don't want to actually watch their content. Have they been making videos? Yes. I haven't reached out to this person. Their channel looks familiar. Huh. I've seen their channel. I know this. Why did I not write this down? Maybe, oh, because of their view count, I think. Yeah, I saw they're getting like 10 views on their videos, and I think I didn't write it down for that reason. But I don't want to watch their content on my stream. Although, to be fair, I'm not looking for YouTubers to subscribe to, so I guess I wouldn't really be watching it either way. Let's write them down this time around. Kingpin Gamer. And you have 1.93 thousand. You made a video 2 hours ago. I found you by searching for Cauldron. Anyone else? Lady Shalab. I don't have them on here. What about Pige? I'll ask Pige at some point. Note to all developers, please do not give out any keys. This address has been taken by scammers. Okay, sure. Let's... They made a video 21 minutes ago. So they have 38,000 subscribers, and their videos are getting about 500 views. Which, again, I'm trying to form theories for why this happens. And I think it's that they got some super popular videos and then stopped making content like that. So yeah, my time at Porsche is what they used to be making content about. And there looks pretty indicative of having 38,000 subscribers. But not their latest stuff. Anyway, let's write it down. So we found this also by searching for Cauldron. Cauldron. You made something 23 minutes ago. And your number of subscribers, 37.9. Cool. Hey, Deep Space Matt already did a video on Skeleseller. KGY 121 and Super Auto Gaming. Look at both of these. 6 days ago, 23 hours ago. Okay, pretty good. Do a bit of gaming, mostly auto battlers. I wonder if I should be advertising Skeleseller as an auto battler. It is, but it's not quite what you might think of. But yeah, let's get them down on the list. Super Auto Gaming. Cauldron. 23 hours ago. 25500. And then this person, mainly for either LPs or random cool things in games. Their view counts are pretty low. You do end up learning sort of at a glance how serious someone is about their YouTube channel. Like if you make custom thumbnails for all of your videos, or even just have it be something that's not auto-generated from the gameplay, I think that shows that you care a little bit more about your channel. All right, so this person is KGY121. KGY121. What are you reviewing and researching? So I'm looking into potential influencers who could play Skeleseller on their respective channels. And this has not gone super well so far. My plan was to reach out to 2 YouTubers per day for a week and then reevaluate. And we are on day number 5. So I've reached out to 9 YouTubers so far. And I've gotten 0 responses. And no new videos are on YouTube. So I don't know if they read the email and they thought, oh yeah, I'll make a video and then I'll reach out once I'm done with it or something. But basically I'm doing something wrong and I don't know what it is. And it could just be that I'm not reaching out to enough people yet. But hello, 8 bits a byte. So I want to get some more people I could reach out to and also find out how to even find them. This is working decently well, just looking through the YouTube search results. I should probably write this down too. You can also do something like Google something like this and see the creator names right in the search results. Already reached out to Alexa? No, I'm starting with the smaller YouTubers to see if I can get any success with the people who probably don't have like, 10 emails per day and who probably wouldn't be expecting money for this sort of thing. I think what I should probably do is keep trying things until maybe I've hit like 100 content creators that I've reached out to. And if out of 100 people, no one has responded, then it probably means I'm doing something wrong. For YouTubers, I should have some threshold that if I hit it without getting a response, like 100 emails, and without getting a response, I should probably change things drastically. Have you already sent emails? Yeah, I sent about 9 so far. Consider looking for streamers who stream exclusively pixel art games. I haven't just yet. I think genre is probably a better indicator of whether they would enjoy the game than just the art style. And I don't mind reaching out to them. I think it's all about like my strategy right now is find similar games, find content creators for those games. In the future, I guess run out of similar games, at least by genre. So I can find similar games by appearance and then find the content creators of those games. But yeah, this is the strategy for right now, at least. This could be like a future idea. And then any specific creators. I mean, really, you don't even need to be picky. You just need to find content creators, I guess. So I'm starting with similar games, but we could just reach out to any random YouTuber and be like, hey, I know you play first-person shooters, but do you ever want to play this game? I guess they need to cover something similar because they have an audience, and their audience typically expects certain things. All right, well, this is an easier way of finding different YouTubers. I'm finding different names than if I searched on YouTube directly, which is kind of strange because you would expect YouTube to return this stuff too, right? Maybe you need to sell the game a bit. Yeah, my email is generally like hi name, like I'm this is not verbatim what it is, but I'm making Skeleseller description here, and then like why I think they'd like it, then a picture of the game's logo and a screenshot with stuff going on in it, and then some more like a closing here. So something like that is kind of my email. So I'm selling the game a little bit. I've got a picture of it in there. Hey Ciela, what about Twitch streamers? Yeah, I'm fine reaching out to Twitch streamers too. I haven't done that yet. Part of the reason why is, at least with YouTube, generally people expect email to be the form of contact. With Twitch, I think people generally tend to expect Discord to be the form of contact. And Discord DMs to advertise something just feels like it's going to be less successful than an email to somebody. I get scammers emails like this. Yeah. I mean, it's email. If you're getting an email from someone you don't recognize the address of, it's probably trying to sell you something or it's trying to scam you. Can you maybe add a video? I could add a video link, but you can't add a video directly to email. And like maybe Gmail shows a YouTube player embedded. So maybe trying to include the trailer that way would be good. I don't know. But I do have a link to the game in the email. And if they go to Steam, it'll present a UI that they're at least like super familiar with here. I guess technically be this page. But yeah. All right, Reformist. Did we find this person? Reformist, no. Oh, this person has a lot of subscribers. Videos with a common relaxing style. Business only email is here. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's write them down. Reformist. Found this technically through Cauldron. Did you make a YouTube channel for the game? Not specifically for the game. I've been just using the Adam Learns channel. I could make one just for the game. I don't think any of those videos are going to do well. I've kind of talked about this a lot before, but the way I look at it is right now I have a game to market. If I make a YouTube channel, then I have a YouTube channel to market. So the goal would be that the channel then markets the game for me, but I need to build up a channel just like anyone else needs to do it. Algo might help for it. It might, but I've made some videos already. Like if you look up, for example, where is it? Okay, hold on. I accidentally just quit Chrome. Oh no, it quit itself. That was not me accidentally doing it. I've never actually seen that happen. Huh? Just crashed. Okay, restore pages. This better be muted. Good, it is. All right, so let's search for Skeleseller devlog. So I made this on my main channel. It didn't get a lot of views. The trailer didn't get a lot of views. I don't think the algorithm will just randomly pick something like this up. I think there's got to be some appeal for people. So yeah, I do think of it as I have a game to market and I don't want to put another thing in front of it and then market that thing. Like, I guess another way I could do it is try to market this Twitch channel and then get a ton of viewers or something. And would that help? So in general, I think getting other people to do this by reaching out to content creators is maybe the route to go for this. But yeah, who knows? Rozo's Adventures. Person has 230 subs. Chill place for good games. They've been making videos. They have a Twitch channel. Let me mute this. How many followers do they have there? 1.4 thousand. Okay. There's a site called Sully Gnome that you can look at. Oops, not that. This. That you can look at someone's view count. So like I could click this and see their average viewers have been 11. So it's like if they stream this game and everybody loves it, that's 11 people. So it's not always super worthwhile. Always talks about the marketing and the mistakes. Yeah, I'm trying to learn as much as I can right now. And part of what led me down this path is I was talking to Brainoid Games about this. So they made Replicat, and they said that they had about, I think, 4,000 wish lists going into Next Fest. And I was like, oh, 4,000, that's really good. Like, how did you do that? And they said it was pretty much like YouTube outreach. And I had about, let's say, 1,850 going into Next Fest. And a lot of how I got that was through just Twitch marketing. So this stream, any other like sort of adjacent people, and then some like larger influencers on the platform. So Kip Boga shouted it out. Redbeard has talked about it. He actually played it on stream. I guess Kip played it on this stream and reached out to some of his audience that way. So I felt like I was like clawing my way to 1,900, and that then it all just evaporated. So I'd like to breathe some life into this again. You post any new ones? I don't have a TikTok account. I'm very conflicted about even using TikTok as a platform. So I think that would also help. Posting on Instagram and TikTok, both platforms I dislike. And you can't be picky about this stuff if you're marketing. So I probably just need to get over that. We do have the trailer on TikTok. And I don't know how that has done. Blue Sky. Yeah, I have a Blue Sky. I post on that every once in a while. That has done pretty poorly, I would say. Now, granted, I don't have a large reach on any of these. What's this notification? Okay. I don't have a large reach on any of this stuff, but anything I post about, like 14 hearts, 19 hearts, it's not a ton of, what's the word? Interaction, I guess. It's not a ton of attention on the game. Yeah, none of these posts are doing all that well. And it's also hard to know how many impressions were there of this. So people who saw it but then didn't click this. And you could estimate based on the number of likes you get, but yeah, I just generally don't think this helped a whole lot. And the way I do this is every day I wake up, I look at the stats on Steam for Skeleseller. So as an example, I might see that there were like 5 new claims of the game and maybe like, let's say 4 new players or something. So if I ever saw this spike, if I was like, oh my God, there are 500 downloads for the game, I'd be like, something must have happened. Yeah, engagement is what I was looking for. Thank you, Phil. Yeah, I'd be like, oh, something must have happened. I need to go figure out, did someone make a Reddit post? Did someone make a YouTube video? Did someone cover this on Twitch? I haven't seen that happen. Nothing has been anomalous here without me having an explanation already. So for example, when I was on the Twitch front page, yes, I got plus 100 wish lists, but I knew why I was on the Twitch front page. So I didn't need to go looking for other people's content. Same thing during Next Fest. We got plus, I think, 420 wish lists. Well, it was Next Fest. And I didn't find anyone actually creating content on this other than one streamer. People might have, and it's practically impossible to search for if they did it in a category that wasn't Skeleseller and didn't title their stream differently. So yeah, I have made posts. My whole point in sharing this was, if I made a Blue Sky post or a Twitter post or anything, and then the next day I woke up and I'm like, oh my God, that took off, I'd do more of that. But since I haven't seen that happen, it's like my strategies haven't been working so far. And I do just need to put more time into this. Did someone else just follow as a result of me showing this on stream? Thank you, Francesco. I assume you're watching the stream. All right, so did we get this person listed down? No, we did not. Let's get them. Rozo's Adventures. Let's just copy this. And they have 230 subs. They've last made a video 5 hours ago. I found this through Cauldron again. We got an extra space at the end, and here's their channel. Well, this is definitely a way to find different people streaming this. Again, I'm surprised that this doesn't show through YouTube itself, but it doesn't. So here are these 3 channels now too. Oh, and this person even has a ton of subscribers. Why does this not show up when you search for this? Nucrium. Yeah, I don't see them there. If I search Cauldron game, like, some people definitely show up, but then this list runs out very fast. And then it gets to shorts. And even if you just have it search for videos, you get to the bottom of this after what, like 10 or 12 or something like that. It eventually shows you, here are related. Okay, no, this is actually working better. And now we're finding these things. Is Nucrium here? No. So yeah, weirdly. Yeah, now we're outside of the game. Oh, that's still the game, I guess. Huh. Yeah. Hey, resets. I think marketing is unfortunately a numbers game. Even if the people look good, you'll still have to reach out a lot to get a call back. Yeah. I agree. And I do need to do more and more of this stuff. And it's a little disappointing because it's not my only task. Like, I have a game to make. And the marketing stuff, if I saw the numbers pick up, like, the way this has always worked for me in the past pretty much is there's time and there's some amount of, let's say, engagement, and it is just a line. And the line looks more like this, actually, I guess. So if I saw that this had it was a curve, and I was like, oh, well, at least I got 2 that day, and now I got 5, and now I got 12, and I'm seeing it go up, I'd be like, oh, what I'm doing is working. But when I think, okay, I put in an hour a day and I get like 2 wish lists, and I think that this doesn't scale, right? I can put 24 hours per day in and get 48 wish lists. It's not worth it at that point. But yeah, I get that it's a numbers game. So it's like 2 wish lists plus a 0.001% chance to blow up, have the right person see it. Shorts of Skeleton Puppet giving sales reports or commenting on the latest going on in town. Yeah, so the closest thing, I don't know if I still have this somewhere. How would I find this? Share.bot.land/crowdfunding. No, was it crowdfund.bot.land? This probably doesn't even exist, even if I knew what the subdomain was. Anyway, a while ago, for Botland, I made a fake crowdfunding campaign, and it was I shouldn't say it's fake, it was satirical. Like, it was intentionally like a goof. and the support this game button was with like it was a $0 thing. It didn't cost money. And I thought, oh, this will be like a fun little, hey, I'm poking fun at Indiegogo or at what's the other one, Kickstarter, and oh, people will share this as a like a counterculture sort of thing. It didn't happen, right? If you try to come up with viral content and you're spending a lot of time on it, then you have the risk of it just blowing up in your face and then not having anything to do with this. I tried some other ideas, like I made a bunch of botland advertisements in the style of different subreddits. Granted, the video wasn't great, but it also didn't do well. So I don't think I should be putting any effort into out there marketing ideas. I think I should just try standard stuff, just reach out to people, just see where that takes me. Is there a YouTuber specialized in indie games? Yeah, a lot of them. And that's part of what we're kind of finding here. We're finding people who play other games like this. And I've got a whole list of people now that if their emails are exposed, I can go reach out to them. And people do typically expose their emails. Again, if you click something like this, there's their email address right there. Click this button and you get it. That they actually have it in plain text up there too. So I would feel remiss showing this on stream if it wasn't just literally a YouTube channel. Hey Vince, what am I doing today? Oh, how are you doing today? I'm doing well. I think the whole week has been good. What does this person play? Yeah, this sounds like a good fit. Let's write them down. And how many viewers or subscribers? 1.52 and 2 hours ago. 152 2 hours ago. Technically Cauldron. Here's their channel. Okay. Next up is this person, Captain Nico. A little about my channel. Scottish, 30-plus-year-old gamer. Use she and they pronouns. Don't do commentary. Enjoy all things indie. Don't do commentary. I always wonder about this for Skeleseller. But let's write him down anyway. Captain Nico with a 3. No, that's I did that wrong. Captain Nico like that. All right, how many? 517 subs. Video was last made 22 hours ago. Cauldron technically. So I had not nearly exhausted the number of Cauldron streamers. I think the other thing we need to do is if you're going to search on YouTube, click videos so that you don't get a bunch of random garbage. All right, just put this here now. All right, I wrote that down. Nookrium. I'm Nook, and my channel is devoted to everything indie games. I love seeing channels like this. It's nice that people are still focusing on indie games because I think a lot of people get their start in indie games and then realize that they've caught on and then start switching to games that they sort of want to play, which might be indie games, but aren't usually, it seems. All right, when did they last make their video? 23 hours ago. I was thinking, feels like your trailer video needs to cater more towards some kind of hook. I noticed videos that just show off what the game has tend to land flat in the market. It needs more emphasis on what makes the game different from the rest. Yeah, I need to make another trailer. These were intentionally sort of quick trailers just for the Steam page. But yeah, need a new trailer. I want to be careful about the next one that I make though, because I want it to be the final one that I make. So the game needs to look as close to what it's going to look like at launch as it can. Break and exploit the game. Have I heard of this person? I might have seen their videos. Yeah, I think I saw 1 or 2 of their videos. I like what they did. Your strategy for searching for YouTubers is looking for people who upload the games you did as search query and just using similar games to yours. Yeah, pretty much. That's what I'm starting with at least. Because you got to start somewhere, right? You can't just reach out to like a random YouTuber and hope that they'll play your game. They've got to have some connection to games or some connection to your genre or the style of game. Okay, MMO coverage and game reviews. This is a strangely branded channel. Their view counts are all pretty low. Well, I really shouldn't be picky. Yeah, let's write them down. Blue fire. Okay, let's get them here. Blue fire. Last video is 8 months ago? No, never mind. I'm going to reach out to someone who's done something 8 months ago. Probably out of the YouTube game at this point. Chocolate cake. Doctor incompetent. Cream team. Intern.gif. Okay, let's take a look at these. Wow, I'm surprised I didn't find these my first time through. Huh. I'm a panda IRL. Okay, this person doesn't have their YouTube email address. And they have 1,000 subscribers and their videos have like 0 to 2 views. Probably not too worth it. Hey, Propellants. Thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Welcome in. This is the kind of content people want to see, is me being on YouTube all day. No, we will get back to game dev. I will actually probably wrap up after the Cauldron stuff and we'll get back to actual development work. Okay, what? They make a lot of videos. Wow. Okay, let's write it down. Doctor incompetent. Doctor incompetent. Number of subscribers, 36.1. Last video was super recent, 1 hour ago. Okay. Next up was this person. Roguelike, a lot of small indie games. Sure. Do they have their email address there? Yes, they do. Nice. I don't really watch on YouTube, but I followed and subbed on Twitch. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you weren't spending the Prime sub anyway, might as well, right? All right, so Cream Team. Last video 6 days ago. That's not too bad. Number of subs 969 and channel URL is there. And then we didn't get this person. 374K. I'm intern. Welcome to my channel. Play simulator, RPGs. Nice. Yeah, sounds pretty good. Last upload is 23 hours ago. Number of subs 374. Channel URL there. So yeah, Cauldron had way more than I expected, and we still haven't technically gone through the whole list. I guess let's go through another maybe couple pages. This person's new. This person I think we have. Wee Rascal. Yeah, I've reached out to them already. The Jig is Up. FizzGig. Indie Game Alchemist. Brag Apple. Surreal Canine. Like I said, let's look through one of these. Gold Thunder. That's not even... It's not even... I guess it is Cauldron. Gamer Quest with a Q. We found Gamer Quest with a K, didn't we? All right, so let's stop there. We went 6 pages into the results. Went 6 pages deep on Google for these YouTubers. Oh boy. All right, let's get all of their channels now. Okay, that didn't work. And then click all their video stuff. Okay, now let's write them all down. And then I'm done with this for now. Okay, so when did they last? Are all these recent enough? 4 hours a day, 10 days, 7 hours, 8 hours, 1 hour, 20 minutes? Yeah. So we're not going to rule any out for being too old. Upload schedule. Number of views is pretty low though. Yeah. We'll write them down anyway. I don't have them on my list, do I? Find Fab. No. Okay. Let's just put the date there for a bunch of those. And let's put Cauldron here for a bunch of these. Number of subs, 924. Last video, 4 hours ago. YouTube link is here. Next channel, gaming channel, follow me on Twitch. They don't have their email address here. They only have 12 subs as well, so let's skip them. Do they have their email address? They do. Indie Game Alchemist. Do we have them written down? Alchemist. No. Cool. Let's get this. Get any favorable replies if you sent anything. I have sent stuff and I've gotten no responses. I am very likely doing something wrong. Oh, that wasn't even the right channel. I gotta get the right channel. There. All right, number of subs 1060 and 10 days ago. Make a script to scrape YouTubers. It's against the terms of service for YouTube. This is another problem, right? I'm trying to follow the rules of doing all this stuff. It would be pretty easy to have scraped all of this and put it in a spreadsheet and see which ones have an email address. But they explicitly disallow that. Although they might have an API to fetch this stuff. Then I guess it would be allowed. 362, 7 hours ago. And the channel. Channel where I and my friends play games on the internet. They don't have an email address. Excuse me. Gold Thunder Jack. This channel is a good fit content-wise. They just don't have a lot of subscribers. Tis a shame, really. 46 1 hour ago, and the channel. And the final one for today, at least, is Gamer Quest. Welcome to Gamer Quest, your daily gaming hub since 2006. What? Oldest videos are from 10 years ago. That's 2015. They must have had a presence somewhere else on the internet. But I'm actually kind of surprised because even maybe they have more views on YouTube or Twitch, I mean. On Twitch, they have, no, pretty much the same. Yeah, the exact same number of subscribers. How many views are they getting on there? Two. They probably don't stream a lot. Yeah, one average viewer in 2024. One average viewer in 2023. One average viewer in 2022. Did they ever have viewers? 3. Okay, it's increasing. 4. 3, it's decreasing. Yeah, so they just never really had viewers over there. I wonder what that means. Isn't both Gemini and YouTube part of Google and Alphabet? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're responding to Pudata comment on that? Yeah. So I think it's a rat's nest of an issue to talk about that sort of thing. 23 minutes ago. So to be fair, their own rules are don't scrape YouTube. If another site doesn't have a rule saying don't scrape this site, it's not wrong to do. But yeah, they probably are not checking, is this right or is it not? Okay, so let me open that list up again, just to close this out a little bit. So we got another, what is that? 25, I guess. 25 new people that I could reach out to. And some of them have pretty high numbers. I'll probably hold off on them until I've gotten some success with the smaller ones. But the ways to find creators, I think we need to write here somewhere that I should look on Twitch. Look through Twitch and come up with some strategies there. Now, there is one other benefit to... what happened there? Twitch and come up with some strategies there. I guess there is a benefit in that I am a Twitch partner, so I guess if I did whisper someone, at least they'd be like, oh, this person has a check mark. They're probably not just totally a spammer. Yeah. You try asking an LLM. Maybe give you good answers if you like. Ask what specifics, like uploads often, what types of games. I didn't do too much of that, no. Because in my very limited experience, it had hallucinated some content creators, which then wouldn't make it all that great. Although maybe I should try like some AI generated messages. Maybe try some AI emails to see what it suggests for content and marketing the game. Yeah, hey, I'm willing to give everything a shot at this point. Like I said, if people with like 500 subs aren't even responding to my email, it probably means I'm doing something wrong. And I will say this until I've emailed like 1,000 people, but it could just be a numbers thing. It certainly could be that I'm emailing people and everything's going just fine, and they're just like, it's not the game for me right now. So we've done this. PRs would be next, balancing the characters. And then also we got this sick artwork from Quickie Joe. Let me show you this. So we wanted a way to differentiate boss battles from regular battles. And he made this panel graphic, which I know I'm not showing on stream yet. Hang on a second. So he made this graphic. It is a snake wrapped around some bones. And here's what it looks like in the context of a battle. This is like super zoomed in, so imagine something more like this. So this would differentiate it from the regular battle a bit. I think I need to split this up a little bit more or something. I'm not sure. I'll have to figure that out. But I think adding this in the game would be pretty neat too. But yeah, I think this looks really cool. We may need to split this into a title bar and just the panel border. But I guess we can delete it from art request for now. Clownish example with bright red, yeah. Why can't I select this? That's pretty weird. There we go. Okay, so PRs would be next. Let's go take a look. So what is the last modified one? I'm not going to look at this utility tool just yet. I actually have not looked at this PR at all. And I'll take a quick look. I think it's a totally standalone thing, which is what makes me not want to review this right now. Yeah. But I should take a look at this eventually. Hey, Taco Bandit. All right, revamp battle panel layout updated yesterday. Was it me that updated this yesterday or Kevin that updated this yesterday? Okay, I think it was just me. Oh, I think it's fine. So now extract battle text. This one I want to take a look at. I spent a lot of time on this yesterday. Change is fine by me. Yeah, sorry. This was already. I don't know if Kevin is there. Kevin, are you there? Well, I was doing some marketing stuff. I'm putting a lid on that for now and moving back to development stuff. I prevented the theme from applying. If we're not using anchors, we can revert the scene. Where to do node 2D. Wonder how that fixed it. Yeah, I wonder how that fixed it. Okay, so what I'm curious about then is this cleanup diff. We don't need floating text to be a control, so I'm making a couple small changes to clean the diff. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I think that's fine. So let's go pull this. 1064. I don't have any changes, do I? No. Already up to date. I find that hard to believe because this was force pushed. That's weird. How do I see what commit this should be on? Should be this one, and it's 16F. And what am I on? 16F. How? I don't understand why I didn't need to reset this branch. Huh. Okay, well let's just double check one more thing, just to make sure I'm not going nuts here. If we look at floating text.scene, is it a node 2D? Yes, it is. Okay, well then everything's probably fine. So let's reload the project. And let's run this. Want to tell a quick story. We got free movie tickets in the mail from a local theater. And it was not in an envelope or anything. So imagine that you just saw, like, use this code, and it was some, like, custom generated code, and it had a pin on it too, and imagine it was something like this. So anyone could have taken this out of our mail and just, like, typed in the code and gotten a free movie ticket, I guess. So I tried this last night to reserve some seats for today, and it just said it didn't work a bunch of times. And I kept typing it in, and I tried different things, and, like, maybe I had a character wrong. I'm pretty confident I did not type anything incorrectly. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'll call the theater. I call the theater and I get their voicemail and they're like, leave your name and number and what you're calling about. So dutifully, I left my name and number and I said, hey, here's my problem. And I explained it to them. I didn't get a call back. I don't think they're ever going to call back, which just makes me wonder who's monitoring that voicemail box, who's actually calling customers of a theater back and helping them with whatever problem they had. And I guess it's no one, but if there was some poor soul doing that, then I would take pity on them for having to deal with my unsolvable issue. But we'll go tonight and we'll see. Do they honor this thing or not? They're probably gonna be like, oh, it doesn't work. Too bad for you. Maybe the world decided to ignore you. Maybe I mentioned Skeleseller in the phone call. Someone they're like, that guy. I'm not talking to him. So I hate to change. Who's doing the marketing campaign? Maybe they're the same person. Maybe they are. Yeah, whoever's sending out the mailers to me. It is kind of a shame, though. Okay, so this let us stop doing the scaling stuff. I never actually fully looked through this PR because I found some issues and then got kind of stuck on that. Search for scale and maybe battle. This one. Now that 1003, this is more of a concern. We could obviate this by putting text in the same place that we put those icons. Yeah, so this is going to be less of a concern. So I guess just update this issue afterward. 868. Update 868 to mention that we changed this yet again. So it's less important. Wait, I said update 868. Yeah, I said that right. Can you send us an email to check if it's spam? I could, yeah. Although I did email somebody else and they responded. I just didn't have an image in there. Might be able to go to the theater with your free ticket code and talk to someone in person. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. That's what we're going to do. So the plan is go to the movies tonight. And then if they don't honor the coupon, leave the movies and go to dinner instead. Either way, we're getting a date out of this. Yeah, ideally we get a free movie. Anything else we have here? I think that's it. Okay, so we no longer do the scaling stuff, which I wonder what that means this is set to. Instance slot. Let's go take a look. Transform 530 by 336. Does this just coincidentally work? I guess it's the content that we care about here. What is this set to? 512 by 288. This is locked in because of something that its children are setting this to. There must be a minimum size somewhere. Not in either of those. This one has a size of 512 by 288. Okay, that's fine. Hey, Darkstorm. Trip to jail. That's our date. Hype for the new boss battle. Yeah, I think it's gonna be really cool. I hope it stands out enough to players to be like, this is a boss battle. I think we also are gonna need to accompany it with some music though, that makes it clear that like, oh, the music changed. I must be in a boss fight. Because yeah, I've heard a couple people play the game and say, "Oh, that was a boss battle I just did," or like, "Why is this battle window bigger?" So I think making it look visually distinct will help. All right, so this part's fine. There is no longer control above this, which we had only done so that we could change the scaling. So yeah, now we delete that stuff. This is looking good. Yeah, looking good. We did add in a floating text control here in the instance slot. Instance slot, floating text. So the parent is always going to be this, so that it shows up on top of everything. Yeah, that's reasonable. Battle floating text, what's that about? What's that about? So this is used only from the battle system to invoke upward so that the instance slot can show it in the right place. We could, and we shouldn't do this, but we could probably go through the instance to get there. Yeah, we have the instance, and then the instance has, it doesn't have a reference to the slot. Okay, never mind. We can't do that. Music kind of requires the boss battle to be long, unless each battle is way longer. It doesn't need to be long. It could just be like 30 seconds. It's actually... I don't know. Yeah, I need to think about it. I haven't actually come up with too much of the music. Because I was going to say what we could do is allow for auto-repeating battles and then just play the music for longer. I need to think of what we're doing with using locations. It's listed for Monday. So hopefully we have a listen to that soon enough. So this is just a way of bundling in... Where even is it? It's a way of bundling together the things that we're going to need for this. Text, color, scenario, add extra nudge. Okay. I think it's fine. So that looks good. That looks good. That's fine. This is something I did. That's fine too. This is also okay. But what did we used to do here? Plus extra nudge. So extra nudge must have been set to something. Oh, we also changed the target position here. I wonder if this needed to be modified anymore. Because we're adding this no matter what down here. I'm curious if we reverted this, what would happen? It's one of those things that doesn't really matter. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. We set the z-index pretty high here. Do we ever do anything like that again? Floating text.cs z-index. No, we don't. Does that not get in the way of the town stuff? I guess it's working. But what if I do this? Yeah, that's all fine. And if I show a window on top of that? Oh, this problem was solved by something else entirely, I think. But main was merged into this, so shouldn't we have that change? No, maybe main wasn't merged into this. All right, I'll need to look into that. Make sure the plus sludge text doesn't show on top of battle windows. I think this was fixed in main and just not in the branch I was on. It's hard to know of the time frame that this stuff happened in. I know I can look through the commits. I'll just check on main eventually. All right, where do we leave off with this? Here. Okay, so we got rid of the Z-index stuff. We don't do any font size stuff. Although we had an override to set this to 10. What was the font size to begin with, I wonder? I guess let's just open that file. Loading text.cs. Font size. Font size. What is that? Camera zoom times 12. It used font size instead of normal font size. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah. Oh, by the way, Kevin, I wanted to respond to this. I'm sorry, I left you the most confusing message. So I said action needed. I wrote my comments below as though you need to take action, but you actually don't. So then when you read this and you said, I need to make it work, blah, blah, blah. Okay, taking a look. I don't see it going up. Did you address that? I only wrote this stuff like you had to address it, but then I made the commit anyway. So, yeah, I fixed that. Yeah, action needn't. It's just the most confusing way of possibly saying that. All right, so if I level up, we should see this in green. We do. Good. That wasn't working before. So font size removed. This stuff looking fine. Yeah. I think I eventually understood. Yeah, sorry. I just kind of added a bunch of confusion for no reason. So yeah, I think we could change this back to what it was and get the diff to be like 3 lines fewer than it is, but I don't think it really matters. Actually, wait, maybe it does matter. Where is this code? Base vertical nudge. This is in create floating text. And where we used to do this was in create floating text using camera. What about without using the camera? We added it here. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. Transition from Photoshop was pretty smooth. Nice. Yeah, I don't even remember their name. I rated a pixel artist the other day though, and they did some really impressive stuff. But then they mentioned how long it took them to do some of that, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it's anywhere from days to weeks depending on the complexity." And it just makes me think there's some fantasy I have about, oh, I can eventually do my own art, and I need to spend a year or two and just get way better at making art. And like, I guess you can, but then suppose you made it to the quality of that person, you're going to spend a year making 12 really complex things, and then your game's going to be frozen for that whole time. So it's all a question of how do you cut corners, or how long do you want to spend to make something look super polished. Yeah, their animations look great. That's true. I'm not denigrating that at all. I think it's just very daunting time commitment. And I think AI is going to impact this quite a lot in the future. And it'll probably make a lot of artists and musicians angry. It took me 5 hours to animate something that feels good. Yeah. I'm glad I don't have to think about that stuff. Then again, I think there are probably a lot of artists out there who are like, oh, I'm glad I don't have to think about the kind of code that Adam's doing. Okay, this stuff is looking good. So this now tracks the camera, but it wasn't being used before. Instance slot camera. I think we passed it in a create floating text. We also modify this for the slot scale. Why? What did we do before? Oh, right. This was my recommendation, and we ended up doing this. Yeah. Okay, looks good. Floating text, that's also fine. I trust that this is good. Nice. And then this stuff. So this has changed a bit over the course of the history of this commit, and I want to understand what's causing that. Because now we have this viewport sizes. But I think at one point we'd gotten rid of this. And yeah, that's the only last thing that I need to understand. So let's look at instance slot scale. Let's see what this stuff is used for. So we have viewport sizes. This is only used here for get viewport size. And that's only used here to set the size. Okay, so that's fine. What about these things? Get smaller scale. Presumably used by the toolbar thing. Yep. And that I trust is being used. And then what's this? Gets viewport scale. I guess also only used in that function. Smaller scale, larger scales, yeah. Okay, so this will reduce the amount of VRAM used and potentially by a decent amount, like some number of megabytes. I didn't make any changes, did I? No, I didn't. Okay, yeah, I think this is looking good now. Let's just mess around with this for a little bit longer and see if there are any weird issues. So we should be able to shrink this. We should be able to start another instance and have it be larger. All of the text should look crisp. And I should even be able to increase the game scale here and still have it look crisp. So both of these battle windows, you should be able to read all of the text perfectly. Yeah. Yeah, there should be no blurriness whatsoever. I don't see anything that looks wrong. Yeah, pretty good. So that's the in-battle stuff. The in-game stuff, there are, I think, 4 places that we use this. One is when you feed a slime. So there's that slime and there is this slime. The other is when you sell an item, which we see right there. And the other is when you cast a spell but don't have enough mana or the spell is already active. That looks good. Did you try making a floating text with a long string? No, you're saying that'll go outside of the window, right? Let's do that. Battle system floating text. Show floating text, text plus text plus text plus text plus text. Okay, so now we should see. I guess that wasn't long enough. Looks like it's binary. This is a really long string, and you should see what happens when it's in the game. 4 more adventurers, so one of them is to the left. Well, this will, I guess, make it go outside the right side of the window. Yeah, I see the problem. Well, I guess it's going to be proportionally pretty much the same amount of being outside the window. So you're saying we could just enable clipping on the control and get that to stop? Because if so, that sounds like something we should just do, right? Is there any problem with that? That should work fine. Clip contents. I would just click this, right? I wonder what the performance impact of that is. Enables whether rendering of canvas item-based children should be clipped to this control's rectangle. If true parts of a child that would be visible outside will not be rendered once you've input. So now it should just fix itself. Yeah, although I guess anytime this would happen, it's a bug because it means you're not going to be able to read that text. As long as it's understandable what it's supposed to be, I think that'd be okay. So like obviously we have a gigantic sentence here. That's never going to happen. But let's say you saw something like plus power and in some other language, in language X, it's like, I don't know, a bunch of letters. You don't need to see all of them to know, oh, that's the start of the word power in this language. And I've seen that happen when the adventurer is in the view. Don't know which is less bad. Yeah, I think it bleeding like way outside of the boundaries is like comically bad, but yeah, so this is like one such style that we'd have here. I don't know either. And I don't know how often this is going to happen. I know you mentioned long strings, but did anything in the game trigger this after you made the changes to the camera stuff? I guess the longest string we have is probably mental swiftness for the mage. Yeah, mental swiftness. Okay. Where is that? So what if we just say mental swiftness? So every single time damage is dealt, it's going to look like it's saying mental swiftness here. And we'll just restart this. Nostril sniffness. I like it, Leftist. Howdy. All right, let me just make a battle with everybody. Oh, wait, we don't have the Spirit Caller. I was going to say the Spirit Caller can fill the battle on their own. So let's turn on invincibility and go to this final location and put in these adventurers. And now we should see nostril sniffness for everything. Yeah, so here it's getting clipped. Let's take a picture of this. So this is option number 1. Option number 2 is to check this box or uncheck this box. And now it'll appear outside of the window. Let's take a picture of that. Okay, so question, which one looks better? This is clamped to the window, and this is, whoops. Oh my God, that should not have been hard to do. All right, so what do you prefer, left or right? If we zoom in on the edge, I guess you can see them both better. So this is clamped to the boundary. This is outside of the boundary. To be honest, I think I like the one on the right a little bit better. But I could see them both working. Outside looks better, as in the one on the right? Hey, Kratzon. Yeah, okay. So then we just wouldn't do anything special for this. I think the expectation if these are true windows is that they would clip their contents, and it kind of looks like that's happening. Yeah, I could see this going either way. I guess it depends on how long these strings really are. I kind of changed my mind. I think I like the one on the left better. Only because if you do have a battle playing out and... Wait a second. Do these stop you from clicking? They do. Wait, something did. Yeah, something stops me from clicking this. Is it when they're fading out? What happened there? Something stopped me from dragging this thing. But I can't figure out what's doing that. Maybe it's a specific point. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, I can't click here for some reason. I can't click anywhere in the middle now. It must be the wave progress thing. I bet that still exists and it's just hidden. Yeah. Too much text. I mean, yeah, that's I'm spamming a bunch of like fake words in there. So you can't drag a battle window by the middle of it in multi-wave battles at least. And what am I clicking? So if I click debugger misc, I'm clicking a rich text label. Yeah, I'm clicking the wave cleared notification. All right, that should be pretty easy to fix. We just delete mouse handlers from all of this stuff. This is set to stop. The label is presumably set to stop. Yeah, just ignore. Ignore on that alone should be good enough, but I'm going to just say ignore on everything. Wait, that's already set to pass. Pass and ignore. Okay, let's try that. So now I should be able to... Ooh, that doesn't look right. Drat. I think that's a bug. All right, and we do want this thing to be on. All right, so let's speed this up and get to the next wave. Oh, we still can't drag by this. Maybe I do need these things to be set to ignore. And then let's just rerun the whole thing. All right, so create an instance. Oh, it can't just be any instance. It's got to be an instance that has multiple waves. Let's go to here, which is the first one with multiple. Let's unlock everybody. Let's throw them into the battle. Let's give them invincibility. Let's do one of these. Let's speed it up until they beat that phase. This takes forever. All right, and yes, now we can drag by this. Okay, so the only issue is the loot size in this. This is not getting resized downward now. So in the Inferno where you get a ton of loot, it looks bad. Well, this on its own is okay. I'm fine having a scroll thing there, but I don't think you'd be able to see the auto battle controls. Yeah, now it scrolls. Yeah, now it's out of view. Okay, well, we'll have to fix that. That's a somewhat minor issue, I'd say. And I'll just take a picture of that. Yeah. And I'm not even sure that was caused by this PR. So how about this? Let's put this in GIMP and let's find out if it was caused by this PR. Let's also check in the things I just did. So this is clip the contents. Clip contents of the instance content, or the instance of an instance slot. This prevents long floating text from going outside of the window. And then I want to give credit where credit's due. Kevin suggested this here. Okay, so that's that fix. Then this fix is to stop consuming mouse input. Stop waves message from consuming mouse. You couldn't drag a battle window from the middle of a multi-wave battle after the first wave. That's at least one way to repro the bug that was fixed by this commit. And then this is something we just revert. Okay, so now we push that back and we go to main and we see if the same bug happened there. We might need to reload the project. Something about the scenes that we have that makes that maybe a necessity. No, thankfully. Oh, no, it is. Okay, let's go reload. Okay. So we got to go to the final area with a bunch of adventurers. And then win the battle immediately. And then shrink this down. Oh, we did change this. Okay, so this now only scrolls as far as here. So this was, I think, recently broken. So this is what it used to show, and here's what it shows now. Huh. All right, well, we'll let Kevin figure that out. But I think I am going to merge this thing now and just say that this is a bug that I think was caused by this PR. I mean, it must have been caused by this PR. So 1064 seems to have created this bug. The loot from a battle takes too much space in a small battle window. Okay, so this is the before picture. Before this. After this. As you can see in the after picture, The contents of the window are too large for the window because the loot section is too tall. Yeah. Can you enable auto battle? Yeah. I don't think auto battle has to do with it because I noticed this happening before I had enabled it on the other one too. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, so now I'm actually not totally sure what's happening. No, it is. Okay, never mind. This is not because of your VR. Then this is just a bug. Okie dokie. I guess let's just delete all that. Wait a second. Does the after picture show? This isn't even how this looks. Man. All right, hang on a sec. Let's get a picture of this. One of my PRs are broken for sure. Well, I am keeping it assigned to you, but let's get a better picture. So this. I think this looks slightly different after merging 1064, but it's still broken. Okay, so we can merge this. Should have my commits on it too now. Yeah. And this will affect the other thing. Yeah, so thank you for the persistence with this one. The end result is that we should consume less VRAM for battles without sacrificing any visual clarity. Yeah. Oh yeah, the clipping because I just added it. Oh yeah. I should write that down over here. Because we now clip the, what do we clip? Instance slot, content container. No, not even that. Where is it? Well, I'm back on main. Instance slots, content container. Yeah. So I want to get a link to that. Instance slots, content container. Main incognito. Always amazed how fast you make progress with Skeleseller. Hey, Sound of Gaming. I mean, there's no way of knowing how fast the average person would progress with Skeleseller. It's possible I'm taking like twice as long as I should be on any individual thing. But you'll just never see anyone else code Skeleseller, so you won't know. Also, I am not a team of one, as I'm sure you know, but I do think there's been some pretty good progress this last week. I felt pretty productive. I was talking to my wife about it. I mentioned that feeling motivated after Next Fest, I think was partially due to just not working on demo stuff any longer. So from, I'm going to make up some months here, March until June, something like that, was all just like demo prep. And it's just so hard only focusing on a demo. It's mostly polish and it's bug fixes. There's very little content or fun stuff or new stuff. It's like, oh, a user couldn't figure this out at minute number 17. Okay, we fixed it. It's like, okay, yeah, we did improve the game. And now people are having a better time with it, but you just can only make so many of those changes before you go crazy. So this is now closed. Yeah. And then we should update this, as I mentioned, and this I did not test. So let's go test that. I think this was fixed already. So I'm very much hoping that there's no problem here. So we just start a battle. We put it directly over the slime. Cover its little face. And yeah, we don't see the text showing up over this. That's good. So yeah, we got to update this issue. Where did it go? I'll just close all these tabs and we'll open it again. Oh, it doesn't show up. What did I do? Okay, well, at least we know it's 868. I guess we can just do that. Okay, so now that 1003 is in place, this is more of a concern. We could obviate this by putting the text blah, blah, blah. No longer a concern. Save. This isn't even true anymore, is it? No, we do this for the battle map. I think we do this for the battle map. So I think this is technically still correct. Battle map, battle panel. There's a sub viewport container here. There's a control. The control should have a scale, I guess. It's set to 1. Or this has a scale? Yeah, this has a scale. Okay, yeah, so we're still doing this here. Definitely above average for productivity. Hey, Boomer, if you ever have questions about this stuff that you think could be alleviated pretty quickly by me, feel free to ask. Because I don't know exactly what you were doing, but the way I would probably handle this is I'd have a scene with the animated sprite for the bird. And in the animated sprite, you can add whatever frames you want for this. So I'm just going to act like my bird is this. And we would get the animation here. So we'd say, okay, here's the flapping of the wings. And then we give this a name, like flying. And then you can choose to play this animation when you're at a certain, when you press a certain key. Alternatively, I'd probably make that just be the wing and have like a flap animation and play that. And I don't know if that's what you ended up with, but that's probably what I would end up doing. The alternative method you could do for this is you could have an animation player which can do arbitrarily powerful things here. So you can make an animation like flap the wing and then add a track for your wing. Maybe you make it visible or something. So you say like visible is going to be true. And you could animate its position, or you can control an animation through this too. So there are a couple different ways of doing it. Not sure if others have asked before. If they have, I'm sure there's a link. But are you happy that you went with Godot over some other engine like Unity, or something with finer grain control? Yeah, I think Godot's been a pretty good choice. One of the things that'd be kind of nice with any game engine is knowing that you're doing things in the idiomatic way. And I recognize that game engines have a lot of flexibility in how you do things. So it might be that there are multiple idioms and they're all acceptable. But yeah, like, is there anything I should have been doing totally differently? Is there any way I should have been using the editor differently or interacting with code, or I don't know, any like giant mistakes I made? Did you ever get to packaging the cheat sheet somewhere? No, sorry. I have not shared those out, and I want to. So I'll write this down. If you're on Discord, send me a message. Wait, hang on. Let me see if I can find this out. Engage privacy mode. Okay, give me a sec. Whoops. That wasn't me saying whoops. That was past me saying whoops. Whoops. Where is this? There it is. Now I open up this. And then this. Aha! I think I found it. Okay. Let me know if this works. Actually, I guess I could just open it like this. Wow, this has like 40 redirects. Hey, neat. It should work. I haven't looked at this in forever. Yeah, neat. All right, well, there you go. You probably can't click that link in Twitch chat, by the way. It doesn't work for me, at least. So just make sure you've got all the characters after it, of course. Oh, sorry. There we go. It was the 3 ways thing that did it. So many different ways to do things. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I have to dig through multiple examples. Yeah. Yeah, and really, it kind of holds true for everything, not just game engines, right? Think of something you've been doing for a year at this point, and you're like, yeah, I'm pretty confident in how I'm doing it. Imagine if someone told you, like, well, you're just doing that totally wrong. You'd probably want to know, right? I guess that's why life hacks exist. Life hacks are pretty much, hey, here's something you've done your whole life, and it doesn't need to be that hard. Except for they're usually pretty minor things, like how to store food or something, where it's like you're maybe doing it wrong, but it's not so wrong that you're you're going to be mad when you find out the right way to do it. So this is only needed now for the battle panel. I think we should probably write that. So update. This is only applicable to the battle panel. I think it's called battle panel tab. Yeah. Ever since 1064. And as mentioned in this issue, it's still not a huge concern. Also, before I forget, let me change the size of this thing. This is driving me nuts. There. Everything's clipping. Any tax hacks? Talk to an accountant. Need to go back into my Microsoft account. It's going to be good, though, when I get to it. Oh, just to be clear, you should be able to open that in an incognito tab like I just did. I don't think you need to have a Microsoft account for that. But yeah, I don't plan on migrating those elsewhere. So if you want to add them yourself or something, I guess copy pasting is probably easiest. So this is done and this is done. Okay, so now we have gotten to this, which is a gigantic change. Spent some time today trying a similar but different approach to what Adam did before. It says set meta, I used an interface of a whole component holder and gave that interface to all the entities that needed it. Goal was to prevent crossing to Godot to test out whether marshalling had an effect. Here are the results. %95 speed up. .NET Trace does not build the project, so I suspect even using set meta would have been an improvement, and maybe you didn't build it. I should write that down. C# Godot Trace. Build your game first. .NET Trace doesn't automatically build. Did I even test this correctly then? I mean, I know that's what. Oh man. Okay, here's what we should do. This was May 26th in the morning. So we should find my VOD from May 26th and find out if I was rebuilding. That way I don't need to reset up the entire thing. This is one of the major benefits of recording every single thing you do. May 26th in the morning, yeah. All right, the problem is we can't see dates on here. Oh, you can't see them when you hover either? Oh, come on. All right, well, let's just click this then. What date was this? May 26th. Wow, that was convenient. Okay. So this must have been the morning because I have my tenants open. And we can tell specifically the time that it should have been. Because it was 11:54. So I typically start at about 8:30. So we'd go 3 hours and 22 minutes in. What is that? What did I just do? What is this thing? Huh. I didn't know you could do that. You can apparently drag from the left side to pull that thing out. So 3 hours and 22 minutes. We should see when I was writing this out. Yeah, look at that. Wow, couldn't be easier. I just found exactly when I wrote this comment what shirt I was wearing, what stupid face I was making. Okay, so let's take a look at what I was doing in the code then. We're going to speed this up. Okay, wait, there. We did something there. What do we do? I'm running the game already. But at some point I get another trace. No, I was already looking at the trace. So how do I rerun this? Did I file an issue at that point? I did file an issue at that point. So this is after I already made my conclusion. So we should probably go back to here. We should probably go back to before we open up these traces. So if I ran through Godot, then I definitely had to build to do that. So we didn't never build. We know that we built at some point. But did we build every time? This is too hard to find. Because I think the set meta way of doing things wouldn't be too bad. I should probably look at the PR and see how the code changed here. Because if there's nothing objectionable here, then we could just check this in and it doesn't really matter. Yeah. And there's a conflict. I'll look at that later. Okay, so an IECS entity now has a component holder. And how do we set these things up? Let's see. Battler has it. Okay, I see. So anything that could have added anything, and we just have a component holder that we can get, and it gets set. I see. Okay, so this doesn't let us use this on arbitrary nodes, which I think is probably fine. And it is straightforward, and it comes from, yeah, and it modifies very little too. Okay. I just do wonder about that set meta thing. All right, let's pull the branch. 8.6, I think it was. Improve ECS performance, yeah. And something I wanted to try here, I wanted some like a stress test for this almost. Like how many entities could we have now and maybe we couldn't have them before? Creating workers has a tiny bug in it right now that doesn't really matter for anything. That if you create many at once, it's going to slow down the game a little bit. But then once they're created, it's fine. So I wonder if we can have like 1,000,000 of those and 1,000,000 of these and a bunch of items. And I guess all the shops and stuff. Let's go do that and that and that. And remember, the game's never going to look like this. We're never going to have that many things going on at once. But if we did, I kind of want to save this because I started in a way that doesn't let me see the frame rate. Any way to save the cheat sheet locally, or is it only printing individual sections at a time? Yeah, I think you need to export them to PDFs or something. I don't know how you'd save it locally. There might be some like import this notebook into your OneNote. if you're logged into your account. I mean, everything seems pretty smooth, but like I said, this doesn't really tell me anything unless I can get the same scenario without these changes. Which I guess would be not that hard to do, right? Yeah, let's do it through code then. Oh, what's that? Like a bunch of errors. Oh, I see. Oh, I did start it through Godot? Oh man, I didn't need to close that then. That was a waste of time. All right, so let's go through this. So I guess in skip tutorial, let's do create worker. And what does this take in? Entity save data, so we don't need anything. And we're going to do a for loop for that. So let's make, I don't know, 200 workers and 200 customers, 55 burgers, 55 fries. False. What else? Items and stuff. So I guess create the armor shop, create shop. Armor, weapon. Then we want to upgrade the shops. How do you do that? Upgrade shops. Do this. There. All right, let's go try running that. So this will give us a ton of customers, a ton of workers, all of our shops. So all we need to do is click grant items and we'll get a bunch of items. Oh, that was fast. And there are all of our customers. It looks very funny because they're all stacked on top of each other, moving at the same speed. But they'll eventually fan out. Yeah. Okay, so now let's see what frame rate this is running at. So we go into debugger, profiler, no, VRAM, monitors, FPS. So it's VSync to my monitor right now, which is a 60 hertz monitor. So we turn this off and then set this to off. This will run at whatever the max possible frame rate is, which for me is about 115, 110. Yeah, it's hovering around 110. But wait, we said this before that this isn't really a test of this. And that there's potentially some other thing that we should be looking at. I guess the process time. Yeah, that's what we should be looking at. Process time. So let's just let these run for a bit. I guess let's put some items in the game. Does it like spike up the process time? Not really. Oh, it didn't upgrade the shops. Oh, because the potion shop wasn't built yet. Oh, the bone puns would just throttle the game. You can only handle so many of those on your computer. It looks like something's slowing down or that it's sluggish somehow. All right, well anyway, this is with the changes. So let's just take a picture of these graphs. And then just annotate it with PR. Yeah. And put this over here. And now let's try without PR. So we do git stash, switch to main, stash pop, and run it again. We need to restart this. It's more memory efficient. What do you mean? We aren't creating an extra node. There is a tiny bit of overhead there, but it shouldn't be like drastically different in that sense. Okay, so now I'm expecting to see these things get totally slammed. Process and physics process. Yeah, so already we can see they're taking like double the time. This used to hover around like 18 maybe. And this was bouncing all over the place. It was maybe like 9. And now it's in the 30s and this is in the high 20s. Yeah, nice. And as mentioned, you will never have this much stuff going on in the game. Yeah, there are fewer allocations from the component holder, but that should be the only allocation that would have had to happen, I think. I don't think there should have been anything else. Oh, the marshalling contributes to it? Interesting. Huh. Yeah, with this said, if I turn this back on, I guess, it didn't really, it wasn't like a visible slowdown, really. Everything's still moving pretty smoothly. But yeah, anyway, the numbers speak for themselves. This is a huge, huge change. So let's stash this again. Get this back. Pop it off the stash again. Reload this again. Infinite mode, no limit on customers and workers. Just until it starts lagging. I mean, I guess some games kind of work like that. Even Risk of Rain 2 sort of works like that. You get a super broken build, you attack something once and it, it lags the game. All right, so this should be back on. Yeah, it is. Yeah, even battles should be faster and everything. All right, well, pretty slick. These are the kinds of changes we need to get into the demo. The only thing we've done so far that should not be in the demo is the adventurer stuff. So right now, if I click on lock all adventurers, we see the 2 new ones I made, and then the third one's in main. It's not in this branch yet. But the demo shouldn't allow these things to show up. Wow. Yeah, wow. All right, with that said, I think I'm going to hold off on merging this just for now. I want to do this when I'm like fully in my mental capacity. Yeah, merge the ECSPR. It's a huge improvement. Okay, so balance of characters. I'm holding off on this too. What I think I want to do right now is a little bit of game design. Specifically around this. And then we should probably put some thought into this one too. But I think I'm also going to take a break before that. Let's go and get rid of this. Go back to main, I guess. Reopen this thing. And then close the other. Yep, nice. We can quit out of Audacity too. I hope I didn't save that. I don't know what I just did, but yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's already in the game. Okay, so I'm going to go on my break. For anyone who has not seen the game we're about to play, it's just join in Twitch chat. There's no exclamation mark. So you just do this, not this. And then J and a number is all you need to do to jump. You all have fun. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hey again. We're back to Dark being on top. Hope you all had fun. Also, Kevin, I did see what you said before I left about the no dictionary thing. I don't think that would probably matter too much. Although it would have an impact. We're doing so many component logos. In fact, we should probably look into that. Close the game. Let me write a note for now. Yeah, let's go find that again here. Kevin mentioned that he didn't try using a dictionary for the individual components. We should probably figure out how many times get component is called in a given span of time to figure out how much of an improvement this would make. But that could be done in a, well, but the final, I guess, yeah, the changes could be made in another PR. Yeah, could be made in another PR. Last time you actually jumped. Yeah, I was saying this pretty recently. There's a last time in your life that you do everything. And for some things, they're probably pretty close to when you die. So like, when was the last time you ate? When was the last time, someone who died ate food? Probably the last like day or two, right? But when it comes to running, I was thinking for some people, the last time they ran in their lives might have been like 40 years before they died. And you bring up an interesting point of jumping. Like, that might be even longer than when someone last ran. It's just an idle thought. Nothing else for that. Hey, Michael. Welcome in on YouTube. But yeah, I probably jumped in the last week. All right, we're using locations. So we got to start a new design document for this. I don't think I have anything. Let's go open one up. So it'll take just a sec. I got to make this off screen and then pull it on screen. New doc. Okay. I'm going to call this reusing locations, locatinos in Skeleseller. Recently switched to a corn. I watched your video and was impressed. Wanted to switch to your key mappings without using Vial. Is there any way I can easily switch? Also, do you have any way that I can quickly see the mappings in a printout? So I've never used Vial. I don't know what it would take to switch, but I assume it would not be easy. But also, like, my key map is like my key map and makes sense for me. I'm not saying you can't use it. It's there. You can take a look. You can use the whole thing if you want to. But what makes sense for you may be a bit different. So, like, making one from scratch in Vial hopefully isn't too bad. I think the important things are a nav layer is a must, and try to consolidate layers. So anything you find yourself doing a lot, like let's say you find yourself pasting when it comes to being in a number layer, well then put a paste key in your number layer. And that way you don't need to switch layers back to the normal one and then type paste and then switch back to the number layer. So I do that with quite a lot, and especially in the nav layers where that's important. So a lot of what I do is like I go to Chrome and then open a new tab. It is so fast for me to do that, and then go back to this and open a new tab or something and go back to this, close some things, close this. It's like that's all super fast because of my keyboard and like OS combined. So yeah, make that stuff fast. And then about seeing the key map in a printout, I don't have that, but in this keyboard command is the key map, and it's like slightly visual. It's not a keyboard way of seeing things, but it's kind of sort of close. So if you just look at the key codes here, you see that my keyboard is QWFPB and so on and so forth. And then things get a little bit weird when you start looking at things like this, MONAV or LTMDIAO. So this is my O key. This, when I press it, is O, and when I hold it is a media key that lets me change the volume or move the mouse around. So I know it's not a totally visual way. It's not like keycaps on a keyboard, but it's kind of close. It's pretty understandable. Most of the time is spent after the change, but in a 5-minute run, it amounts to 0.66%. Okay. That's not bad. I guess that means we can't save a whole lot. I'm going to write that over here. Anyway, I hope that helps, Michael. Also, what a fitting keyboard if your last name is Corn. As you're familiar with stenography? Yeah. After learning, hang on, let me write this really fast. After learning Colmac DH and making this video, which I'll also type in YouTube chat in case Michael's curious, I realized I don't want to learn another key map to actually be serious about using that key map. I'd love to learn steno just to have experience with steno, but not to switch. Hang on one second. Hang on one second. Okay. Sorry, the cat was meowing and I wasn't sure that I accidentally locked her in a room. She's totally free. I meant to partially close the door and I didn't know if I fully closed it. Anyway, reusing locations. So, overview. Our battle map in Skeleseller currently looks like this. Also, let's put a today command here and then go get the map. Finding the issues of the keys that are held. Like you mentioned before, you hold down O and it switches other things. You find it sometimes activates unwantingly. And that in particular, no. And I think I have some specific thing that makes it take a very long time to activate. Yeah. So normally you have a tapping term, and I added an extra 50 milliseconds because I wrote this here. I hold my pinky down on O for too long for common words like out. So like I had to type enough times to realize that, wow, when I type out, I'm messing up and the U isn't getting typed. So I added 50 milliseconds and it felt fine. Same thing with the space here. I type space with my left thumb, but if I hold it down, it becomes the nav layer now. But I type space so frequently that I made it a very long time, 125 milliseconds. So now it's very unlikely that I'll mess that up. I don't know if you can configure this in Vile per key, but you can in QMK. All right, so we copied that over. So our map currently looks like this. Let's go get the map. And let's take a picture. And let's just get this. Okay, so as you can see, when zoomed out all the way, every single location is visible. However, each location only has one purpose and I guess each location remains static other than elite battles for the whole game. So there's not much of a need to reuse locations. I'm worried about a couple of things. One, or I guess I'm worried about a few things. One is there's an art burden to adding locations. Locations become obsolete and that you have no real reason to go to old locations at some point. Two is that the battle map will keep getting larger if every location is unique, which could hurt usability. And I think that's it. I think those are the only problems. Is there anything else? No, I think that's about it. All right, thanks, Michael. Yeah. So let's make a scratch pad here. Just like right off the top of my head. We've talked about increasing difficulty level of locations in the past. We didn't even have a battle map when we originally talked about this. So the locations were just elements in a list. It's like if I just wrote out forest and volcano and whatever else, mountain here or something like that. Like you could add more of these. It's not like it's overload for the user. It's just a list. It just looks bad. But now we have the map, and now any new locations we add would be nodes on a map. And we probably do want to expand this by some amount. You know, I could see adding another 3 locations here, another maybe 3 at the bottom, but I don't want to add another 30 locations by making the map gigantic. I just don't think that really helps with anything. Also, as the map gets bigger, it might look a little bit samey. Like we have this mountain to split it up a little bit, but everything else is just kind of grass. That would work for making locations relevant again, but then we would need to change the drops somehow. If you have a quest that needs a specific item, we still need for you to be able to obtain that item. It doesn't have to come from a location, and a difficulty chooser would let you go back to what the location used to be. So presumably it wouldn't be a problem. Probably would need to change how we render rewards so that we show you the rewards for the specific difficulty. And other than that, that's pretty much it. I mean, it would still probably be the simplest way of solving this problem. We would need to figure out how you unlock these difficulties. It could just be by, well, could be by spending money, beating other locations, completing a quest or something. We could keep it going in the same way that it's already kind of happened so far. So like you get to the Inferno and now you've unlocked every unique location. And now you have the ability to raise the level of the forest. So the Inferno is level 8. Now the forest can be made into a level 9 location. And we have preset data for all of that stuff. It would probably feel a little bit weird to reuse the map to that level, maybe. And I wonder how this would impact bosses. I think that's another set of questions I have here. How could we reuse boss locations in some way? Do we even want to? And then what is the UI for selecting a difficulty level? What is the UI for whatever we design here? Because the way I suspect that people are going to play is they're going to eventually beat this location and then be like, okay, I want the next one. The next one happens to be the forest level 2 or whatever, level 9, level 10, I don't know. And then that's it. That's where they're fighting mostly. And they occasionally go back to here, but they probably never set the forest back to its old difficulty. That's just an escape hatch in case there's a problem. Because I don't want you to get into a state where you can't get an item that you need. And it is technically possible for that to happen. You could get a quest and it asks you for some item and you just never go to the locations that have it. So the forest and the volcano, and we're like, well, we're just not going back there. And then you end up upgrading the forest and the volcano and now you can't get that item again. We could make an alternative way for you to procure that item though. There could be something that just says, oh, you need a small blue potion? Like, oh, just pay to complete the quest or something. And then customers stop desiring those items. We don't have to allow for you to be able to go backwards in difficulty. The only I don't know, gotchas are you still need to be able to procure old items. No, you don't even need to be able to do that. You still need to be able to accomplish anything that specific items were required for. So for quests, we could just automatically complete that part of the quest when you close out the final location that offers that item. since it means it would have been trivial for you to get it anyway. That's pretty smart. I like that idea. And then for NPC desires, they could all just desire something else as soon as you can no longer obtain the item. Or maybe they just leave town. Or a catch-all for this. We could make a way of buying out a quest, buying items for NPCs, etc. Or make a new system like the Mimic. There's a treasure chest walking around and it starts spitting out items that you need. It'd be rare that it happens. Yeah, exactly. It would be rare. But by not having a way to go backwards in difficulty, we simplify the UI greatly. And there's one other gotcha, which is is this zoomed to how I normally zoom this? Oh, weird. I feel like I normally... Hang on a second. I have my mentoring prep or interview prep. I don't know where that is, but that told me what I used to have the zoom set to. Give me one sec. Here it is, streamed interview prep. Google Docs. 125% and 100%. Yeah, this is how it always was. Okay. All right, what was the other gotcha? Which is the difficulty of the new areas may be too much for a player to ever win a battle again. This... We should make sure this can't be a problem by only allowing you to upgrade a location, a single location at a time. I guess it's like distantly possible that you could... No, there's there's no real scenario I can envision where you somehow upgraded too much stuff and then you just can't play the game anymore. Yeah. Okay, so simplest possible thing that we could do for this is one of the things that Kevin's been mocking up is an upgrade button on top of this, on top of the map directly. So this video kind of shows it off. There's an unlock button here and you beat the forest and you enable this. So this says unlock. Imagine if there was a button that said upgrade on top of it and you just see a cost or something and it explains what it does when you click upgrade. Do you have any underrated interview tips for me when I apply to tech support or programming jobs? Any gems? Smile, be yourself, be confident. My biggest tip for interviews is do mock interviews. I think people study a bunch and then they're like, I'm ready. I don't think you do that. I think you first go to study and then do mock interviews and then you feel like you're ready. Because there are certain things, and it depends on what kind of interview. Let's say you're talking about a coding interview. Most people don't have to explain their thought process as they're coding. Most people are just going to code because you're not in a room with somebody else while you're coding. Or if you are, you're not supposed to be talking to them. But in an interview, you're supposed to be explaining everything you're doing as you're coding. Same thing with any sort of system design. Well, system design, you will typically explain your system design to other people. But you will also typically have thought about it ahead of time, and it won't just be a brainstorming session all the time. And even if you are explaining your code to other people for whatever reason, you're typically not getting interrupted. That's a big part of interviews, I feel, is like, hey, you talked for 2-3 minutes and the person is like, whoa, go back a step. Hold on. What did you mean by that? Or can you explain the time complexity of this? And you're just like, well, I wasn't thinking about that right now. So yeah, mock interviews, I think, are the biggest tip if you're going to do any kind of interviewing. And there are sites dedicated to this sort of thing now. You could probably just ask a friend to help you if you want. In fact, a friend might make you nervous in a different way from an interview, but still nervous. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's the best thing you can do. I mean, besides the regular studying and everything. I don't think mock interviews replace the studying. I think they just give value to the studying. Because yeah, with interviews, you don't typically have infinite tries. Even at big companies, it's like, well, wait a year and apply again. It's like, okay, so if you want to apply every year, you have what, 30 or 40 times over the course of your career for some company. It's not like you can try every week. Okay, so the simplest possible implementation of this is to add an upgrade button at some point, or a special building for this. Hey, RA. Currently doing an internship, and imposter syndrome is killing me. It's hard to get out of bed in the morning. How'd you deal with imposter syndrome? So did deal implies it's like totally done, but I do have a blog post I did on this. Let me see if I can find this really fast. Here. Yeah, take a look at this. Because this has my own tips. Honestly, what I think you should probably do, whatever it is that ends up getting you through this time around, you should probably take some notes for yourself on what worked, because I almost feel like I write these blog posts for myself and they just sometimes benefit other people. But when I read this myself and I'm like, oh yeah, that I can relate to that. It's like, it's because it was me and I'm susceptible to the problems I experienced in the past. So the biggest way that this has helped me, I made something I called the stress flow chart. This is a really silly way to codify how you get out of stressful situations. But there are lots of different things that cause us stress, right? Upcoming deadlines, maybe, I don't know, physical pain that you have. Maybe you pull a muscle or something. Maybe when you're sick, maybe anything, right? Well, like, how did you address these things in the past? And even here's something really simple. Like, I get back spasms every once in a while. The last time around, I used a heating pad, and I think it helped out a lot. So like, I just wrote that down. And now the next time I have a back spasm, I'll be like, what did I do last time? And I just go check that thing. I think we should do that for a lot of stuff. So same thing, if you end up finding a path through imposter syndrome for yourself, try to recall later how you did it and then write it down so you don't need to recall it forever in your own memory. Just have a note about it. Solve a leak code problem using a round robin algorithm in 25 minutes. Yeah. Such is software engineering life. Special building for this. Then the location gets different rewards, and we make the old rewards not be needed anymore. Does this feel cheap though? There's like, if you look at Final Fantasy 1 palette swaps, is this even a thing I can search? Maybe this. I don't remember enough about Final Fantasy 1. But anyway, a lot of old games did something like this. You'd fight the blue dragon enemy and you'd be like, oh, cool, look, a blue dragon. Then you'd fight red dragon and you'd be like, that's just blue dragon, but red. A lot of games did this. And I don't really think it felt cheap back then because there were technical limitations. But now if you're doing it, I feel like it might feel cheap. So what if we have the forest here and you work your way through the map and then we're like, oh, you beat the Inferno, this epic sounding location. Go back to the forest. So I think this is where we probably need to figure out which of these things is the most important problem to solve. Because if it's just an art burden, we could always, well, no, sorry. If it's not the art burden, we could upgrade the location's look. So it looks like a regular forest with just a bunch of trees. We could upgrade it to look like a more colorful forest or a denser forest or something like that. So now the art burden isn't alleviated. We still needed it. But if our main problem was the battle map size, then it's still in the same spot. This is definitely an issue, though. The location is becoming obsolete. Like at any given point, you're interacting with maybe 3 locations on the battle map. You may have given away too much in the demo. It only feels cheap because paying is only adding variations. This is, I'm not comparing demo to full version. Imagine someone never touched the demo and they just buy the game and then they play and then they see that we're reusing locations. Is that cheap? Because the demo needed to be pruned down as a separate problem. And if you never touch the demo, you'd never know whether we gave away too much or not. I think this could be solved in New Game Plus. I mean, that is another way we could do this. I guess get it to the point where as soon as a location starts feeling obsolete, the game just ends. But yeah, I think that's why figuring out which one of these problems is the biggest problem is important. Yeah, I think this comes down to figuring out which problem is the most important. So some like high level ideas for solving this. One is allow for upgrading locations to increase their difficulty. Two is end the game shortly after locations start feeling obsolete. There was another one that struck me here too. Three is just keep expanding the battle map and adding new art. It's like ignore the problem. Yeah, I'll just say ignore it. Feels like I'm unfit for the internship sometimes. Think about how much better my peers would be doing. It's paralyzing. They say comparison is the thief of joy. I think if you feel unfit for the internship, I think you're applying a judgment that you should leave to the company. Like you figure out whether you should apply. The company figures out whether they should hire you. If they say yes to you, then trust that their yes meant that they did their due diligence. And at any point, it's taking a gamble. Seeing variations in difficulty is fine for this kind of game, but it's weird that you hit all the locations on easy before circling back. Usually you go through difficulties at the same stage, and the next location gives a new feel with its own set of difficulties. I don't think I'd want to do that. But weird is potentially different from feeling cheap, right? If it's just different from what other games do, I don't really mind. But if it feels like, oh God, they're reusing the content, like there's a green bat and a blue bat, those are too similar. That's where I think there could be a problem. If it's just the art burden, then we need to reuse the art in some way. There could be multiple forests that all use the same graphic. Actually, that is another thing that I've seen some games do. There's like a generic forest indicator. So in this case, it just looks like this. And we might have another forest there and another forest there, but they're all called different things. And when you get into the instance, they all look a little different. So maybe this one, has that mushroom there and the other one has one over here or something. We can make more meaningful changes than that. But yeah, if it's just the art burden, then we can do this. If it's just the battle map size, then we could potentially allow for zooming out further. Just tossing something new every now and then, so it's not just all reskins. I guess this, by the way, could be like a new game plus should be part of that. And what was the other problem that we had? Obsolete areas. If it's obsolete areas, then, well, we can never really address the obsolete areas because it's a two-pronged problem. One is this, they become obsolete. And if we stop them from becoming obsolete, e.g. if you always need small blue potions, then yeah, I guess to say their challenge level would cease to exist. We'll say they would cease to provide a challenge. And let's capitalize this stuff. Things are harder now is not the same as a new monster lord has appeared, making it more challenging for adventurers to get loot. Yeah, I agree with that. I like coming up with a mechanical idea first and then sort of the flavor explanation. Does this feel cheap? We sort of reuse graphics already. E.g., there are many bats, slimes, worms, etc. So if it's obsolete areas, then we could what could we do? I don't know. Come up with some reason for you going back. By the way, in a game that you're manually controlling, let's say these were all locations you went through and they weren't just like a single sprite. You might like the ambiance of the forest and the music that the forest provides, those sorts of things that makes it feel different from the volcano. Maybe the volcano is more stressful and has more hazards or something for you. That's not true in this game. There is no unique music. Yeah, sure, the background of the screen might be different here, but I don't think anyone's paying too close attention to that. So that's another reason why you might want your stuff to be reused. In fact, this is something I find kind of sad about MMOs sometimes. There's this gigantic world, and as the player base grows, they congregate in like 3 areas a lot of the time. So it's like, oh, all those designers and environment artists and musicians and all of their work is like, well, you're level 17 to 21, you'll experience my work, and then never again. And in single player games, it doesn't matter so much. Like, yeah, how often do you go back to the beginning of a single player game that might be linear? Probably not. Units reused or slightly changed, adding a new graphical effect to the monster, like a glow in the fish, and a new attack and offset it, I think. Yeah, and I think having the location might feel different when there are more enemies in it. I mean, I'll write this under here too. So part of the reason I wrote this stuff is I wanted to figure out what is the biggest problem here. I don't think I have an answer for that yet. So how much does battle map size matter? I don't want people zoomed out like this the entire time. I do want them to be like, okay, well now I'm focusing on like this area. And that way they can zoom in and see the art and it looks a little bit nicer. I don't want them to have to manage this. So I think that is part of the problem, is the battle map size. The art burden. I never asked Quickie Joe how hard it is to add a new location or to expand this map. But each location needs a path going through it, the actual graphic. I guess that's it. Like he drew a lot of this stuff custom. The trees we already had, so I think this one was probably pretty easy, is my guess. But like this is totally custom. This is totally custom. This is totally custom. I think it is. I spend 80% of the game in the beginning of the game, character creator in particular. I guess what I mean is picture like a Zelda game. How many of them do you go back to the beginning? Or picture, I don't know, Final Fantasy VII or something. Do you ever go back to the beginning if the game doesn't make you go there? And sometimes the games do make you go there. Oh, there's a new story section here, and yeah, we have you go back to the first town and something's different, or things have blown up or something. And I don't think that's a problem. Like I said, I think single player games, it's okay to think of how far you've come as you played the game. Like Super Mario RPG had a very limited reason for you to ever go backwards. At least not very far backwards. And that's okay. It's still a fun game. And that's, they kind of went with this. Just end the game shortly after the locations start feeling obsolete. Like, oh, we're done with the world? Okay, then you're done with the game. I mean, I just have a list selector to quickly jump to the locations. Drag to scroll. Feels like a drag. I guess it depends on how many locations there are. Because I don't want the list to get out of control. Like, let's say we do end up expanding the map. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 locations right now, and we end up adding another 8. Like, to have a list of 16 things that you'd have to pick from is probably not a great UI anyway. Well, that's what I was thinking of how we'd avoid this. Like, I wonder if we have this sort of loop back over to here and we put the mines and then the snowy mountain and then something else and then something else. So we add another 4 locations into this area in general and then loop it back to the forest. I think that would be neat. I guess I still haven't answered this question. And the other question is, should we do anything about bosses? Could we use them? Do we even want to? Because this is a problem that we have in the game right now. You do a boss location and then you try doing it again and people are like, wait, oh, I can only fight it once. And they understand that. That's not like a sticking point. They're not super confused or anything, but it might be nice if you could do it again. Maybe bosses sort of antagonize certain locations. So the canyon starts as just a regular battle, or maybe even the forest starts as a regular battle, and then a boss shows up at some point, or you trigger when you want the boss to show up. And then you recognize that repeating the battle is just going to go back to the regular forest. But then there'd be no way for you to repeat. Well, maybe there would be. I don't know. Maybe you can choose when to fight a location's boss. Then auto battling would just fight at the base location again. I don't want to change too much here. I want to address the problems that we have. But yeah, another problem I guess that I never wrote about is the bosses and not being able to repeat those battles. Other potential problems. Boss locations can't be repeated without a perk. And then with the perk, it's just for the sake of difficulty, not for progression or wealth. Yeah. All right, let's keep going back to this. So is it the art burden? I mean, I guess the question would be if I could just snap my fingers and someone provided 50 amazing looking locations and it took them no effort whatsoever. So I wasn't concerned about their time or how much money it cost or something like that. So now I've got 50 more locations. I can put them wherever I want. Do I want to just keep expanding the map out to the side? Or up or to the side or something like that? I don't think this game benefits from having a gigantic map. I do think this is a sticking point for me, and I don't think it's the art. And the obsolete areas, how much do I care about that? So you get done with the forest, you're fighting in a later location. Do you care that you're fighting in this location and never going back to the forest? Some people do choose to go back here just to have their adventures doing something. But at some point, you're going to unlock enough adventurers where there's no real need for you to fight in the forest anymore. Also, I kind of like the idea of upgrading the fishing pond and making the fish harder. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, I think for whatever reason, my gut is telling me we should reuse locations. Do I have anything written about this that I can maybe look back on? No. No. It should be town map, by the way. Yeah, no. Battle map. Huh. Is this a problem? Oh, yeah, this is still a problem. No, I don't have anything else written down about this. I think it's the size of the battle map. I don't really mind that locations can become obsolete. So then, okay, what if we, I guess another way of doing this would be to condense the battle map or condense the locations such that the map has less blank space. They're already pretty close to one another. Because it's moving the mouse from here to here. It's not that far. You could get rid of like this extra little rectangle here, tiny bit of space from there, tiny bit of space from here, and then you lose the paths, which are just aesthetic. Hang on one sec. Abby. Oh, she came jumping on in. You wanna come over? Good cat. Okay, come sit down. Yes, good. Sit your butt down. Okay, good cat. There. What do you think, Abby? Okay, fine. She doesn't want to sit. Oh, no, she does. She just wanted to make herself more comfortable. Love her colors. I love this cat. Her name is Abby. And here's a picture from when we first got her. She was making the funniest face the other day, at least in my opinion. Although I am a cat lover. Let me see if I can show you this. This. Just staring at me, slightly annoyed. This is right before we had to feed her. Good cat. I don't think I want the locations to be more densely packed. So I think reusing is the best option. What other things could we do? If we said the battle map is a problem and we still want to have progression, what are other ways we could accomplish that? I guess it doesn't have to be reusing the location exactly. It could be plopping on a new graphic. That's kind of interesting. It could be changing the location. We could change the location and use different artwork. E.g. the forest could become the, what's another, I'll just say like the icy plains or something. We swap the graphic and change where it'll take you. Yeah, so this is kind of what Kevin was saying. Like mechanically, we're reusing the location, but the graphic could be changed. Yeah, light it on fire. every location, the volcano, but now it's the erupting volcano. Castle, now it's the burning castle. Yeah, so this could potentially work, but it is kind of just reusing the location. I mean, what else? I guess we pave a new path. Again, mechanically reusing the location, but like the new map looks a little bit different. We could more formally do that and like wipe out the locations that are here. World-wise, I don't know what the explanation for any of this would be. In-world explanation for any of this stuff. Either the forest getting harder or changing to a totally different location. Everything got attacked. Now it's the ruined X. Well, if our storyline allowed for that, but our storyline is basically like you were a human, you got poisoned, you died, you became a skeleton, and then what people don't know is so you play the game for a while, and then you kill the boss snake and sell an antidote to prevent this fate from befalling someone else. That's our story. That's pretty much it. There's no real room for like, oh, a big bad person came over and did something. I guess it could be the explanation for the bosses. Could have the boss, we could have each boss have a mini story associated with it. Hey, Ayers. Morning. What time zone are you in? Now the final boss is way more anticipated. Hey, who cares? Welcome in, welcome in. It is in fact 2 p.m. Okay. Did you just wake up recently? Did I have a cruel reality hit you right there? We're trying to figure out right now, what are we going to do about the battle map? Right now we have whatever it is, 8 locations. And if we ever want to add more, we could either increase the size of the battle map or we could start reusing locations. It could be you're venturing deeper into these locations. So this concept of deep forest doesn't exist. We call this like the swamp or something. And then each location kind of levels up. We could just say that you're progressing deeper into the location. I kind of like this. That star should have gone over here. E.g. the forest, deep forest, clearing, something like that. Volcano, outskirts, ridge, inside the volcano. Yeah, so that sort of thing. I mean, we'd come up with something that makes sense for all of this, right? Yeah, to do another guess. I made the mistake of taking an afternoon nap. Stayed up till 4 a.m. My goodness. That must have been a long nap then, right? I was going to say, whenever I want to sleep, but I don't want to take too long, I set my alarm for 40 minutes. That works pretty well because it usually takes me like 5 to 10 minutes to fall asleep. And I'm not asleep for too long. And it's like, it's actually borderline too much. Maybe 30 minutes is good to set an alarm for. But yeah, then I don't feel so groggy getting up. There's something I heard, I forgot who came up with this, but it was something like drink a cup of coffee, hold a spoon in your hand, and then fall asleep. How does this work? It's like you drop the spoon, the sound would wake you up, and then the coffee would also naturally wake you up. So you'd get like a small nap. It's a 5-hour nap. Okay. I think that's a nap. Takes me an hour to an hour 30 minutes. Wow. And what? This is a thing, right? Fall asleep with a spoon in your hand. Sleep technique. Yeah, Salvador Dali. That's who did it. And Edison, maybe? Yeah, they couldn't read the properties of null, remember? Come on, study your history. Something went wrong. Something went very wrong. That page showed like 4 errors. They read the thing about coffee. Spoon. Hold an object like a spoon or a ball. Fall asleep in a chair. As they drifted off, the object would fall and make a noise, wake them up. Yeah, something like that. So yeah, I'm leaning toward reusing locations. We don't need to change the art. We could have this thing happen. And then change the name of this thing. So there'd be some way for you to upgrade the location, I guess. Or it just automatically happens. You beat the Inferno and now the forest becomes upgraded. It'd be kind of interesting if this happened from some more obvious event. Maybe there's a boss you fight in this location. Yeah, that would make sense. The boss you fight here. But then we're always following the same cadence of battles. No, that's not true. We could have some more locations to fix that if we want. Does it need a reason for you to go back after beating the area? Oh, like a minor reason. Yeah, so what I'm leaning toward right now is you beat the final boss of the visible locations, which is actually only the 4th boss in the game of 8. I can't scroll, cat. Cat. This tiny little cat head. She's resting on my arm. She's like already asleep, I think. So I can't move my hand off the keyboard now. But I guess I have the mouse here and I could have scrolled like this. All right, you beat the final boss of the visible locations, which is actually like the fourth boss of the game. We say some blurb about how you can now go deeper into each location, which changes the difficulty and the rewards. And then you now face different bosses at each location. The new problem becomes that you can't repeat boss fights at will. Maybe this could happen from a special NPC in town. They give you a list of bosses you've beaten, and you can choose which one to start a battle at. They could give no rewards and even have auto battling on. It could be interesting. One more week, got everything planned. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I almost forgot. It's almost the end of the month. Day night's happening. Nice. So I like this idea. We do need to figure out what's happening with the bosses here. And I think our current system is just not great. And it almost makes me wonder if bosses should even take place from the map. I think it's... Let me just write some thoughts down. Should boss battles even be started from the map itself? Almost certainly, because that's how you choose a party. Yeah, almost certainly. We could make it so that you beat a battle, you beat a location, and then have the option to fight the boss. That way you still have to choose your party normally. Oh yeah, it could be that they appear on the map temporarily. Bosses could appear on the map temporarily. Actually, I wonder how that would look. Man, I'd really like to use the mouse. What a cute little cat. Okay, let's just do this. So let's open up the battle panel tab. And thankfully, this is super easy to do. We're just going to do a sprite 2D. And then... Okay, well, it's super easy to do when you can use the mouse correctly. Much harder when you can't. Load in the ogre. Yeah. And now pick a region of this. Enabled. We set it to 3240. And now there should be an ogre here on the map. Yeah, there it is. Now we can move this down to like here and then make its transform such that it's much bigger. Maybe 3. Yeah, something like that. So we could, I mean, this looks a little bit goofy, but yeah, we could show the ogre on top of a given location. Maybe it's always the next location. And that unlocks the canyon for you to do battle in. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I just did something really bad with my keyboard. I hit the reset key. I meant to press Q and then move the mouse. Because I don't ever have to do that. How do we move the camera now? I don't know what I'm doing. I actually truly don't know how I move the camera. Is it middle click? Oh yeah, it's middle click. Actually, I like that quite a bit. It's clear that it's a one-time thing. We could bring it back at some point with the mechanics. Yeah, I like that too. And it lets us use the canyon and the crypt. Well, yeah, I guess it kind of lets us use those. Long time no see. Hey, Axel plays. Remember 5-6 years ago, I didn't have a job and didn't even finish college. Now I have 2 years of experience in DevOps, managed to finish 1 CS degree, master's degree in business informatics, doing a second master's degree in intelligent software robotics. You give me strength to continue. Nice. Congratulations. That's great. I'm really, really glad. How am I doing? I'm doing great. I have been working on Skeleseller for the last 14 months. It's been quite a journey. I've been very happy with how things have been going. We are currently trying to figure out kind of an interesting problem here of how do we reuse the map, or how do we figure out where bosses are going to go. That's a pretty good idea. I like this. Yeah. The negative colors, by the way, are because I'm using Dark Reader. I'd rather have the background be black here, but unfortunately it makes all the images negative space. So if I were to turn this off, it would blind you. But the colors would look correct. This would make it clearer that it's a one-time thing. And then we could use the location for normal battling. We could even potentially allow you to auto battle there and just fight the regular canyon enemies after beating the ogre. Which other software to use for better understanding concepts? I use Google Docs and Obsidian. Obsidian's pretty new, but no kind of second brain unless you count Obsidian. There's no like AI based thing. So any notes that you see are available on adamlearns.com. Just notes at adamlearns.com. This is free. It's not like a thing you need to pay for or anything. You can just type whatever notes you've seen me type, and they're all here. And some of them are more complete than others. Some of them are in need of some more organization. But yeah, in general, like I've been taking a lot of Godot notes lately. I don't think there's much else we've really been dealing with lately. I think it's mostly that. Maybe some like Mac OS stuff. But yeah, this has been working pretty well. I used to use OneNote back in the day. So bosses could be a one-time thing. We can figure out what happens with auto battles. Although I think having them be a separate window that just has a close button at the end could be fine. Like an edit party. I kind of like that idea too. So I want to put a star on this one. And maybe boss windows just have an edit party button. And no repeat or auto repeat control. That way it's clear that you can reuse the window, but you need to go elsewhere. I say this with a star. I don't think this is really necessary. I think we got to figure out what the whole experience is going to be for that. Also, this would make it super obvious to people. We've got to do this idea. We've got to put bosses on the map. Some people don't realize that this is a boss location, and the only way it's clear in the game is because there's a little skull over it, and it has a description, whereas the other ones don't. But if you saw the boss there, it'd be very clear to you that this is different from the regular one. And then we're going to have the boss panel too. Man, these are good improvements to the game. So, all right, I want to put some more thought into this at some point. Whoa, it's been 6 hours? What? I was like, it's 2:30. I'm feeling really tired for some reason. It's because I apparently streamed for 6 hours. I was aiming to stream for 6 hours today, but I'd also kind of thought of taking a lunch break, and instead I just drank half of this thing, and that was it. All right, well, chat, let's chat. I'll fill out my journal. 1 nap's worth. Finish the spirit caller. What else did we do? Looked at PRs, thought about how to reuse battle map locations. Battle map locations. All right, let's put this document over here. Cool. Is this Docusaurus or something? What it is what you see right here. I'm using Obsidian to write the notes, SyncThing for syncing, Starlight for publishing, and Vercel for hosting. So I think what you're asking about with Docusaurus or something is actually Starlight. How do you combine sedentary life with life in general? Do you do the gym? How often? I work out 3 times a week, and I go on walks as often as my wife will go on walks with me. So like we walked 4 miles on Sunday, probably a mile on Monday. Other than that, I find that's like pretty good for what I want to do. I think I should work out a little bit more than I'm working out right now, but yeah. Walking is more helpful than I thought. Well, it depends on for what, but most people probably generally agree from all the medical advice I've read that walking is good for you. But if you're just talking about for losing weight or something, I think most of weight loss is going to happen around your eating habits, not around your exercising habits. But I think they go hand in hand. Yeah. Okay. FYI, just chatting at this point since I've done a ton today. Oh, are you getting up, cat? I get to use my legs again. You don't say. Well, goodbye, cat. Bye. Yeah, so you know what I'd like to have happen? I'd love to get a little bit more sort of results with the influencer route because marketing is going to be a focus for the next few months. Why don't you use GitHub Pages? GitHub Pages for hosting, you mean? I could do that. There's no major reason. All I needed was for something to accomplish the goals that I had, and I accomplished them. So at that point, I stopped considering what are the alternatives. It was just, this is working. There's no need to change it. It's all free for me to use anyway. So it's already not costing me money. It's not causing any friction. No one's complained about it. So there's just no impetus to fix it. Or fix. There's nothing broken. There's nothing to fix. Oh, Ayers, thanks for the sub. And 3 months at a time, too. It's very generous of you. Whenever I think of my cat, I always think I shouldn't say her name while you're around. Confuse the two of you. I appreciate it. Curious, my brain seems to need a lot of dopamine stimuli. And just by being productive during the day is not enough. So I start near the night to play video games. The next morning, I'd think about video games and not how to be more productive. Any thoughts on this? I don't think this is necessarily a problem. I think a potential problem from what you've said, and I don't know if this is actually happening, is like a messed up sleep schedule. If that's not happening, I think like playing games is fine. And having a break or something else to do is totally fine. If you feel like you're doing this to your detriment, as in I'm playing games and things aren't getting done, then I think it's just set out some good like work hygiene for yourself. Maybe, I don't know, you carve out a workspace wherever you live, or you go to a place to work and you make sure you're not playing video games in that space. And the harder part of this is is stopping yourself from playing games, even if you have that separation, I guess. And for me, streaming is great for that. You've never seen me play a game when I'm streaming unless it was Skeleseller or during Next Fest, basically. Beyond that, it's not like I'm just booting up a game and lazing around, I guess. Thanks for the sale. Did this sale do something about that? I thought the sale was for gifted subs. I didn't even mean to run that sale. At least not like that. Started streaming to make sure I spend at least 2 hours working. Yeah. And actually, this is what I kind of want to try doing for Tuesdays and Thursdays. Originally, and it doesn't really matter, but they were sort of like YouTube days, and I'd make a recorded video. And then I kind of cut that out, and I found it was pretty hard to get started on my day on Tuesdays and Thursdays because I didn't have the stream. But I also didn't want to burn out when it came to streaming. So now what I think my plan is going to be is do like 2 hours of streaming to start the day, maybe 3, and then use that momentum to keep going. I heard something pretty recently, and this is my wording, but it's action begets motivation. The thing that I read online was that people typically have this backwards. They're like, oh, I'll wait until I'm motivated and then I'll take action on something. And when you're motivated, or if that happens often, then great, that works for you. But a lot of times you're going to sit around waiting for motivation. So it's like, just start a thing. And it's not really news. A lot of people say like, do something for just 5 minutes. And you'll probably find that you're doing it for a lot longer after that. This is just another way of phrasing that, really. Just do something and hope that you become motivated. But if not, at least you're doing something. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I don't think messed up sleep schedule would be the problem. 12:36 right now, so I don't know, to be honest. Well, going to sleep late is fine if you're... I think a consistent sleep schedule is what's important. And I read some books on sleep, and they kind of generally agree. Although typically it should be somehow in rhythm with the people around you, and ideally with any other activities you want to do. So like if you're diametrically opposite of your spouse, for example, you're probably never seeing your spouse because you're sleeping at opposite times. Hey, Skittle. Helps me to set up loose schedules during certain times. I just do not play games. Yeah, I think this is great. And I think in order to follow this, you basically need to be able to live your life by certain rules. So if you think about it, like dieting is living your life by a certain rule. Some foods are off limits, or the quantities of foods are off limits. It's kind of the same thing with work hygiene. You need to see certain things as being off limits and then abide by it. And I think a lot of people are very lax with that stuff. They're like, well, I'll violate it this time because of some special reason. Well, there's always a special reason for violating those rules. Hey, Nuka DeLuca, how's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the raid. We are just chatting right now. I've done about 6 hours of streaming so far, and we made some great progress. We worked on this spirit caller character. We just finished them today. I know their icons all look like half-eaten apples, but all of these are abilities that have been fully coded and work. So if I click these 3 and we go into battle, you will see that the spirit caller can start with 4 different summons. They have a dog, a cat, a fairy, and a snake, and they all make sounds. You hear that woof? Yeah. Anyway, that was a lot of work, but it's looking good. The violating thing, we're talking about work hygiene and how work hygiene only really helps you if you're going to stick to your rules that you set out. So like, let's say you want to work from 8 to 11 in the morning and then 1 to 5 in the afternoon. Like, you can't just be like, well, it's Thursday, I'm going to play video games from 1 to 5 today or something. Gotta try to stick to it. Let me scroll up and see what I missed from this. Yeah, so anyway, like I said, I think that's good. Can't win a race, just waiting on turbo shrooms. That's right. Everybody talks in Mario Kart terms nowadays. I got this ADD issue where I find myself at working, adding things to my to-do list or programming building classes I'll need when I get a time to implement them when I go home. Wait, what's the issue? It sounds like it's pretty normal, right? Add things to your to-do list and then do them? Is there something else? Wait, what am I missing something? This doesn't sound like a problem. Maybe I'm assuming you work in an office job and you don't. If I'm building a browser game in PHP first thing in the morning and I got into a complex challenge, instead of trying to solve it or even brainstorming, refocus myself in a farming simulator. Okay, so yeah, that's a little bit tough. It's basically like first sign of a challenge is to run. So I think there are a couple things that can help you with this. One is try to end days on an easily solvable problem. And there's that saying, what, eat the frog, like do the hardest thing in the morning and just kind of get it over with. The other thing is I write this out as WILO. It just stands for where I left off. At the end of a day, if I did have some context, I just write something like where I left off, adding adventurers, needed to solve the problem, I don't know, just problem X. And this is sometimes all I need to give myself the reminder the next day or 3 days later. Let's say you're sick for a week and you're like, oh, what was I doing? Like having this can help too. But yeah, ending on an easily solvable problem lets you obtain that momentum quicker the next day. Pure chaos of video games all the time. I mean, do you feel productive as a whole? Do you feel like things are starting to slip away from you? I make a game as a hobby. My work is completely unrelated to it. Oh, okay, I see. So basically you're sort of working on your personal stuff during your work time. I think it's okay to take like notes here and there for things. In fact, sometimes I'll be talking to someone like face to face and I'll say, hold on, do you mind if I take a note about something? Something will pop into my head. No one ever really minds. Also, people don't tend to ask when they pull out their phones nowadays. They just pull out their phone and then use it right in front of you. Start ignoring you. I'm not bitter. Oh, by the way, sorry, I just completely blanked on this. Let me give a shout out to Nuka. Nuka, have you been making some progress on either game or job stuff? Not that you should measure your life only in progress, but I'm curious about updates on these things. It's not about stop playing video games at all, but instead try to combine them with being productive. Or am I missing something? I'm not playing video games. I'd have so much free time. I think it's a myth to think you can be productive 100% of the time. And I think some people are trying to strive for that. The people you see in your life who are doing that are built different. That's it. There's nothing else to it. And they're making some kind of sacrifice that you might not be seeing. So I've seen some workaholics, and on the outside, it looks like how do I say this? It looks like they have things together and like at work they do. And when you dig in a little bit more, usually there's some social problem or family problem or health problem. Yeah, usually one of those things. So it's like they made a sacrifice. And I always think of this in terms of just something's got to give. You can take up an extra 8 hours of work, but either your mental sanity or your connections with your friends or significant other or something like that. So, in other words, I think you need entertainment time. There's a book that I think is pretty good called Laziness Does Not Exist. And it talks about this quite a lot. Yeah, this book. So I'll link this in chat. I thought it was worth a read. It's pretty much like the things we attribute to laziness are not really laziness. A lot of times it is overwork or ADHD or some other number of things that it could be. Game is going well. Nice. Looking forward to seeing it and wish I had a job. Sorry to hear that part. Yeah, I think it's a very rough market right now. Dad was a workaholic and it made him money obsessed and not present for his kids. Yeah, and that's the something that had to give, right? And unfortunately, in that case, it was a ripple effect that probably caused some stress in other people's lives beyond even what your dad's network was. That's why one usually won't get along with 10x devs. I think that, yeah, I guess. I think 10x dev is, it's sort of warped in our minds to be something else. That there's some developer who's 10x more productive than everybody else, but it turned into this like, well, it's just a vision of that developer or sort of their personality traits about being condescending or knowing a lot or taking control of things. I don't think workaholics have to be difficult to deal with. And in fact, some of the ones I've seen have been very, very effective at their work. It's just that that's kind of all they do. And if that's what you value in your life, I'm not trying to say you shouldn't value that. That's totally fine. It's just remember that this is a truism. We all have the same 24 hours in a day, and most of us sleep for like 7 or 8 of those hours. So what you do with the remaining 16-ish is up to you, but you can't do more than what physics allows you to do. We all have energy. Also, I know these things sound really basic, but it's like one of the things that I've realized in my life is just recognize when you're in a transition period. And I think the most innocuous example is like moving to a new apartment or something like that. This is a transition. You'll have to pack, you have to move, you have to unpack. That's what has to happen. You have to find the place, you have to, whatever, change over your utilities and whatever else. It's like during that time, you're adding some number of hours per week of work to your own schedule that you maybe don't realize is happening, and you expect to get all the same things done. And it's like, if you just recognize that, hey, for this time, I'm going to be probably pretty busy, then you can start to adapt other things and be like, okay, I'll need more relaxation time. Maybe I work a little less. Maybe I don't do these extra things I was going to do. Any tips for time management or even task priority management or energy management? I think the best thing I've realized is I have a daily to-do list now, and I try to keep it pretty small, like 2 to 3 items that have to be done. And you might see that happen. It sort of happens on the stream. I'm a little bit more loose with it here, but like Friday, we have a couple of things listed. Weekend, we have a couple of things listed. Monday, we have a couple of things listed. Some of these are very fast or very obvious. Like tennis is going to take 2 minutes. Journal is going to take 30 seconds. So it's some broad things for that day. And then keep everything else in a backlog or something and pull it in as you feel like you have time to work on it. Because you typically won't get a ton of stuff done in a day. But energy management is more about just pay attention to your own body and your own habits. So what food you eat for lunch, for example, or how much sugar you have in a day, or how much sleep you get, or any of that stuff. It all plays a role in how you feel. And my new theory is that if you play a game like this is binary Sudoku. This keeps track of the average time I've spent on this size level. So this puzzle, without knowing anything else or even trying to attempt it right now, should probably take me 46 seconds to do. And there's a timer in the bottom saying how long it has taken me. So if I complete this and I notice it's taken 3 minutes, I probably have not managed my energy well. That's my new theory. So like you could have a gauge for if you're doing well. I get overwhelmed when I see the big backlog there. Yeah, this is where to-do lists have 4 things you can do about them. You can do the item, you can never do the item, you can save the item for later, or you could give it to somebody else. Yeah, I would even do that. And I think you need to use this one very, very liberally. So things should ideally just never enter your to-do list that you know you're never going to do. And when you see something on your to-do list that you think there's very low value in that, just drop it. Just don't do it. There are certain things that you probably should never drop, like go to a doctor sometime, right? But then there are other things where it's like, oh, I should really refactor the system. Like, no, you shouldn't. Just move on. And that way you can cut down on how much it's overwhelming you. Got about 40, 60 hours of tasks to set for a sprint. If I know it'll be hard, I front load the work and then take it easy toward the end. Kind of cheating because I locate the difficult stuff. So when I'm not working, I'm still churning. I don't think that's cheating. I think that's a good strategy. And our subconscious is very powerful. I think how many times you've been in the shower, you just woke up and a problem, the solution came to you. Like that's your subconscious working on it. It's really hard not to think about work when I'm not on the clock. Reality is I spend 2 to 3 hours thinking about work problems outside of it. If it's, do you consider that to be a problem though? Because I don't think there's a problem with thinking about your work after work. When people say this, they're typically talking about how it's bogging them down. And then yes, it can be a problem. And I think this is something that's sort of inherent to tech. I see a lot of anxious, stressed people around me in big tech. And the reason they're doing it is typically money. And I don't know how many of them have sort of consciously made the decision that they're like, my mental health is worth making this much money. But yeah, some people then burn out, find something different. So yeah, I think if you're talking about working in tech, I think it can be difficult. And there is a range of tech jobs, right? So big tech is what I think some people find this to be almost a relaxing environment. You're in some like mega corporation. You got the maybe rest invest mindset. But other people, it's like there's always someone breathing down your neck. There's some politics to consider. There are way more work items than you can ever possibly do. So you end up working for like a mid-sized company. And now all of a sudden it's like, well, now you know the people you're working for. It's not just a mega company that feels soulless maybe. So I think there's something along the lines for people where you can find a balance between your work, your pay, your sort of overall equation of your job. Side effect of having challenging work. Yeah. If you don't consider it a problem, I think that's good then. Because I think having a problem to think about it's part of what makes the job appealing. At least tech stuff. Coding is really just sort of glorified puzzle solving. Money's also the reason why I'm stressed about video games, because right now I'm a DevOps engineer in big tech, but it's the only source of income. I'm trying to increase my source of income, which is challenging and complex. I think you'll find ways to do that. I don't think you should rush that. Like right now you are employed, maybe focus on what's currently on your plate. Because yeah, I think a lot of people have this dream of like, I'll make a bunch of passive income and then I'll quit my job and I'll do whatever. And it's like, yeah, that's one route. Another route is just stay gainfully employed and work your way up at your current job. You'll probably make a ton of money doing that. All right, I am going to wrap up here. It's been fun chatting. I'm glad we could hang out for a bit. I normally just work all day and then quit. Quit the stream, I mean. All right, Kavino's streaming now. Oh, he's probably toward the end of his stream though. I should probably rate him anyway. I'm going to rate him anyway. Just want to make sure I'm not missing someone else who's on my list. Yeah, okay, let's go rate Kavino. Where art thou, Kavino? Thank you all for watching. Share Skeleseller with your friends. Tell everybody about it. Go up to the top of your building and shout it just out into the world. I'll be back on Monday. Thank you all for watching. Where's my end stream thing? There it is. Okay, bye everybody. Have a good weekend.